this. There we go. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let's pop that out too. And put that over here. Let's pop that out too. Oh no. Over here. Care for that. There we go. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna wait a couple of minutes. Uh, see who's gonna show. I know some people followed this pretty heavily, and I don't want them to be like missing out, whatever. So it just gives me a little time to get all my chat set up where I like it and all that. And shrink that down more. I should probably say something about it on Twitter. Okay. There's anything else to do? Should probably get my Discord launched. That would be a good idea. Oh, my Discord's like broken. Try this again. Oh no, I hope my graphics card update didn't do it. It's still not launching right. Oh, that would be so annoying to deal with. Okay. Looks like it's gonna work. Looks like it's gonna work. Fingies crossed. No. It popped up a window and then it went back to the little tiny square saying that it's launching. What's going on? Okay. It's working. Oh yeah. I need to announce in the Discord. Yeah, stream enjoyer. Lee is live. Alrighty. I guess I'll just start. It's for the VOD, for the VOD, for the VOD. Oh wait. Starting pausing my own stream.
Okay, but it feels like I want to unpoison the well. For me, from my perspective, it feels poisoned by saying there's no request you'll grant for the benefit of your orbiters, or no demand that you will hear because it benefits your orbiters. Then like there's no point in discussing this. But if you're saying there's no meritless demand you'll capitulate to, well, like of course you won't. Like I'm not expecting you to do it because I'm saying to.
Okay.
I think you should do it because it's like right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, does gotcha mean you retract your argument that it's not right to ever make a demand about someone else's moderation style?
Sure. If you think my earlier argument was that there was no possible argument that could ever be made by an external party to change my moderation, then sure, I'll retract that. If that's what you really thought I was saying, then I'll retract that.
That is what I think you were really saying, yeah.
Okay. Then I retract that. There are indeed arguments that can be made externally that would change the way that I would moderate my community.
Okay, so then we can dispense with any discussion about the appropriateness of making a demand and stick strictly to the merits of the demand itself.
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, Emery, how's it going, buddy? You having a good night? That was the implication of what he was saying earlier. Yeah, I think that it was, I think Destiny did that to, like, shut down this conversation, but since that didn't work, and it's obviously, like, ridiculously unreasonable to say, he walked it back and changed it to what, he's saying now. Because any sane person would only make the argument that Destiny's saying, is his argument now.
I've made my case for why I think it benefits you.
I don't think you made it very well, but...
It's tough. I think that No, I don't even think. I know. Mrgirl's wrong in that it benefits Destiny because Destiny's community doesn't care about the values that Mrgirl cares about. They care about... they want to see people getting called retard and shit. Multiverses Season 3 released today, so I've been playing that a lot. Multiverses. Trying to find you my Steven Universe. And stupid fucking and learn Powerpuff Girls, new character. I haven't played Multiverses at all, but I thought about playing some MK on stream later, just to brush up because I still have to rematch Mrgirl. And I just gotta keep streaming. I have to. But that's pretty cool. Is Multiverses the free one, or is it not? I don't remember. Shit, I just fucked that up. I grabbed my Google Chrome window instead of Steam to look. Let me see. Multiverses. It is free. Oh. Shit. I'm gonna add it to my library right now. Oh, okay, yeah. It was not already on there. Let me see. It downloads. Slay the Spire has an update? What? Why does Slay the Spire have an update? That's crazy. Pause that. And why isn't Multiverses automatically downloading? Oh, that's very confusing. There we go. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Unless you're implying that, like... Yeah,
if I like it, I'll challenge you.
No, I know.
That's the final analysis. Will there be a final solution? I should have proofread that. Um, I would purchase the character you want to main or really love from the franchise if you'd like. Oh, sick. Okay. And there are Adventure Time characters? I really, really like Adventure Time. Big Adventure Time guy. Probably one of my favorite cartoons of all time. Yeah, if not my favorite.
Oh, I know you don't agree with.
I know this isn't like a super well-known fact, but it might be known. I have a half of my calf, half of my right calf is like a giant Adventure Time tattoo. I don't know if I've talked about it on stream or not.
But I think that's it. I think that a lot of your orbiter relationships are dull, and even the existing ones would probably become more interesting if people.
Jace Voorhees is cool too.
Do you think that watching me get dogpiled ruthlessly, and hearing you basically just say you don't care, do you agree
banana
that
guards?
kind of happening? That I'm getting dogpiled ruthlessly, and you're kind of saying you don't.
I gotta pause this so I'm not missing it. That's fucking cool. That's funny. Is one of their moves for them to just like flop? I'd really like it if they just flopped at people. That'd be really. That's such good character design. All right. I'm at least I'm definitely like pretty interested in the game now. That's really, really fucking funny.
I don't care. You don't care enough to protect me.
Yeah, I'd say so, probably. I bet, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that has a chilling effect on, and other events like it, has a chilling effect on your orbiter's willingness to go against the grain?
100%.
It could have a chilling effect on some behavior, but I mean, the point of moderation, of course, is to have chilling effects on some behavior, right? You're trying to discourage some behavior.
Do you think it has a chilling effect on orbiter's willingness to go against the grain with you on stream?
No, I don't think so.
That's
Okay.
dumb.
I think it does, but we may have to just agree to disagree there. I think the prospect of being thrown to the wolves is.
I think what Mr. Girl is saying is like obviously true. I'm gonna stop with the multiverses talk so you can focus on. Thank you. To say that like it doesn't have a chilling effect on how they act on stream, pretty dumb. If you can't, I do I need to explain that? I don't think I need to explain it. It's really crazy for Destiny to pretend to not know that because it just seems like such an obvious lie. And if he's being honest, then I would say that it makes him seem like pretty socially inept. Then he just doesn't understand how people work.
Probably on people.
But which I don't think is the case. I think he's lying.
Fine. But we can move on.
Oh, let me clean this up for you guys. Jesus.
I think if you're looking for some give here, like I do think that like excessively shitting on people is a bad thing to have in the sub for no matter who it is. But then like I've said before, like that's something that we've like tried explicitly to moderate with a couple different roles because nobody likes it when there's like it's post after post after post of like shitting on a person and it's a little bit insane. So I mean that happens.
I don't think that really works though. That gets to the good cop bad cop thing that I was talking about before, where you get to be the good guy who comes in and stops a dog pile, but you are setting the conditions up.
Oh no. Why am I buffering? That's dumb. Ah. Lord, help me, I'm buffering. Stream's still good, right? Numbers on there are good. Okay, yeah, stream's still good. What the fuck's going on with this video?
For the dog pile.
There we go.
Conditions are always there for in every single
God damn it. Pardon me.
community. The conditions are always going to be there for a dog pile. You said it yourself that you accidentally set off a dog pile on Brittany in a community that wasn't even your own. I don't think you intended to. I don't even know how much you felt like that comment was a serious comment, but it did. So I mean, I think the conditions
but
are always going to be there
but
by
I-
virtue of who we are. Yeah.
But you
That's true.
created those conditions, and it happened in your community.
But the conditions are such that you have a large community. That's the only condition. And then dog piles are always possible in that context. It's just
This bad faith on Destiny's part. Destiny's community is particularly primed to dogpile. It's not a secret. It's not. Everybody, including him, knows this. It's hard to hear Destiny just like so blatantly disregard like what's obvious. Like it's one thing to like say like to say like you're lying, but like it's such a bad lie. It's such an obvious lie that he doesn't think, like by omission here, that he doesn't acknowledge that his community is particularly primed to do this. It's so fucking crazy. Everybody knows how DGG is. Yeah, we got a little bit of beat of preload here on the video, so
Okay, are
hopefully
you saying that dog piles happen equally across large communities?
I didn't say dog piles happen equally. I said that the conditions for a dog pile to happen are basically just have a large community. Because you're implied that I
so you
created
think-
special conditions for like really bad dog piles to happen, when the reality is any large community dog piles everything. That's just how it goes.
Okay.
DGG special in this regard.
So you're not interested in the special conditions that I think that you're creating because all large communities have the ability to dogpile, and therefore it's not worth talking about anything that you are doing to insidiously.
No, if you think there's a
create
special
dogpiles.
thing I've done that's gone above and beyond creating dog pile, it's always worth discussing, of course.
I think there's.
How about sending people to Anna's kiwi farms? Seems like a special condition that most large communities don't engage in, and he's directly responsible for that.
A lot of things you're doing that create dogpile.
Okay, well, jump into them.
Well, one is by banning people who disagree with you or criticize you in a way that you don't like in high conflict times in a subreddit. That probably has a chilling effect on nonconformity.
It probably has a chilling effect in terms of criticisms, but I think that's one of my favorite forms of moderation. I think I've done exceedingly well in terms of that. Like, I look at the effects of that type of moderation, and I think for the most part it's gone pretty well.
Do you think that it has a chilling effect?
Mrgirl should ask him how that plays out. I wonder if Destiny and Anna are still in touch. He probably still fucks her. The only way that it seems like that would not happen is that like she doesn't let him. Given how clearly she still seemed attached to him, even after all this like crazy stuff has happened. I can't see any reason that he like wouldn't, since he didn't stop with all the trauma that had occurred. It seems like everything that happened between him and her that was public before the Destiny report was thought of wasn't enough to deter him. So I can't see how any of the stuff that came after would have been enough to deter him.
Effect on nonconformity?
I think it has a chilling effect on certain types of nonconformity, which are the types I don't want in my community.
What are those types? That's what you should ask. What are those types?
Do you agree that nonconformity is a key ingredient
Also,
to
welcome back,
inhibiting a dog
Roots.
pile? Or stopping a dog pile? Or slowing a dog pile?
No. You could probably
agree
have
that
spaces that have
conformity-
maximum conformity that don't dogpile. It's probably possible. Like a church.
Do you think the
or something. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, well that doesn't refute my claim. Do you think that conformity is a requirement for a dog pile?
No, I don't know if conformity. I mean, some types of conformity probably play into dog piles. Some types of non-conformity probably play into dog piles. But I don't think that if I was looking to stop or start dog piles, I don't think I would be like, we need to conform or not conform. I don't think that would be like a thing I would focus on.
Dogpiling is literally conformity, though, is it not? It's everybody is who's dogpiling is all doing the same thing. They're all conforming to the same behavior, right? It seems like a weird argument.
So if you wanted to build a community that was a weapon that dogpiled people when you snapped your fingers, you don't think conformity would be a good asset?
I I mean, not necessarily, but it could be.
Oh, come on.
I guess
if I
conformity is
were
like
gonna-
really broad and vague. I don't know what I mean by conformity, I guess.
Well, conformity in this case means people going along with what the group is doing, even perhaps against their own morals or beliefs.
I understand what you're saying, but like at some point, like if we really want to have this conversation, I think we have to like start to iron out percentages, because we're talking about like everything here is like falling on like, you don't ban criticisms, you just ban certain criticisms that you don't like, and that's really vague. And you're not looking for maximum conformity or maximum disconformity, but you're looking for some amount of conformity to cause some types of dog piles to happen. Like at some point, I don't actually even know what we're talking about anymore, because like you could have been talking about like 5% here or 95% here or 5%. I'm not sure like where we're, because there's like, yeah,
Well,
I think so.
He's dragging this off into the tangent that he's on to just not admit like that the obvious thing is obvious. Very, very, no, it's not. It doesn't even make sense what Destiny's saying. Destiny understands the role that conformity plays in dogpiling. Absolutely. And he's essentially just pretending not to understand here. And it's because I have to assume that he just doesn't have, he understands that going down that path is not good for him, which I guess you can say is smart, but if you're actually like watching with like a I didn't even want to say a keen eye, but like if you're like thinking about what they're saying, it seems pretty obvious what's happening. Also, hi Raul, I haven't seen you in quite a while. Nice to see you. If you're here though, please like the stream, subscribe, and don't know if you can. If you can, PayPal is much preferred because they don't take anything, and I get it right away. I can't imagine how you think that Destiny's made some really good points leading up to this, but like at this point, she's like running away from the subject by muddying the waters super heavily.
We should back up and start doing this conversation again, and then we need to start like nailing down some percentages on how much we feel like these things are important about. Yeah.
Okay.
These percentages don't fucking matter. He's just bringing it up to muddy the waters. It's obvious.
I don't agree with that. I think that I'm trying to make a point.
It literally doesn't make any sense to bring up percentage. It literally doesn't at all. If he disagrees with Mrgirl, you can disagree with Mrgirl 100% here without having to lay out the percent. It's I can't imagine a scenario where it really matters.
Point, and you're trying to disintegrate the conversation, so I can't make.
I think the conversation right now is meaningless. Like, is some level of conformity
I
required
think you have
to
I think you have derailed the conversation.
Okay, I know you hate examples, but I'm going to give examples where I think you're wrong. I think that there are some places or some groups that can be very nonconformist that can conform due to some things. 9/11 in the United States is a great example. It's a hugely disparate country, lots of different opinions and ideas, and we all came together to dogpile Iraq and Afghanistan after that.
This doesn't matter. We're talking about online communities. Specifically. Destiny knows what he's talking about. And now he's... Yeah, I guess it's the same thing. He's just muddying the water a lot.
Incredibly, huge amounts of disconformity throughout the entire country. So I don't think that conformity was required there. There are other places where you've got like maximum conformity.
Well, I disagree.
I guess you could say that this is Destiny. Destiny's doing well here because he's getting away with muddying the waters. Mrgirl shouldn't be letting him do
With
that.
that.
Okay, what's the disagreement?
Well, I think you're poisoning the well by.
I don't think anything I said was objectionable, but tell me what
There
you
you can say poisoning the well too. That works. That works just fine.
think the disagreement is.
Do you agree that you're you're priming the audience to think that I am about to say something stupid and worthless?
I just want to know what okay, I'm sorry for having an emotional response. I don't expect you to protect my emotions. My bad. Let me take it back. Okay. My statement was that in 9/11, you had a group of hugely nonconformist.
It's actually really cool that we watched Destiny and Anna conversation back when we did, because you could see Destiny did like a lot of nonverbal cues to prime the audience to think that what she's saying is stupid. And some of it might have been, but it shows a pattern of behavior that he has. I think super well. I think that's probably like one of the best examples of him doing that. So when you see it that clearly, it makes it a lot easier to notice that he's doing it moving forward.
People, tons of different ideas, beliefs, ideologies, but an external threat motivated them to come together to work on something. So in that example, you didn't really need conformity. An external exogenous threat motivated them all to work together. That would be like one example of a
Okay.
Yeah.
So
okay.
in an environment where there's a terrorist attack, a certain type of conformity is generated by that happening, and it also reveals a certain type of conformity. So you can have different layers of conformity where, I'm an atheist, you're a Christian, I'm a Republican, you're a Democrat, whatever. We disagree about all these things, but there's certain things. Like it's not like North Korea or China where you're expected to toe the line, but there actually is a certain degree to which you're expected to.
Okay, but then at this level, now we
walk the party line in the United States. So when a terrorist attack happens, that brings out it does bring out a certain conformity. Like it would be very scary if you were the opinion of like, well, fuck, who cares? There's 3,000 people. Who gives a shit? That would be very unpopular, and probably conformity played a part in people not expressing.
It definitely was the whole argument, though. It doesn't matter, so it doesn't matter. If that's the case, I'm still correct for calling out what you said. If that was the case, then why would you point out, like, when you think it's happening? That doesn't make any sense, Raul.
That at the time, whereas now, people are a little more free about their opinions about 9/11, and they're a little more mixed.
Sure, but now it sounds like conformity is anything can be conformity. A community of people that aren't conforming at all of a sudden are conforming, so now it's conformity. I don't know now. I don't know what conformity even means now. I'm not sure.
Well, conformity, I'll remind you. Conformity means the willingness of people to go along with the crowd, even against their own beliefs and values. That's conformity.
Okay. Gotcha.
The pressure to go along with the crowd.
Okay.
So on certain topics, there is conformity. On certain topics, there isn't. It's all like pedophilia, for example. You'll see people who disagree with a lot of stuff. Suddenly, they all start saying and doing the same thing, not necessarily because they believe it or feel it, but because they have to. So anyway, I don't really think the 9/11 example is a good counterexample. However,
Good.
I do agree there are certain situations where everybody can be doing and saying the same thing, and it is not because of conformity. I just don't think the 9/11 example is one. But that still doesn't really address what I'm saying. I'm not saying that conformity is I guess I think a dog pile necessarily includes some element of conformity.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yes,
I'll
100%.
just agree with you.
Oh,
Well, when you-
now he's just I guess I just agree with you. He just argued against that super hard and muddied the water super hard because he didn't want to go there, and now that he has to go there, I guess it's sort of like dulling the edge on the point that Mrgirl's been trying to make. I feel like the underlying disagreement about the Fuentes stuff really colored my perception of these conversations at the time, but it's not even mentioned. Destiny pulled some pretty wild shit then. The most egregious of which, to me, and it really showed the level of dishonesty that Destiny is willing to engage in when it comes to arguments that, at least in arguments that will affect his optics, was when he said, I literally just wrote down what you said and responded to it. Now, he did write down what Mrgirl said, and he pulled up the list and then closed it again real quick. And then he argued a bunch of shit that wasn't on the list and said that he just did it. That makes him look super good to the audience. He did all the things to make it a non-intensely watching audience to agree that that's what he did. Like before, when I did cover it, I basically described it as like he did it was like a sleight of hand. Because like I do like a lot of like up close like magic tricks and stuff like that kind, and you can do certain things like parts of a thing that you're making somebody think you're doing, and their brains will just fill in the gaps. That's just how people's psychology works. And during the Fuentes debate, that was definitely how Destiny was able to get away with saying that he responded to Mrgirl because he wrote it down and flashing that list. It was actually brilliant. It's one of the most intelligent, performative things I've ever seen somebody do in a debate ever. I give him credit for that, even though I would, I still condemn it. It's still wrong. You shouldn't do it, but it was a genius move.
You say I'll just agree with you. It sounds like you're saying you don't agree with me, but you're rolling your eyes.
I don't know if I would, but I kind of want to move on to the next part of the conversation. I don't know if we're...
Oh, and I know that his audience did think that way too, because you could just watch the chat, be like, he literally just did, like, they're all like freaking out, and I was like, he didn't.
Like agreeing or disagreeing on
100%
what conformity
did not.
means, but I don't want to get like hung up on...
Well, the reason we're on this side tangent is because you wouldn't bite the bullet that conformity increases dogpiling behavior. And so now we've been talking about what conformity is for 10 minutes for no reason.
Well, I mean, it could. It's
Hey,
just
leader.
because I think that conformity is going to be a proxy for something else. Like, what if in Max's community, what if our ideals were that we do not dogpile on people? In that case, maximum conformity to your rule set would decrease dogpiling. That's why I don't
That's
think.
true.
So I just don't like the conformity thing. And there are types of conformities that could probably lead to dogpiling, and there are types of conformities that probably lead to less dogpiling. It just depends on what's being talked about. Yeah.
All right, so I think we should stop arguing. I think if you want to hear me out about what the effect of certainly how I think that you are increasing conformity, chilling nonconformity, and how this hurts the mental health and careers of the people who work with you and your friends, then I can lay that out for you. If
Go for it. Just lay it all out. Yeah,
that,
go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. I believe that conformity increases dogpiling behavior. Okay. So you can have a dogpile where everybody in the group happens to actually agree.
And I'll just hammer down, conformity is a necessary requirement for a dog pile. Even if unintentional, it doesn't have to be like an organized one, but like you're not dogpiling if you're not all conforming to the same actions.
That the person is horrible. And then you start slipping away from that when you add the upvote system, because everybody in the group has two reasons to say things now. They're saying things because they believe it, but they're also saying things just because they want the points. They want the attention. There's a flood of enjoyment. When
Aldous Huxley had Public's Eye as the... Oh, Mrgirl arguing with a handicap in terms of being able to be seen as the person in the right. Destiny has all the cards, his tricks, and his cult audience dedication. He has set the perception in the public's eye as the Mrgirl translator. Yeah, I know. I've always I hated that because he can explain some of the things that Mrgirl says a little bit more clearly to his audience. It doesn't mean when in reality you are operating in good faith, most people can understand what Mrgirl's saying. Yeah. So what he does is he rewords what Mrgirl's saying in easier to swallow words for sure. But he does it from a position where he's already trusted. Like I firmly think that I do a much better job at explaining what Mrgirl's talking about than Destiny does, because the only objective I have is to get across a point that might be harder for some people to grasp. That's the only thing that I care about when I'm doing that, because then it makes it more. I get to have more interesting conversations about like the thing that I just saw. Destiny is when Destiny does that too, it sets him up for conversations like this, to be able to reframe what Mrgirl says in a way that makes it harder for him to get his point across to the audience. So yeah, having that Mrgirl translator moniker that he gave himself is a really good weapon for him to have when he's debating Mrgirl in settings like this, which makes it a lot more frustrating when I look back and then see how the public perceptions of the two of them in this discourse was.
you get like 500 upvotes on a post, I think we can all relate to that. That increases dogpiling behavior. And then in turn increases conformity. Then when you start adding other pressures to increase conformity, like banning people who go against the grain, and the grain is usually in your favor along with you, so banning people who go against you in certain ways are too hard, but not banning people who go against me in certain ways or go too hard. This system.
And we know this is the case too, because like when people get banned and stuff, there's going to be at least a subset of the people like in the subreddit that are going to make fun of that person and stuff, and then so it feels good to chime into that, and then it also reinforces the idea that you don't want to get banned from the community, because if you do come back, like you know that they were laughing at you and mocking you, and these are just regular people too, so like they have a pretty like I would say like a lot of the well, there's a lot of people in that subreddit that really care about being in the subreddit. And so like even if they come back, they don't want to deal with people fucking with them and shit. That all being said, I think that Mr. Girl gave Destiny a major advantage in looping over talking points because he was trying to reach who he perceives as his friend. Destiny and his audience sees this. Yeah, I think that Mr. Girl could have done a lot better in these conversations if he had his current view of Destiny. I think that he wouldn't give him nearly as much slack in a lot of it. Dismiss Mr. Girl even more after that. Destiny's honestly this. Yeah. I would say that Mr. Girl forced Destiny to ban him from the subreddit. He forced him to. Oh yeah, you're on the astroturfing thing though. Um, look whether or not Destiny should have ought to have banned Mr. Girl from the subreddit. I don't really care about that. Like when I talked to Destiny about it, what I cared about was the changing narrative as to why it happened. That was it. That's the thing that like mattered to me, because it seems like we were getting two different stories about it. And when Destiny talked to me, he basically just said what he said amounted to, because I can't quote him, is that he didn't want Mr. Grill getting too much sympathy in his Discord or in his subreddit. And that just seems to me that he thinks that too many people are thinking Mr. Grill were right, and he didn't want that to be the prevailing narrative in his Reddit, because he just wanted to look like the one who won, because that's better for him. There's no world in which you would allow somebody to build an anti-fan community in your own subreddit. It wasn't anti-fan. It was a disagreement they had. They were both still friends at the time. It wasn't like, fuck Destiny, he's a stupid piece of shit. This wasn't the argument that was happening. It was Destiny was wrong in the Fuentes conversation. Mr. Girl was right. These are the things that Destiny did wrong, and that people might have like used like more intense language, but this was the main conflict in the subreddit. An anti-fan community wasn't forming the narrative they would like you to believe. In reality, Destiny didn't like being held responsible for his Fuentes chicken and waffles fiasco. I would say more or less, yeah. People are getting banned just for being Mr. Girl fans. What do you think the Destiny's lying to? What do you think the Fuentes Destiny was about? Destiny's lying to his fans. I have a whole video going over all three of the streams where they talked about it. So I probably don't want to rehash the whole thing here, because I gave like pretty concise opinions about that, and even caught like I don't know if you were here just a little bit ago when I pointed out like I caught Destiny doing some really sneaky moves in that debate, where he was just like outright lying. So yeah, I don't think that he didn't care about what was correct when he talked to Mr. Girl about Fuentes. He was just trying to win a debate.
Automatically creates more and more conformity.
And like I said, I have like at least three videos, because I covered three streams. So I have several videos covering exactly why I think that. Yeah, you should check them out. I'm really proud of those ones. Because I really went over it with a fine-tooth comb, because that was, to me, when Mr. Girl and Destiny had the conversation about Nick Fuentes, that was some of the most revealing streams I've seen that show Destiny out of sync of how I thought that he was then. And when it happened too, it seemed like I was one of the only people that I knew in the space that thought that Mr. Girl absolutely destroyed him. And I was like pretty 50-50 Destiny, Mr. Girl. Like I probably liked them equally as much then. I was like ranting and raving, like I've never seen Destiny lose this hard. This is crazy. Because I thought that Destiny would just absolutely destroy Mrgirl in that debate, because just it's Destiny and they're like debating about it. There was like no doubt in my mind. So for me, it was like a huge upset. And I still think he lost. I think he lost then, and I still do.
You then increase conformity further by with the unban process. So you overban impulsively or otherwise. You ban too many people, and then you're very lenient about letting them back in.
Ironically enough, Destiny's behavior with the subreddit created the anti-fans after. That might be the case. Beforehand, it was just fans who were criticizing Destiny for what they saw as irresponsible platforming. Right, but even after everything you said was true, that doesn't mean Mrgirl has any right to Destiny's subreddit. That's not what you said. Nothing in here prior to you saying this just now said anything about him having a right to the subreddit. I'm not making any arguments about who has a right to whose subreddit at all. You can't move the goalpost this far down and then frame it like that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I've never said that. I've never said Mrgirl has a right to anybody's subreddit. I've never said anybody has any right to anybody's subreddit. That'd be a weird thing to say. Come on, man. I know you can make better arguments than that.
But then your community now becomes, all the people who don't want to put up with that are filtered out. So again,
right, but Mrgirl seems to think that he has one. Okay, and I understand in the context of this conversation that they're having why he thinks that. That's fine. He doesn't have a right to it, but if you're telling somebody I'm banning you, and here's the reason why, and it seems like it's not the reason why, and I'm banning all of your fans, it becomes a very interesting thing now. So like, then why is this happening? And then when you look at it and figure out why it's happening, then it seems like something even shittier is really going on there. Okay. Oh, maybe, I guess because you had you in the first sentence, it kind of, it just the way that you phrased it kind of makes it feel like you were saying that was my position. Just which it's not. And I guess I don't know anybody who has that position either. There might be some people who do have that position, but I would say that that's a really bad spot to like plant your flag down on.
And increasing conformity, people who are willing to jump through hoops, and
bad hill to
people who
die
are
on. There
willing
we
to
go.
have their speech suppressed, people who are willing to make alternate accounts to rejoin a community that doesn't even want them there in the first place, so they can pretend to be somebody else. All of these things increase conformity. Then you start chilling non-conformity and say anybody who goes against the grain too much could be, not will be, but could be banned. I believe that this is just one of the elements I was thinking of when I said that you set people up for dog piles. That when you're saying the really harsh things you say.
We got more stuff. Mrgirl was right about Fuentes on the sub, and he got banned for it. Not a good look. True. I think that at this point in time, I would assert it's Mrgirl's position he wouldn't admit to in the video. No, I don't even disagree. I do think that Mrgirl feels that he has a right to be in the subreddit because that's where the majority of the conversation about the conversations that Mrgirl and Destiny have had are taking place. And because they're both making content together, that he should be able to defend himself in the arena where these conversations are being had. I think that's what Mrgirl thinks. If you think he didn't say it, I think that he's at least expressed it well enough for us to understand that. And I don't think that he would have denied that either. I would say that you don't have the right to, but I would also say it's the right decision to let somebody who's in that position be in your subreddit. And that they shouldn't get banned just for defending themselves. But whether there's a right or like no right to that's totally different.
About people and painting the pictures of people that you do, that combined with a hive mind, it's not a real hive mind, but the appearance of one, or a cultish atmosphere of high conformity, I think that increases dogpile, and it increases the viciousness of dogpiles too.
Huh.
Okay, it's possible, but
Okay.
I mean, I guess I want to encourage some level of conformity around certain thoughts or ideas that I have. So I don't necessarily see this as a negative. I would have to see it playing out in ways where I'm like, oh, I don't know if I really like this, so we're going to change this particular behavior. So one example might be that I'm trying to cut down on misogyny. So I'm personally trying not to make any jokes about it, and then I'm trying to ban people in the sub or moderate people in the sub that are making too many jokes about it. So that would be like an example of, oh, well, here's something that's happening in a way that I don't like it happening, so we're going to change this particular thing, or try to.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. The moderating away from misogyny, I don't think I would do it, but I think it makes sense. And
Wait, why would
doesn't
you
seem
not
like
do
the-
it? What does that mean?
I think
Mr. Girl is probably right about the Fuentes and Destiny. I haven't seen the clips in ages, but everything after that, him asserting his ability to argue his positions, Destiny subreddit, which is him making anti-fans of Destiny community. Getting people to disagree with somebody is not the same as making anti-fans. I was still maximally, as much as I ever was a fan of Destiny after that. I just was like, he fucking lost the debate. This is crazy. It was so crazy to me because of how highly I regarded Destiny. It didn't make me into an anti-fan of his. There's things that followed it that Destiny did that made me feel less good about Destiny for sure. But I wouldn't say that it made me into an anti-fan. I don't think that that's the general sentiment. I think the general sentiment is that Destiny lost that debate. The way that he was engaging with Nick Fuentes was irresponsible, and that Destiny seemed to even be aware that it was, but he didn't care because it was making him more money, and it was a really bad look for him. And so when people are trying to have this conversation and saying, like, this is what I see, this is what I think, it doesn't mean that, like, you have to not like Destiny anymore. It doesn't mean that you're an anti-fan. It just means that you disagree with him. And Mr. Girl's earlier points that he's made about this is that Destiny's the kind of person, not Destiny's the kind of person, Destiny is the guy that has said time and time again, I'm okay if anybody disagrees with me about anything. He's always been that dude who said that, or he's always been the guy to say that. Anybody can disagree with me about anything. I'll accept criticism from anybody. But he's not. And we can see very clearly that he's not. If the positions on the Fuentes stuff were reversed and Mr. Girl was on the sub supporting Fuentes and getting upvoted, I would have been all for bans. That's
So
funny.
you don't feel ambushed. I'm going to ask you, like, because it feels like all the chilling effects, you just talked about, I would say would apply to women, and that's why I'm moderating away from it. But it sounds like you're going to say you shouldn't. So I'm just curious what your argument's going to be there. But that's what I'm going to say next, so I'm not trying to trap you.
my goal with misogyny is to try to own it rather than hide it. I would be worried about suppressing expressions of misogyny because it sends a message of, like, look, we all know we fucking hate women. It's not going to talk about it, all right? I would be concerned about that. I'm not saying that that's, like, the literal truth or that's the only way to look at it. I think also my community is smaller than yours and probably is more on the same, like, wavelength as me in terms of how I'm thinking about this because they all just, like, 90% of my community just got banned from your community.
I think that interpersonally, Mr. Girl lost here. Wait, why? I might have missed the last couple a little bit.
The way to look at
Let me
it.
see.
I think also my community is smaller than yours and probably is more on the
Oh, so what does that mean? You think he lost here interpersonally? Oh, he lost the plot.
same, like, wavelength as me in terms of how I'm thinking about this because they all just, like, 90% of my community just got banned from your community for defending me.
Wait, why? Where did he lose the plot? It seems like he's still on topic pretty well.
So this may change as, like, I grow, but no, I don't think my community will ever. I think we would rather just get banned from Reddit than ban misogyny. But my approach to addressing that kind of hate would be more for me to be vulnerable about my own. Like, I would start interviewing. Like, if
Oh, just because I think that the argument that he's making here is actually a really good argument. He's kind of making the argument like He's made a similar argument in the Fuentes thing. It's like saying like just not it's just not as extreme because like being misogynist isn't as bad as like being racist, but it's like saying like I prefer my Nazis in uniform, right? If you get rid of all the misogyny, if you ban people from misogyny, it doesn't get rid of any misogyny at all. It just hides where it's at, and that's something that Mrgirl's been pretty consistent with. I think it means that under a misunderstanding of the friendship. I think that he means Mrgirl is under a misunderstanding of the friendship dynamic between him and Destiny. Like, he is so wrapped up in the Fuentes Reddit argument that at this point he can't take an L on any because he can only escalate. Okay, you have to make that you can say that that's fine, but you're not making the argument as to how he is taking the L. Do you see what I'm saying? And yeah, Destiny obviously has misunderstood. Like, it seems pretty clear at this point already that Destiny's already sort of decided where the friendship's at, and Mrgirl hasn't gotten the memo, for sure. But just to reiterate, you can't say that like he can't take an L on any of this because he thinks he's right, and he can only escalate without saying where he should be taking the L.
If my community dogpiled a woman, and I wanted to stop
and also too, leader. You know, I'm always happy to debate you on Mrgirl stuff. Like, he can't recognize that he's asserting a right to Destiny subreddit and how it's never going to happen. He is making an argument for it, and like, it's fine. He's exploring it and all that. Like, I don't think that there's been anything that he said has been properly met by Destiny. Where I would say he's taking an L, because Mrgirl said earlier in this conversation, if what you're saying is that no matter what anybody says, you wouldn't change your moderation style, then there's nothing to talk about. And Destiny specifically said, like, no, somebody could make an argument that would make me change my moderation rules on the subreddit. So therefore, what you're saying isn't like there's no L to be had here, because Destiny has opened the door saying, no, you can make arguments as to why I should, and if they're good arguments, then I'll do it. So you can say that Mrgirl doesn't have the right to have those changes made. That's fine, but Destiny's opened the door for criticisms to be established to make changes to the subreddit. Mrgirl isn't only speaking for himself on this, though. That's important to remember. He's not just trying to get unbanned. Yes. He's asking for systemic change for all orbiters to benefit from. Yes. And this becomes apparent later on at some point in this conversation. Destiny's going to basically give Mrgirl on a personal level everything he's asking for. And he said, I don't want this if it doesn't extend to everybody else. Maybe it already came, but I think that happens later on. So yeah, it's not just about him. He doesn't want to be a part of a system where people who don't have as much power on Destiny's platform to be able to be, I guess what Mrgirl would say. I don't like the wording of saying abuse here, but like being put through like the abuse that they would have to endure in order to stay in the orbit and in good graces of Destiny. So yeah, I think that what he's doing is, if it was just about him, if Destiny offered him all the stuff that he gets offered, like I'll unban you and and I won't ban you anymore, blah 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 blah, and Mrgirl said yeah, I think it'd be a lot easier to see it as this Mrgirl only cared about getting banned from the subreddit, and that's all he was focused on. But he's focused on making a better environment for people. You want me to jump in a few minutes? I don't want to derail you forever, but say 10 minutes. Let me find like a natural lull here, and then I'll bring you in.
Misogyny, I would interview her about it. I would say, well, how do these posts make you feel? Let's go through this. How did this affect you? And then I would post that video in my subreddit. So I would try to change the course of how people are talking about it without banning the topic. But I agree with you that banning misogyny from your subreddit is not going to increase dogpiling behavior, even though it is pushing for conformity around a certain topic.
Okay.
It could increase a dogpile against someone the community then later perceives as misogynistic.
Yes.
But
I was thinking that, but I just
I don't
didn't
have an issue with
say it.
your ban on misogyny.
Gotcha.
Okay, there's a lull. All right. Oh my god, where the fuck is my Discord at? I'm in too many Discords. All right, buddy. I think we've done this one before, but let's do it again.
I think we have. Yeah. I think my assertion here, right, is that well, is there more than one person? Oh, sorry, I had my thing playing at the same time, so it sounded like
You're
I
both
had been
people.
joining. Okay, so what I guess my assertion here, right, is that I think that Mrgirl is in fact wrapped up in his own. I know he says that it's for all orbiters at this point, but that's sort of how Mrgirl frames arguments he has,
He proved it.
and I'm not convinced.
He didn't take getting everything. If it was just for him, he was offered what he wanted just for him, and he says no. That's gonna happen.
I mean, but even if he accepted it in this particular point, right? I don't think Destiny would have followed through. Like, I think
that's not relevant.
I think Destiny. Right.
Mr.
You
Girl would
don't
have
think
believed him.
you don't think it's
Mr. Girl would have believed. Mr. Girl would have believed him.
But
That's
you
what-
don't. You
when
don't
you're-
think it's relevant that you
No,
don't.
it doesn't. It's not
You
relevant
don't
in
think it's
analyzing Mr. Girl's behavior and intentions at all. You'd have to tell me that you'd think that Mr. Girl would agree to that, and he would also think that Destiny didn't mean it. Mr. Girl, in this conversation, Mr. Girl is desperate to find the friend in Destiny that he thinks he has. He doesn't want the friendship between him and Destiny to end.
I mean, I understand that is sort of how it is, but it's also like I understand that's sort of like that may definitely be a part of this, but you don't think that there is you don't believe at all that Mrgirl is wrapped up still in the Destiny on the Fuentes argument, and him being banned from the subreddit and Destiny like evading that, saying it wasn't me, but when actual fact it probably was a decision between like him and Forethought, right? You don't think that this is sort of like this is
an extension of that for sure.
His mind at this point.
Yeah, it's an extension. It comes up. It's come up for sure. Yeah, but to say that, what do you mean when you say he's wrapped up in it? When you say he's wrapped up in it, it makes it sound like you're saying he's so mad that he got banned from the subreddit that all he cares about is this one. But what he cares about is the overall treatment of how Destiny treats his orbiters overall, because he sees that there's an imbalance where he can have like a debate with somebody and that he gets to control the narrative completely about how people are going to talk about what happened in that debate in the largest arena where those conversations are going to be had. That's what Mr. Girl cares about.
So say if he if he changes it, right? If he changes the rules just for Mr.
Girl, yeah,
he can nag on it at a later. So he can renege on it at a later time, and nothing, and sort of like this pattern of behavior where between like Destiny and him, like the Fuentes stuff, can just continue. And I think that this is what he can't get out of this cycle. He's still focusing on Destiny treated him like shit for the Fuentes argument. He then had him, I can still see Mrgirl's point, like with the subreddit, like a lot of Mrgirl's.
If you're Mrgirl, it's not just that he got treated like shit. It's that he's being portrayed in a way that is inaccurate to how it really happened. And for anybody to step up and go, "Hey, that's not how that happened." Like Mr. Girl, made really good points here, and Destiny failed to address them. He even lied about addressing them. And Destiny's like, "Okay, this person's banned." This can do a lot to shape somebody's public image when there's a lot of overlap in communities. So he's not just saying you shouldn't be like shit. Like, you're hurting my image, you're hurting my career when you're doing this. And I see how this is happening to other people as well. Like, I can't participate in that if you don't like how the end result is. If you can hurt our careers in this way, which I think is pretty smart.
Yes, but I'm asserting that even if Destiny at this point made like an exception to this rule right now, that it wouldn't have changed this behavior that Mr. Girl's angry at. Because once again, he can just renege about it because he's not breaking general rules; he's breaking rules specific to him. And even if he was to like,
so what matters then is, do you think that if Destiny did that, Mr. Girl is going to agree, take his victory lap, knowing damn well that like obviously he knows that Destiny could renege on it, but he's not counting on that. If Destiny tells him something, he's gonna take that to the bank. He fucking loves the guy still.
I mean, sure, he loves the guy, but I think he loves the guy and he hates him.
Sure. But when I say he loves the guy, I'm saying that he's looking for Destiny to show him that like he does align with the morals that he thinks that he has. Mr. Girl is preaching to the moral side of Destiny that he thinks is there, and so it doesn't matter if we all know that Destiny could just take it back at any time. Mr. Girl isn't having this conversation with the lens that that's what would happen.
But what I'm saying when I say that, right, is I'm saying the reason why, and why if he changes the rules just for Mr. Girl, it wouldn't really affect the things in the way he wants. I think that Mr. Girl is still wrapped up in A and B, and rightfully so. Reddit, and I think that it's
what is wrapped
Reddit
up mean?
And this. I think he can't move past it at this point. I think that
they're having a conversation that extends from it. Sure.
Right. Okay. And
I don't know. I don't know if I would say can't or not. That's a little bit weird to say, but I would say he hasn't for sure. And this is because this is an extension of that.
Right. And right after this, right, if we sort of push the timeline a little bit forward, we get to the Destiny, which is like, from all, you can say that he was the most charitable. The most charitable take on Mr. Girl is that he's doing, that he's come to a realization that Destiny's actually evil, and that he's trying to sort of like make amends for that by going too far. I think that's a good way to explain it. But what I'm saying is that,
hang on, Froggy Style, thank you very much for gifting 5 memberships. Froggy Style once again proving that he is the executive producer of this stream. I'm telling you. Okay, continue.
Hold on. Listen, I'll yeah. What did I want to say? What was I even saying? I was saying that
I think you're saying that the reason why Mr. Girl wrote the Destiny report is because he's upset about the subreddit.
The subreddit and he's like feeling betrayed by like the Fuentes argument.
Let me give you this lens. So I would say that the conversations that extended from the subreddit stuff, revealed to Mr. Girl that Destiny's morals aren't in line with what he thought they were. Because if they were, it would have been impossible for him to take these kinds of stands on the subreddit stuff. And I think that's why Mr. Girl's trying so hard to reach Destiny here, because he doesn't want to think that that's what his friend is doing. I don't think that it's because he's like angry or he's vengeful about it or because he can't let that go. It's the thing that showed him that Destiny doesn't care about any of the Orbiters, and Mr. Girl thought much differently when he was engaging with him.
I don't disagree with you that like obviously that he has a warped opinion of what Destiny is, but like, if he had a more if he wasn't still sort of like, I would say, I think he's very angry. I think he's very angry at A and B now. If he wasn't very active at A and B, he would have come to the realization a lot sooner that like Destiny like is acting this way, and he's not.
Still, so what? Wait, what would that matter?
I guess
because you're speaking to Mr. Girl's state of mind and his intentionalities here, and so you have.
Yes, I know it. It's very silly. It is very silly. But
well, no, but you're not. I just think that you're not building a very good case for it.
I mean, the case I'm building for it is like one of sort of a timeline where like he feels betrayed, he's then like he's like maligned in like Destiny's subreddit, and then after he does try to sort of like speak to, he tries to like he gets out of it. He tries to sort of reason with Destiny, is what he's doing it right now, because he is still like really, really mad at this. And ultimately, this doesn't come to fruition. And by the time this is all resolved, he's like left where he's like pushed out of the. He's been
Why are you
as,
attributing it to anger rather than a realization that he was engaged in something that he thinks is morally wrong, and the
Because
person
anger
who's
fits
responsible,
best.
and the person who's responsible? No, it doesn't. If Mr. Grow was an angry, vengeful person, he wouldn't have treated Cherry and Stardust with respect when they accused him of sexually harassing them.
But
He went above and beyond more than any person like could be
I didn't call
humanly
him
expected
vengeful.
to.
I didn't call him vengeful.
But you're implying vengeful
call-
when you're saying he's angry, and this is how he.
I'm implying he hasn't dealt with it at this point in time. He hasn't dealt with it, his feelings towards Destiny. That's my opinion on it. Is that
At this
he's
point in time,
stu-
he
that
is
he's-
addressing Destiny directly about his feelings. What does that
He's
mean?
trying to.
He
what I'm-
is.
He's trying to, but this is going to go horribly for him. And by
Sure,
the
but
time
it doesn't
this
mean that he's not doing
conversation
it.
is done, right. But by the time this is done, it's still gonna be left unaddressed. He's still gonna be like feels
No,
very
it's been
horribly about
addressed,
all
and he
this.
gets new information about Destiny in the way that it's been handled. I think
Okay,
that the way this played out is the last thing that Mr. Girl expected to come from Destiny. And when it happened, he had to take a step back and reevaluate their interactions, because the way that this plays out is so far from what Mr. Girl would have understood to be coming from Destiny that it changes the person he thought he was interacting. The image he had in the head of Destiny has to change in order to fit now. And then he looks at his previous interactions with him and the other things that he's seen Destiny do, and he has to fit the new version of Destiny that he has to hold in his mind because of how this went, and then ask why these things are happening from that perspective. Say that this happened out of anger is crazy, because the amount of damage that's done to Mr. Girl personally, like emotionally and publicly, is much worse when Stardust and Cherry tried saying that he sexually harassed them, and he had zero animosity. He didn't even try to debate them about it. He said, "I believe them."
I would say that at this point in time, Mr. Girl and Destiny are kind of talking to each other. Whereas, like, when he's saying to you, when he's saying to Destiny, I want you to address, this for the community. I think there's some realization that if the rules change for him personally, things aren't going to change. When Destiny says, I think that, when Destiny's talking to him and he says, well, my mod did this, I had no decision at all. I think that also is him, trying to, he's sort of saying,
I think that
well,
Mr.
I'm
Girl's trying to, he's trying to look for anything that he can here to get Destiny back into the vision that he had, like the idea of Destiny that he has in his mind. He's fighting to maintain the guy that he can be friends with. That's what he's doing.
I mean, perhaps, but I think that underlying all this is a sense of anger that's not going to be dealt with, and that's going to lead to the Destiny.
Can you show me any other time where Mr. Girl has behaved in this kind of manner out of anger? Because we see what it looks like when he's angry. We see him what it looks like when he's angry with Shaylin. It doesn't look like this. I don't understand why we're driving so hard on anger when we have things that have clearly, you could say anger explains it the best, but it doesn't explain it the best when we have like cases of like things that have happened to him that are like where he's been seriously wronged professionally. We have instances where he's been super frustrated and actually gotten undeniably angry with somebody. So I just don't understand
Mr.
why
Girl feels personally betrayed by Destiny.
You don't think he felt personally betrayed by Cherry and Stardust?
Not to the same level, no. I think that Cherry and Stardust, on some level, he knew what he was engaging in, and that's content. But like Destiny, he had like Destiny opened the doors for him to have like a career on YouTube, and
they
made
labeled
it
him a
and helped
sex
his,
pest. He was very hurt by it, dude. He thought that they were his friends, and then they said that he was like flashing his pubes to them. Like, go back and look at any of those videos. He was clearly hurt by that. And he made it very clear to his community that, like, nobody goes after them. Anything like, I'll ban you. That's not what we do here.
I am asserting that at this point, he, like, and listen, I could be wrong. I'm not, I obviously, I'm speaking to the state of mind of someone, so obviously, you know, I can't know this at all. So this is, you know, this is just what I think, and, you know, this is me pissing in the wind. But I would assert at this point in time, there is a level of personal betrayal that has not been dealt with in Mr. Girl right now, and that level, and because it's not dealt with, and because it escalates, this is sort of like why things are going to get worse from this point. That's just, I could be wrong.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that you're saying that. My issue with what you're saying is that you're saying I feel this way, but you're not bringing anything in to back it up. You're not justifying what you're saying. And when I'm bringing up counter arguments, saying like, well, this is what it looks like when this happens. This is what it looks like when he's angry, and we don't see this kind of pattern of behavior. And I can establish patterns of behavior from Mr. Girl.
I don't think the Stardust Cherry thing would come off the same way. Because what is it? Wait, so you're telling me that Stardust and Cherry were on the same level as Destiny?
No, I'm saying what they did was worse.
Right, but okay, but people can do worse things to you, and it not hurt as much as someone who is close to you.
It feels like every time I bring up a counterexample, you're just like moving away and trying to talk about it in a different frame here. I'm saying we have clear examples, or where somebody has betrayed him, where he has been angry, and it doesn't seem to fit this. And what I'm saying is going on seems to fit every other interaction Mr. Girl has had. And you're not telling me why I should think this one thing that the way that you're thinking about it instead, when I have like built a really good case as to why this is, and you're just going like, well, I just think that's how it goes for people. That doesn't seem like a very good counter argument to what I'm saying. Do you see what I mean?
Okay, all right. So let me. So I'd like to address both things. I'd like to address your example, and I'd like to address, you know, sort of like, and I'd like to sort of talk a bit more about it. Okay. So with your example, the reason why I think your example is not quite as analogous as you like to think it is, and I could be wrong, is I would say that the overarching trend with this Mr. Girl and Destiny is like personal betrayal, and you know, and essentially like the death of Mr. Girl's career. Like those are like huge, big, overarching sort of like senses. Whereas you know, you could say they were friends. You could say maybe they misinterpreted it. Maybe, you know, I'm not. I don't feel as if like, the sex pest allegations are bad,
but the allegations are way more harmful.
They didn't say rape, but they are alleging
they're more harmful.
I
said more harmful. If he's flashing his pubes to people, nobody's going to have him on anymore. If this is the mainstream thing, he could lose his YouTube channel over it. If he used his YouTube channel in order to do this, if he's using his platform to sexually harass women, YouTube would just boot him.
I mean, I don't think that's true. I think,
and if his audience believes that, they're going to leave him because Mr. Girl's audience, it doesn't align with any of the stuff that he's preached.
No. So at this point in time, Mr. Girl is the guy who made a review on cuties. I don't feel as if like, okay, Mr.
His
Girl
audience doesn't think that he's a pervert because of that. His audience thinks he's a pervert if he flashes his pubes at Cherry. The thing that's interesting about Mr. Girl is that he can make their cuties review and not be a fucking sicko while doing it.
I'm not saying he's a sicko. What I'm saying to you is that...
No. Wait. Stop. That can't be your response to this. I'm saying the thing that is interesting about Mr. Girl is that he can make the cuties review and not be a sicko about it. And not be a sicko when doing it. It doesn't matter what you're saying. What I'm saying is that because he's that guy, his audience is full of people that are supporting this guy who can do really interesting things without being a pervert. And if he gets shown to be a pervert, he's going to lose the bulk of his audience because of that. It doesn't matter if you're saying he is or not. It's that him being shown to be some kind of sexual freak who is making people his sexual victims does completely ruin his career.
I think, okay, so I mean, like, Mr. Girl's exposure to, like, the general internet at this point is, like, you've got a video where he's, like, yelling at Shaylin while she's, like, crying. You've got you can categorize the cuties review as you want, but it's still a cuties review. You've got the cuties review. You've got his rap videos are the edgiest. His rap
Yes,
songs
he
are
is
the
interesting
edgiest
because his audience can
No,
see these things and not think that he is a pervert.
Extremely edgy. He is like
Correct.
the most edge. Okay, all right. And
That
what I'm
doesn't-
saying to you is that what I think, mate, I don't. I think that even if you were to say, or even if like someone was to say, and it was to be proven at this point that Mr. Girl did get up, his pubes like were shown. Maybe it was intentional, maybe it wasn't. Like I don't think that would change.
I would
for
not
Mr.
be a
Girl at
Mr.
that
Girl
point.
fan anymore. I would have denounced him right then and there. If I knew that he did that to Cherry to do some kind of perverse shit to her, I instantly would be denouncing him and be denouncing the fact that I was ever his fan because it goes against everything he actually preaches. The edgy stuff he does is different than the things that he actually espouses. He does the edgy things because he wants to talk about the subject that he's being edgy about in a serious way, and that brings people into being able to have that conversation.
Do you think my point though about the edginess of his content, it has some validity to it? Do you understand what I'm saying?
It seems like you're making like the totally wrong assessment of it. You're saying that because
perhaps that's true, but do you see what I'm saying at least?
Yeah, and I think that it is the most basic wrong take that people have about Mr. Girl. It's like the level 1 view of him.
Level 1 view. Fuck. oh, come on, Droz.
I've seen you make better. I've heard you make better arguments in the past, which don't allude to that. But that is like, oh yeah, he's this edgy guy. So like, yeah, he probably.
Just so we're clear, my argument is that the argument I'm making here is that Mr. Girl's audience expects him on some level to do like incredibly edgy shit at this point. So I don't think that.
But we don't expect him to sexually harass people.
Even if but I don't think even if the worst was true, that it would have too much difference as long as Destiny supports him at this point in time, which he did. Like Destiny came out, Chud Logic, all the people came out and supported him. Cherry and Stardust got blown out of the community for this. So I just don't think it's this.
Before that happened, Mr. Girl stood up for them. Before anybody sided with Mr. Girl sided with them to his own detriment. And speaking of his audience, one of Mr. Girl, somebody from Mr. Girl's audience also wants to talk to you about this. I'm gonna get something to eat real quick.
All right, yeah. Sure.
You're on, Emery.
Hey.
Hello?
So I was listening. There seems to be a distinction. You said what he was doing with Cherry and Stardust was purposeful, or you think it might have been purposeful?
No.
Hold on. 1 second.
You're characterizing what I'm saying. So when I said
Wait,
that,
let him finish
I
what
said
he's
it just
saying,
wouldn't
so then
matter.
you can argue in it.
Sorry, go on.
Make sure that you understand what you're arguing.
Okay. I'm just gonna finish what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're definitely saying this. It just sounded like this. That if it was purposeful, then it was part of his edgy shtick. That's what it sounded like you were saying. But even if
I think it would have come off that way, but yeah, go on.
Okay. It would be like a huge distinction between like edgy like content and then just pure sexual harassment, where it's like way over the line. I think there's a huge distinction. I guess somebody could say something is edgy and it still be sexual harassment, but I think Mr. Girl is one of those people who is like, no, there's edgy content, then there's just straight up like this is past the line, and he's like expressed numerous times how he's not that kind of content creator. He's talked about in depth like. He doesn't even like sexualize. He doesn't even want people talking about his body or other people's bodies when they're on stream. So he's like very much like not that kind of person.
Perhaps he's not. I'm not too attached to either argument right now. The main sort of like drive of this argument is I don't think that it would hurt him as much as Drazi's essentially saying at this point that this argument almost destroyed him. That it was a that this was a personal attack from people he considered friends,
It had the
and that this
potential
could
to
have
destroy
really
him.
damaged his career. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
It definitely would have.
I'm saying that I disagree with that, and I feel as if like the average person in Mr. Girl's community probably wouldn't have taken this in a hugely negative light, considering how edgy at this point Mr. Girl is. That is what I'm saying. Now I'm not trying to make like a distinction on, oh well, he did, he didn't.
Sure.
I'm just trying to sort of like give
You're
a
making-
overall like.
You're making
Wait,
a
I'll say
prescription
this,
about
hold on,
Mr. Girl
Elder, I'll say
fans,
this.
not Mr. Girl here.
To give him a little bit of charity in what he's saying, there are always going to be like a certain sect of people that will like follow people no matter what, for the most part. Like we all know that. But
Sure,
I think there is
Mr. Girl's
certain
special in
fans
this
like
regard.
Elder who understand Mr. Girl's content more in depth. The more dedicated fans who actually understands what the fuck he's talking about would see Mr. Girl's behavior and be like, "This is not what I signed up for. I'm not fucking with this shit." And then like a large portion of those people would have left, and that would have hurt Mr. Girl's income very significantly.
I would say that Mr. Girl has a larger group of fans that would feel that way than your average creator because of the way in which he engages with his audience as well.
Go ahead, later.
I mean, perhaps you're right, Mr. Drazi. I mean, it's possible you're right. I mean, I'm not overly attached to my opinion. At like a glance, that would be my opinion. That it probably wouldn't hurt him as much as perhaps I'm wrong.
In
Perhaps
fact,
you're right.
I think it's a
entirely
heaven
possible
send.
that-
It's a heaven send for Stardust and Cherry that Mr. Girl was the kind of content creator that he was. That if he did go in like attack mode, like Destiny would have, it wouldn't have worked as well. And then B, he didn't go in attack mode because like Mr. Girl's just not that kind of guy, and he saw them as being sincere and actually believing like it wasn't like attack mode for them.
But what are you saying by that? You're saying that he acted in an empathetic way, that he was like understanding that there was a misunderstanding had gone on. But like, you're saying to me that he was like treating this and he wasn't angry. And I agree with that assessment.
No, he
You
was
know what?
angry.
There's actually a really good point to be had here in that if let's say this happened to Destiny, but swap out Mr. Girl for Destiny and this Cherry Stardust thing. If that happened to him and Destiny said exactly what Mr. Girl said, his audience would have still fucking freaked the fuck out of them. They would have harassed the shit out of them. But Mr. Girl has the kind of connection with his audience to where this really didn't happen. There's people that don't like them anymore, but there was not massive waves of attacks on them because they understood the character of Mr. Girl. And if he had a different kind of community that would have stuck with him,
I mean,
even if he did do that, then that's the kind of people that are also going to go after them no matter what.
If you swap it out for Destiny, yes, I completely agree. Like Destiny would have put them on blast. Probably.
Yeah,
like,
you swap it out with them, but then look at how the community would react is how they know they would. I'm saying this is how you know that Mr. Girl doesn't have people that the bulk of his audience isn't the kind that's just going to blindly follow him through like sexual harassment.
Right. Okay. Well, look. Sure. All I'm trying to say about this is that the average person in Mr. Girl's community is far more likely to tolerate edgy shit from him. Okay. Now maybe that wouldn't include this.
Yeah.
Maybe
There is a
it
line,
wouldn't.
but
Maybe
this isn't...
you would be. Listen, and I would say you would probably be better at determining that line than me. At like if you were to look down on this. But all right. That's what I'll say on that. But I will say that I still don't think that Mr. Girl is treating this from like a point of like, I don't think he feels like the same level of personally betrayed here as he did with Destiny.
The same level, I
It's a
don't know. I
higher
don't know
level
how
of
you
betrayal
define that.
from a less close friend. So take that for what it is.
I think Stardust was a pretty close friend to him, so I think he felt
Right. Nobody was
or at
as high
least-
as regard as Destiny. So I would say this
Yeah.
that they did like the maximum betrayal. But they had like if they're like an 8 out of 10 friend. Destiny's an 11 out of 10 friend committing like a 6, like a 5.5 betrayal here. But for Mr. Girl, because Destiny's an 11 friend, he wants to make this so that he doesn't have to see it as he's trying to fix it for himself internally.
I mean, maybe it's a 5. I think to like, okay, so I think that
say it's 3
these
points less than the
betrayal by-
harassment.
Right. I think that the betrayal by Destiny at this point is like is so Mr. Girl realizes that like the effects it'll have on his growth. It realizes, that he's also when Destiny is painting Mr. Girl in this way, he's in his community. He's painting it because the overlap's so strong at this point. He's painting it to his community. I think that the betrayal from Destiny at this point, how he feels the betrayal is. I'd say it's probably like 8 or 9. Is that you've betrayed me personally. You made me feel, you've taken my arguments, you've lied to my face about how about the arguments we've made. You've misrepresented what you actually think. You misrepresented to me on, how the subreddit rules are being written. You won't let me argue my points, and now you're lying to my face again about this. That's the discussion I think that's going on right now. I think that the two of them are talking past each other to some extent. They both realize what they're saying. And I don't think any of this is going to be resolved. And I feel as if this is
we know what happens.
The personal betrayal. Yeah. Right. This is sort of like saying he hasn't gotten over this. This is like this. I would suggest that he is lost in the source right now. And he doesn't realize that he's on this path and this was almost inevitable because of the way that this is going.
See, I don't think so, because I think that this is where Mr. Girl is trying to make it to where the things that you're saying, that he doesn't have to think of them that way. He's trying
sure. Right. He's trying to. I agree. He's trying to resolve things here on some level, but they're still talking past each other at this point. That's my argument. I'm saying that.
Does it boil down to he's emotionally unstable in terms of like at least with his relationship with Destiny? He's like confused about it.
I would characterize him at this point is that he's like angry. He's so angry about A and B, and he can't. And he feels that his career is under attack at this point.
Oh yeah, then I would agree with you wholeheartedly. Yeah.
And none of this is going to be resolved. And because of now he's framing this. Now you will disagree with me here. He's framing this from like a sort of like a community point of view. Because he doesn't want to experience what happened in the past again. So he doesn't want to have to deal with like A and B, and he doesn't want because Destiny can just renege if it's him, or he doesn't want his the community to view as this is just Mr. Girl, he acts out sometimes, and so we have to give him a pass because it's different. I feel as if he's arguing this because he has to. Okay. It's not agreed with.
I see what you're saying, and I'm not saying you're saying this exactly, but here's how it can be interpreted by me and Elder and possibly other people. Is that you saying that will make it sound like Mr. Girl is not actually sincere about wanting to help the broader community, the other orbiters, when he addresses this and brings it as a community problem. I think two things can be true at the same time, where he's facing something very specific to him that's happening to him at that moment is making him feel very unstable and emotionally fucked up and confused. But he's also thinking of the other person that has to probably handle this stuff too, like the orbiters that might have to handle this.
Yeah, his personal feelings revealed to him the broader problem.
He could be also very sincere in this. I just think that the sort of the underlying current that's driving Mr. Girl to where he's at is what's happened in the past. Now, perhaps he's very sincere about
I think that's fair to say, because I think he's realizing what's happening, and then when something happens to you, you maybe are more empathetic of how it might affect others, and you might want to stop it from happening to others if you can potentially do that.
It's actually really funny to bring up sincerity, because Mr. Girl only has 2 modes. I'm straight up joking and fucking around and being maximally sincere about what he's talking about. There's no in between.
Sure. What I think is that I think that you can draw a straight line between the Fuentes conversation, the Reddit fiasco, and the Mr. Girl doc.
Well, yeah, all these things are interconnected. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I was saying earlier, kind of as hyperbolic, but it is kind of true. It is a bad look. But I understand why Destiny did it, and for his own community's sake, I understand the thought process behind it. But it is a bad look when you're kind of being criticized heavily about how you platform a Nazi, especially if you're being criticized by a Jewish person. But like one of the reasons Destiny's able to get away with doing it more optically is because Mr. Girl is a very controversial person. So he's able to more leniently do that with him and other people who are agreeing with him. So it's a good sweep up mechanic of like being like, fuck you guys. I don't want you guys criticizing me about this in these specific ways. It feels disingenuous when he tells his community, "Oh, you just have to criticize me a certain way," but then like it's like all subjective, really. Like there's no real consistency. It's really about how Destiny's feeling.
Well, I mean, like, so Mr. Girl called him out correctly on the Fuentes thing. Now, I kind of believe I was at the time I was willing to give Destiny the benefit of the doubt because he had been like his like conversation with Jontron. He'd like been so pivotal in like so there was like race realism that was going on after that was going in like a couple years after that, and he had sort of like gotten into the weeds and debunked all of it. And it seemed at the time that Fuentes was getting sort of like he wasn't hyper fucking crazy at that point. You know what I mean?
He was.
Maybe it was well, I mean, like when I say hyper crazy, it was like after the Destiny thing, right? He jumped on to fucking jumped onto, he did the Kanye West thing, did with Trump. It's like he went from like I would say an 8 on like the crazy meter to like 15 out of 10.
It's almost as if Destiny gave Nick Fuentes a larger platform to reach more people, and then once he gave him that platform, Nick Fuentes went on to do much bigger, crazier thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, also that while he was talking with Destiny, he was toning it down for a little. Now, I think that was ultimately probably a mistake on Destiny's part to like engage with Fuentes in that way, and I think Mr. Girl rightly called him out on that. At the time, I would have probably said, well, his Destiny's history, I would have disagreed with Mr. Girl, but the criticism would have been valid, and looking back on it, it certainly was fucking valid. Now we're getting a little bit lost to the source here. My overall point in this is that Mr. Girl is like kind of wrapped up in sort of like the history and in everything that's happened so far, and he's not really showing it. But I believe that he's so wrapped up, and he doesn't really get out of this until after like the whole Destiny, the Destiny manifesto.
Can you explain what wrapped up is again?
I think he's really, really mad about all this. Now, I think he's personally betrayed.
If you just want to say he's upset about it, sure.
No, I think have you ever been like personally betrayed by someone? Someone who's like
fucking kidding me right now?
I understand, I know, all right, but maybe not like that, but like from a friend who's like ingressed on like, say from a friend who's like ingressed on your personal, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I think that there is just, I think betrayal is what's marking his feelings. I don't think it's like anger. I think it's like betrayal.
Look, you can say all these things, and I won't argue with you at all. But if you're trying to say that Mr. Girl is only doing this because of the feelings that he has, and not because he's pursuing what he thinks is morally correct, hard disagree. I think that Mr. Girl will talk about his feelings that he has, and then still do what's morally correct by his standards, and that's why I respect the fuck out of him.
I mean, I think Mr. Girl is still acting within his moral framework. I just think that
I'm saying he's acting at the behest of his moral framework. You're saying he's acting at the behest of his feelings, and I'm saying that this is not the case. The way in which he is enacting his moral framework is certainly going to be colored by his feelings, but the one at the driver's seat is his moral framework here. And you think that the driver is his feelings, right?
I would suggest that at this point the driver is his feelings. I'm not.
That's where we disagree.
I'm not. Yeah. Okay.
I think the thing that is happening is that he's he's being vulnerable. He's showing the emotion.
Yeah.
So for a lot of people in this space, especially, that's seen as a weakness or potentially something of intent in terms of being manipulative or whatever you want to think. I'm not saying leaders saying this, but being emotional and vulnerable is going to flash in people's eyes as the primary motivator of why they're talking about something that they're talking about.
Correct.
So if you're
And
like
I
arguing for
100% agree with that, because I'll tell
pro-abortion or
you,
something, feelings, then they're gonna think that, yeah.
even when
just
I've talked
emotion.
about the stuff that I've been going through lately, I've done my best to be very emotionally detached when I talk about it, because if I show any emotions about it, I'm going to feel like that the people that are watching me are going to think that I'm like being emotional to try to like get like money from them or something, and like it's not the case. It's very hard to be vulnerable just for the sake of being vulnerable in any situation online without people thinking like you're no longer able to say why you're doing what you're doing if you're emotional online. It's always going to be decided by somebody else, and they're never going to consider what you say after that.
You'll notice that anyone that's crying too, even if it actually is like an in the moment sincere thing that's happening, this is what Destiny will do. If Anna's crying, or if Lav's crying, or if anyone's crying, even regardless of your feelings on them or what they're doing, people will say, "Ulting crying like manipulative, inherently manipulative." Crying is not always intended to be some manipulative thing. It is.
I ended my stream yesterday
It's insane
because
that that's
I was
just
going to
the
cry.
first reaction that people think.
Yeah, I literally stopped streaming yesterday because I had to cry, and I was like, I can't do that on stream. It's going to be exactly what you just said.
Do you do you agree with my assessment that on some level that Destiny and Mystico
Destiny,
That
Mr.
what?
Destiny and Mystico are talking?
I think Destiny's talking past Mr. Girl. I don't think that Mr. Girl is actually talking past Destiny. I think that Destiny's doing what he can to navigate around having the conversation Mr. Girl wants to have in a lot of this. Because I've already laid out like the tactics that he's done like in this.
Okay, all right. See, yeah, I guess sort of. I don't know.
I don't think Mr. Girl's talking in a
okay.
way that they can't reach Destiny, which would be talking past him. I think he's talking in a way that Destiny's just able to divert and work around.
And he has to navigate the conversation that way because he wants to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to keep Mr. Girl around, so he'll try to like if it's possible to get Mr. Girl to get unbanned or anything like that. If he can navigate that conversation with Mr. Girl and keep Mr. Girl around, then he'll do that. But he won't compromise his subreddit because he's had this subreddit working the way he wants, and he's comfortable with that. But Mr. Girl's stuck on that and saying no, I want this changed, or I have to leave. I have to have a systematic change.
All
Yeah,
right.
they both
so
have the
they're
position
in
they
like
have
a
because they
slimlock.
understand
I mean,
how much
so
the subreddit
if-
shapes the narrative.
Right, but for me, I would say that Mr. Girl, when he's saying, I want you to change the rules of the Reddit so that forever. And I feel as if like he is both addressing, we both talked about how this is he can be sincere in this and helping, but he's also addressing like his needs as well. And I think that if I was wrong, and that this wasn't his like overarching, if it wasn't sort of like essentially like white hot anger that didn't describe his actions, I think that when he cut it off, he wouldn't have done the investigation. I think he would have waited. Now, as soon as they stop talking to each other, as soon as the breakup happens, suddenly he starts looking, he starts revisiting things like, Anna.
Oh, wait, you're wrong.
Lav.
You're wrong. Because
Am I wrong?
the investigation the investigation that he was doing about Anna happened prior to this conversation.
I'm wrong in the timeline, but that certainly fits with what I'm saying.
You're saying,
I mean-
no, you're saying if what happened here didn't happen, then the report wouldn't have happened. But I'm saying that regardless of what happened here, Mr. Girl was already looking into Destiny and Anna, which is the thing that sparks the report.
Okay, all right, yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. All right, maybe so. Like that is a bad take on that is a bad sort of thing because essentially he was already looking. I think that so
Yeah,
it's a
because
bad
Mr.
sort of,
Girl
like,
would write the
introduction.
report based on what he thinks is correct, not based on how he feels about the person.
No, okay, so he may write the report based on what he feels correct, but my argument would be he was shunted into that because of the overarching feelings of it. So he arrived at the report because of anger.
So let me ask you this: what could possibly be different? So it seems
Tried
like
to come
it
up
seems,
wrong, but apparently I'm wrong with the timeline.
It seems like so what my perspective is that Destiny is revealed to Mr. Girl to be somebody different than he is, which allows him to not look at him through rose-colored glasses, which allows him to see some of the things that he thinks is abusive, whereas it would have been pretty easy to write it off as something else, as every single person in the world has done before. When you really care about somebody, we just sort of automatically write some things off because like this person would never. And when that's taken away, you can start to see how some of their actions are actually a lot worse than you could have noticed before, because you're not you don't have like a mini PR guy explaining things away, so you don't really have to think about them all the time. So what I think happens in this is that Destiny showed him that he's not as caring and considerate as he thought he was. So some of these things, when something looks bad, it might actually be bad. There's not going to be some little mini PR guy in his head explaining that it's not even worth looking into, dude. This is Destiny. He's like your best fucking friend. He's a great guy. If that guy's not there, you can see things that appear to be abusive. That's what I think's happened. So what would... I think that all the same exact things can be happening for you to take away what you're taking away from as what I'm taking away from. So I'm just wondering what pushes you that way instead of the way that I'm thinking.
I guess if I had to sort of like put something on the scale, it is the perseverance through self. It's self-immolation at some point.
Mr. Girl's been like that his whole life. Like,
So-
it's not unique to Destiny.
So he would ruin his music career and all his stuff.
Yeah.
He's been like that his
Dude.
entire life.
Yeah. Yeah. He has. He literally got arrested for empathizing with a school shooter.
Yeah. Absolutely. You should see the newsletters he wrote in school. He was on the journalism. He was in journalism class in his school, and his principal got outed for like being a pedophile, and he wrote an article about how he was dating the principal. He's always done things to his own detriment.
Yeah, he was making fun of the principal.
By inserting himself as like a
Like
willing
the
lover
principal
of
was
his.
still working there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Drazi. Well, okay. Well, listen. All right. I'm
say a lot of things about
I'm
Mr.
more
Girl,
on the
we
fence
could
on this. I'm on the
with
fence
that,
on this.
but
Now,
he is
okay?
consistent.
If you-
Yeah. Good.
I'm on the fence on this. Okay, but
Wait.
I'm on the fence. I'm very on the fence of this, so I don't particularly want to argue about it.
On the fence about what exactly?
Oh, if
That was quite the awe.
if you're like telling me that essentially that, I mean, I'm on the fence about the I'm on the fence about whether it like anger was like the driving force. I mean, it seems so clear to me that like
It
there
can
was
be-
like this very
it can be
clear track of
multiple-
anger.
There
But
can be multiple things driving you.
Yeah.
Sadness, anger, betrayal. an actual sense of justice that you feel like is not being enacted because you're seeing somebody do something really fucked up, you participated in that fucked up behavior unknowingly or knowingly. Guilt.
The Mr. Girl report was vindictive.
I don't think so.
The
in
Destiny
some-
report was
on
not
a personal-
vindictive. You can
it
read
was-
the Destiny
on a
report right
personal
there. It's
level-
not
On
vindictive.
a personal
read it?
level to Destiny. No. Relax. On a personal
Sorry
level.
for flying off the handle
to
with
Destiny,
that question.
Between like Destiny and between Mr. Girl, it would be vindictive on a personal level.
That's not what vindictive
no.
means.
If you're okay, hold on. If you're writing a report, if okay, so say you and I had a falling out, Eldrazi, and I decided, and I looked into,
It increases the odds that it would be vindictive.
It'll say
Statistically
the partners, and I did and we had a falling out, and I did a report on the partners of Eldrazi. Even if I presented that neutral, even if I did my best to keep my journalistic integrity, the fact that I engaged in that behavior on a personal level between me and you, it would be vindictive.
That does not what vindictive means. It means that you were irresponsible in being the one to investigate it, which is what I said about Mr. Grill as well, because you're too close to it. You can't be perfectly impartial like you would need to be, regardless of how you think, but it doesn't make it vindictive. Now, if we're going to say, like, is Occam's
Vindictive
razor...
is like having or showing an unreasonable desire for revenge.
It's not revenge.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you
reading,
you're wrong.
I'm reading
sees-
the dictionary
Yeah,
definition.
correct,
What
and
he-
I'm saying
what he
that's not
sees
what this
as-
is.
He sees this as stopping somebody doing a horrible pattern of behavior against like multiple different people, including women, various times.
Part
That's
of
not
it is
revenge.
it's more about retribution. I think part of the driving force that Mr. Girl did this is because he feels guilty for playing the part of somebody who helped Destiny be able to do these things, and now the only thing he can possibly do to like cleanse himself is to do his part to make sure that at least as much as he can possibly control that it doesn't keep happening. I think he feels bad that he participated in it. And if you want me to go full pathology wise, based on everything that we know about Mr. Girl, it seems like he's always been made to feel like he's like bad by his parents, and like throughout school and everything, he's always like kind of outcast and shit. So he probably doesn't think that highly of himself, and so it seems like he's always trying to do whatever he's like at the time thinks is the right thing to do to try to like make maybe I'm horrible, but like at least I'm doing my best to do the right thing. Seems like he's always like trying to bite at the like chomp at the bit to try to just like do what he thinks is right, while and also continue to be himself. It's like how he justifies being himself.
You've got me on the personal sacrifice thing. Okay, so you've unhinged my my stout defense in that this is anger that may not be anger, it's entirely driving. But
You never heard people accuse him of having
on a personal
Messiah
level,
complex?
on a personal level,
Or a martyr
between
complex, sorry?
Destiny and Mr. Girl, there is no way you can't tell me that him starting to look into it, at least would not be. He would know that Destiny would take this.
No, because it came up. He started looking into it because it came up. We seen what you can. There's a video where you can see where the wheels turn.
I know where he's like did it. He did it. He sort of like he didn't want him to know. He did it on the sly. All this sort of stuff. But he knows what he's doing.
You don't know what
All
I'm
right, go
saying.
on.
Anna got brought up in front of Mr. Girl, and Mr. Girl was like, whatever. And then when it came out as to what actually happened, Mr. Girl was like, wait, what? Like you could see, like he couldn't even believe, like what? And like he had a hard time with it then. And when Destiny tried to explain it, Mr. Girl didn't accept the explanation. He's like, no, it sounds like. Destiny was like, it's like I've been locked in the basement of her psychosis for 2 years, and then he explained what's going on. And Mr. Girl's like, it sounds like you're the one who had her locked up though, because you're the one who has all the power. Like you're blaming her for showing, but it's because like you keep on bringing her back up, but you're saying like you're the victim. She seems like the victim here. Like you can see him like Like you can see what drives him to look into this in that video. It's not like Mr. Girl's like, oh, I'm angry now, so now I'm gonna look at this.
you can.
It was something that came up like without him trying.
You can. I understand that, but
And Mr. Girl looking into it based on
for me
that,
personally.
hang on. Mr. Girl looking into it based on that aligns with all of his other behavior that we know about. It perfectly matches. It would be if what you're saying is happening, it means that throughout all of these things that we know about Mr. Girl, this is the exception to how he behaves. Whereas the way that I'm saying allows him to behave the same way he's always behaved, and it just doesn't fit what you're saying. Because what you're saying is that, like, I think that Mr. Girl's doing, like, what I assume most people would do. But in all these situations that we know about where, like, there's been a lot of controversy around him, it's him doing a different thing that nobody else would do. And he's doing this in the exact same way as he has always done. So it's really hard for me to accept that he's breaking this pattern now.
Well, hold on. But you talked with Anna before that. I know you talked with Anna before. And he dismissed it.
He didn't have details. In the video I'm talking about where he got the details, you could tell he's freaked out about it.
I mean, you know...
and he started investigating because of that conversation. I've asked him about this.
I mean, like... I hear what you're saying.
It would be a lot more valid if this started happening after they had their complete falling out. If it started right after their complete falling out, there's so much more validity to what you're saying, and it'd be much harder for me to make my case, which I might still be inclined to make because of his patterns of behavior. However, it didn't. I think that would be a really good piece of evidence.
This is right on the backs of the just 1 month. This is on the backs of Fuentes and the Fuentes and the Reddit. Right, this is right after that. That's what you're.
Somewhere around there.
I got a question for you, leader.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
If this was done for revenge, how would you feel about it?
I mean, when I say it was done for revenge, I mean, what I would say is that he probably, you know, I think his blinders were on. What I would say is that his blinders were on at this point, and that he wasn't, you know, he would be, you know, that his desire for, like, you know, he would be experiencing, like, anger at this point. If it was done for revenge, how would I feel about that? I don't know. I guess I would feel, from Mr. Girl's point of view, whether he was, if you take from Mr. Girl's point of view that Destiny betrayed him, that, you know, he made some good points about he made a good argument about Fuentes, that that he was essentially, like, locked out of his community and taken his job was being taken from him by Destiny. I would say it's like I'd say it's probably it's not great, but it's not something that I would.
Sure. I would say, like, okay.
I would say it's understandable because of where he's at, but I don't condone that at all.
Sure. What I would say is, if it was done for revenge, which I don't even know if I fully agree with, but let's say that is the case, I don't really consider this necessarily a bad thing, given, like, all of the things Destiny has done, and there's a good reason to put all this stuff out in the first place. So I don't feel like it. Like, there's definitely a thing that you can say where it will hurt the credibility of Mr. Girl if that's the only thing you can find that is the reason for all of his investigative work. But plenty of people can do things for revenge and come out helping others or putting out a narrative about somebody that is, whilst not very nice, but it is accurate. Like, it would be the truth. It would be like, hey, this guy's a bad person for a legitimate reason. Like, this is why I'm warning you.
I want to paraphrase Eldrazi, at least what I think is Eldrazi. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think even Eldrazi thinks Mr. Girl should have been the right for it. He should have collected the evidence and handed it off to like a journalist or someone done. If he
Correct,
felt
because
this way,
it
and
hurts
he-
the integrity of the report, and I would say that he owes it to the people. If he believes that there's people being abused by Destiny, there are victims, he owes it to them to allow the report to get the maximum amount of eyes on it with the least amount of bias going into it. So him writing the report inherently hurts the report.
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
yeah, but so I mean that's which it. I mean, and
And I've
I
called him
think
out
that
for it.
Mr. Girl. I think that is something. What you just said then is something that Mr. Girl would say about anyone else in the same fucking position.
Yeah, I think so too. But when I called him out on it too,
So
I think that he acknowledged that that it's possible that I'm right, but it's just what he thinks he needs to do.
you see, you and I agree that there is some level of anger going on here. We're just disagreeing.
Yeah,
on
you're
on
saying
the-
his anger is informing the decisions that he's making, and I'm saying that there seems to be a pattern of behavior that he's had where his morality seems to be the thing that decides what he is or isn't going to do, and his anger is something that just gets expressed. He seems very comfortable expressing his anger freely and letting his moral system dictate what he does.
It is kind of weird though. I'll say this. Say like you're treating something like a Me Too investigation, right? If a victim puts out their story of what happened to them and possibly others, or at least alluding to others, you could say, yeah, inherently that's kind of compromise. You're only telling one side of the story, but the victim's allowed to tell their story. So, in terms of what Mr. Girl's doing, he's centering himself as an emotional abuse victim.
Correct.
But he's being very like upfront and saying, "Hey, like you do need to know. This is my experience with him. There is going to be like if he's very upfront and honest. This is my perception. This is my viewpoint of these things. I don't see the inherent like huge problem. Like if it was presented as like
The problem
like
is
I'm
it's
being
not
a
just his
neutral
story he's
party,
telling.
like then
So
if
the
it was
pro- the
presented as a
problem-
neutral
it's
story,
not-
it'd be
it's
way
not-
more
it's not-
problematic. But
it's
I don't
not-
think.
That makes
it's
it
not-
better. The
it's not
victim stories
about-
getting
it's not-
out is one thing if it's the
It's-
victim telling their story, but he's telling other people's stories as
Yeah,
well. And because
and
of the way that
everything that-
Destiny and him have had a falling out, people are going to read this, read the report with, like they're going to already
everything
be thinking.
I've said
They're going to be thinking like
is
later.
a counter to everything that I've said is like a reasonable counter to anything that's in that report. And it's if this was coming from someone who had a non-biased, if this was coming from someone from a non-biased point of view, then it would be taken in such a way as like, okay, someone who's non-partial to the system, who's not, who can't be
Yeah,
characterized.
But you know what's funny is no one actually disagrees with what's happening in the report.
Most people don't. They just think that what Destiny did is fine.
Like no one actually disagrees with any of this. So even you saying that, which I agree with you 100%. If you want to get it out to the wide, broader public, then yeah, that's the conversation to be had about like if you want a large impact, it would affect it then. But in terms of just being able to say the facts or putting things a little bit like cut and paste, like here's all these conversations, here's my perception. Like I would say
the problem is that
this is as accurate as it probably gets.
This isn't a YouTube exposed video. He's trying to like allege that there is like on some level of sexual misconduct from Destiny in the way that he treats orbiters, and that if this was a serious thing, a serious statement, not like a YouTube exposed video, if this was something that was serious and that he wanted to be treated as serious, he shouldn't have been the one forward, but he did it. Because, he put it forward, he put it out there, not someone else. He did it. Now,
I think he directly said no one else is going to do this, so I'm going to do it. I think he said something like that. Yeah.
He could have presented his opinions to other people.
Yeah.
I agree.
I agree.
It's now a part. This whole like report is now a part of the Destiny Mr. Girl, and that's the way it's going to be characterized. And
yeah, that's what we're both saying that we have an issue with that.
give me yeah, sure, but give me Mr. Girl's reputation to a layperson who's not a Destiny or Mr. Girl fan.
They just don't know about him.
Pedophile.
Something
they don't know
very
about him.
akin to that. Or it'd be that, or
If they know
wouldn't
almost
about
nothing
it.
about him, they probably think he's a pedophile. Yeah.
If they probably think what?
If they know
The
almost
layman-
nothing about him, but they know something about him, they probably know to them that he's a pedophile. That's probably what they think.
All right, and even if you take like a little bit of knowledge, like what is the art, like his songs, like he is engrossed in the most edgy content. That is Mr. Girl.
It's
Is
so
like the-
cringe to get so I'm not saying you are, but it's so
I'm
cringe.
not getting
people-
butthurt. What I'm
No, I'm not saying you are.
describing-
I specified it. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying in general.
Some of
It's
Mr.
so
Girl's
cringe
songs
that
are
anyone
vile.
would take edgy songs that seriously. Oh my god, he made a
true.
song about how he's a pedophile. Fucking like, shut up. So cringe.
Some of his songs are fire, but he is still that edgy person. This persona that he's created himself, is not the person to make serious allegations of sexual
Seller's
misconduct.
downstairs. So I just mumbling on
All
myself.
right, I've taken up too much of your time, Mr. Drazi. Thank you for bringing me on.
Wait. I got one question for you.
You're gonna bake this gold for another 40 minutes. I don't want to.
No,
I don't want to
It's
hurt
okay.
Mr.
Hey,
Drazi more than I have.
Listen. I started playing a game and I put the game on screen so they're not looking at a blank screen. We can have this conversation. I'm going to be here for a while. It's a very visually enticing game.
No, I just
All
wanted to
right,
ask:
okay.
do you think Destiny was sexually abusive in any way, shape, or form?
Oh, that's a
I
pretty good
haven't-
question.
I haven't read the report.
Okay.
Bro.
If you want my opinion, hold on. I haven't read a lot of the report. Listen, it's too big. I would.
But you have such
I-
strong opinions
For
about it.
what I've read about his I think at the time I disagreed with like the characterizations of Anna, but I read this like ages and ages ago, and I read like bits and pieces of it because it was like 20K page. I don't know.
Okay.
It was a
I'm
big
gonna
it
ask
was a
you-
big long thing.
I'll ask you one more question. I'll set it up. So, on one instance, Anna says they're in like a private sexting relationship. No one else is aware, right? And Anna's saying, "I want us to be a little bit more public, or at least like can you like make sure like that we're on good terms? Can you help clear my name a little bit? Can you like help me out with that?" She seems pretty desperate, basically, to like figure out her reputation, help resolve it to the community, make sure she's not seen as a complete nutso. So one of the things he replies with is that I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Okay, maybe in the future. Yeah. Tease me and make me tweet it out sometime. So he's holding some leverage over her reputation and gaining sexual favor.
Listen, I haven't seen it, but that sounds really fucked up.
Yeah. So okay, good. That's the answer I expected. Most reasonable people.
I
answer that way.
don't have a good reason as to like why Destiny would go back to Anna. I remember from what I saw, I remember back in the day, like the original Anna arc was that they had a falling out. They both agreed not to talk to each other, and Anna kept breaking this, which, she was brought back up on stream again. Maybe Destiny shouldn't have done this, but like that was the characterization that I would give to. Now, you're telling me that Destiny's going back and talking to her? That is,
Yeah, they
that
were
is
in-
wild
they were in-
shit.
Oh, the entire
Pretty
time
wild.
through the whole Anna arc, they were still sexting with each other for like that whole
Yeah.
time, dude.
Yeah, and he was calling her publicly a stalker still.
Yes, he was
Proposing
talking
that she
mad
was
shit
crazy.
about her while sexting her, and then eventually ended up hooking up with her again while maintaining this public persona that like she's like ruining his like life and shit, like all the nasty stuff that he said about her.
That characterization is utterly fucked. That I don't know how you could do that to another human.
Yes,
That-
I don't know. I
that's
don't know
basically the
if
case.
that.
I've had
assume
people
what
tell
you're
me that's
saying is
fine.
true, but-
yeah,
Yeah.
it's not contested. This was a really big deal,
Oh,
and we also knew
and-
that Melina didn't know about it too.
And to specify, when Anna's furious about this, threatens to leak the DMs to show proof that there's a misrepresentation when he was lying about it publicly, he basically threatens to
Show her
leak a
nudes?
revenge porn.
Yeah, he threatened to show
So-
her nudes. Or
Yeah.
to leak her nudes,
Right,
yeah.
right. Well, right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty.
He justifies this by stating leaking nudes can be just as bad as actual nudes of someone,
That's
which is
pretty
bullshit.
fucked up
Yeah.
by Destiny. All right. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
pretty fucked.
I agree.
Yeah, leaking
I
DMs
just
isn't as
I
bad
was
as leaking
curious on your
nudes.
opinion on that. Okay, cool, awesome.
Sorry, it's just that what you're saying is hard to listen.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
It's fucked up. I'm telling you, the Destiny report. Look, it's. I'm actually mad at Mrgirl too because he decided to post it. If you had another person post this with a good reputation, at least a
Or
reputation,
even
in
no
terms of-
reputation.
if President Sunday posted this, for example, like he's a little bit more clean, right? Like if he posted this, this would be taken 10 times more seriously. But yeah, whatever.
It's
I
funny.
don't know.
Sunday told Mrgirl it would have been better for me to have published it.
I mean, say what you want about Sunday, but like, well, most people don't view him as a pedophile publicly. Like, you know, so okay.
No, but
Yeah.
I might say like as far as looks go, he probably looks like one more than most people in this space.
Okay. We'll let that.
You don't think he has a
that
creepy look to him? Really?
I don't like doing that to anyone because I
I'm
think
just-
it's wrong.
Like I'm just
I don't
teasing.
like that.
I'm-
No, it's fine. You can do it. I'm not.
And,
I'm just not personally gonna do that. I'm not.
Sure. I'm
Only when people attack me for my appearance do I even like do that personally.
I'm teasing him because I fucking hate him.
You probably have your own reasons. That's fine.
Yeah. We don't get along.
but
I've never missed an opportunity to talk a little shit about Sunday.
A leader,
But
I would.
he was
I
right in
would
that respect.
recommend. The way it's structured too is you could just like post like there's like small summaries for like each little story that he has, and then if you want more context, you can always Control F to other stuff, and then there's a basic outline of like what he's trying to communicate. So it's not that hard of a read. It's just super fucking long and kind of unnecessary for some parts. I feel like
I would say it's a
you could
very
have
good
cut a
read.
lot of things.
Insofar as like I watched a lot of the things that happened in the Destiny report as they like unfolded, like when we first find out about them and stuff, but they're all painted by Destiny. And I remember thinking like, oh yeah, like everything the Destiny's saying is reasonable, but then I read it and I don't have Destiny like informing me of like what I should think about it. It became like a lot different. Like when I read it, I was like, I remember this happening, and like I felt so much different. Like just reading it and not having the video footage of it, I think is actually smart because it was way different.
I pulled an Elder Drowsy and I read I didn't say you have done this, but I covered Mrgirl content. I was covering the Destiny report, and I read
Nice.
Anna's section, and I was taking notes on notes on notes on notes, and I was just like reading through these, and I'm like, yeah, some of this stuff, like particularly what I pointed out to Leader, was like, oh, dude, like even for me who had already read it and agreed with it, like I like remind myself, oh yeah, this is actually way fucking worse, like. Like way fucking worse. I was just like, Jesus.
It's bad, dude. And it's weird. I remember when Benny and I were reading it, and some of the stuff was just like, I felt bad about myself for like allowing my opinions of it to be shaped by somebody else when I was being told about it happening. Like when it was happening, Destiny on stream, he's talking about it. Like I probably
I
should
kinda
have
let
just been
go
able
of-
to understand that.
It's kind of why I've let go of a lot of anger for people who are DGGers, because it's like, okay, I get it. Like, it sucks. They're wrong, but I get it.
It's easy to get caught up in it.
No, yeah, I was caught up in it, so, I mean, makes sense to me.
Yeah. But that's not it.
I mean, yeah, it's wild. I don't know. And when was this whole Anna thing taking place? Like, which part was this? Was this at the start? Was he doing that?
The specific stalking. Oh wait, the secret relationship. That was a little bit.
That was considerable time after all the public stuff.
It definitely wasn't the very beginning. I'll say that, but it was like towards like
When we
the
were finding
bottom
about the
half
report
of
stuff,
like the story have Anna and Destiny, like, or at least the major elements.
yeah,
That's like
I
the third
I know it
act, I would
happened
say.
after, or it happened closer to the time of the report that like we know that they hooked up again. Then like it was relatively close to that time. I actually have pictures of the DM somewhere that got
So
put out there.
I don't- that is, it's hard. I don't know. I don't have a word for it, but like, I need to say, I don't have like a word to characterize. It seems like
I'm gonna
something
read it
very
verbatim.
shitty.
I'm gonna
Like,
read
hold
this
on. It
verbatim.
seems like something very shitty to do interpersonally for someone who's
Yeah, this was
struggling
okay.
with that.
In June, Anna asked Destiny to help repair her reputation. Destiny replies with, "If I said anything, now people would be just really dramatic and dumb about stuff." Anna says, "Aren't you more concerned with Melina finding out? Not so much what your fan base thinks, but also it's not like I'm some crazy person. LMAO. You could just say you exaggerated." And then Destiny replies, with what I said earlier. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Okay, maybe in the future. Yeah. Tease me, and I'll make you and make me tweet it out sometimes. And then Anna said, "Oh, true. Now you're giving me ideas." So like, then it leads to something sexual, I believe. Yeah.
That's pretty wild. Yeah, it's like
It's the false promises. I'll fix it sometime publicly. I promise. Like, while we're
Well,
like,
no,
yeah.
it's like, to me, Anna is not like a stable fucking person.
No, yeah, that's the problematic
and
part of
She
this.
this
she
is-
certainly
yeah.
has some issues, but to how crazy she actually is or isn't is really hard to tell because every single person has had their opinion colored by Destiny while this stuff is also going on. And I
No,
think that's
so,
the
hold
really
on.
hard part for me.
What I would say is that I saw her make commitments on stream to like not engage with Destiny Online, and that it was all going to be put on hold. And I saw her break. I saw this
And what you
happen
don't see is
6,
what they're
7
talking
times.
about behind the scenes, though.
Right, I
How that
hear
changes
you
things.
with I hear what you're saying about, you know, I hear what you're saying about, I don't see what's happening behind streams, but like,
Mhm.
he's saying this to the public, okay? Now, unless I see something about what they're talking about behind the scenes during that time, and maybe Destiny's like, just, I don't know, maybe
What
he
I'm saying
is
is they've
saying something
maintained a
to completely
relationship
change.
throughout this. And so...
What,
it's,
for the
it's,
entire time? I
That's what
thought
it
they cut
seems like.
communications for a good. If that is utterly wild, Chelsea. That would be utterly wild to me.
So at
Destiny-
least
everything
2
we told you
months.
about it
I
has
don't
been
know.
utterly wild.
So, like, there's a repeated request on July 17th. Anna reiterated her request that they keep their that they not keep their friendliness a secret. And then Destiny again says, "If I want to keep it, under wraps, but it's your choice whether you want to continue chatting with me." Basically,
He probably
giving-
listen. If he probably should have been open about the fact with everyone. He should have been. If he's like considering their history, he should have been open about the fact he was.
I agree. I mean,
he was doing this sort of stuff again. They're adults. Yeah. They're free to act like crazy people if they want.
Yeah, I agree. I have the hot take of he shouldn't have interacted with her. Period. I mean, technically, he's free to do that. She's free to do that. But I think they've had like such a contentious dynamic with each other that like it was bound to get crazy again. Obviously, that I don't think it would have been wise for either party. But keeping it secret is even worse in my eyes.
I mean, hold on. What was the also there's this like giant problem of what we have these like markers in our head about things Destiny has said and when. If they behind the scenes made up and and she just wanted this and he's like, look, that wasn't in the original spirit of them making up behind the scenes. Now him sexting her is still very wild to me. And I don't know why he would do that. But there is sort of like
them hooking up too.
Yeah, well, that's very wild to me, considering like my previous what I thought about it, because like she was going on all these shows and
if it was really if it was really as bad as we were led to believe, why would he still be engaging with her like this?
The problem to me was more so like leading on the idea that, oh, maybe I'll let our relationship be more public. Maybe I'll help fix your reputation. But
Well,
like,
that's really bad
meanwhile,
too. There's layers.
yeah, like just saying tease me and make me tweet it out sometime. Like stuff like that is just very gross to me.
That's fair.
It seems that there is like a very big difference between like
Hey, all rounder. We're informing
It seems there
leader about the things that Destiny was doing with Anna that came out around the time of the public knowledge that the report was being worked on.
but yeah.
Mm.
Fuck. I guess what am I gonna fucking It's as I said, it's possible for this. It is possible for it to be. I don't know. The main disconnect for me is that I saw, is the original way this all went down. It was like it was the Anna. It was essentially the looping drama, and after that, they both stopped talking to each other. Now, I don't have a problem with them being adults and them talking to each other. But for them to like engage in the same manner again is it seems at the very
Or
least
if she's
very
as mentally
irresponsible.
unwell as Destiny says he is, or if he believes that she is, it's very uncool for him to allow that kind of relationship to be happening, because that means he's the one that's like the idea. That
Yeah,
he
he
presents is that
knows,
he's the
he
sane
knows,
one, and she's crazy.
he knows, and he's leaning into like her craziness at this point.
Right.
So
So by his
yeah.
measure of her, he's taking advantage of a mentally ill woman. By his measure of her.
Also, keeping in mind, he kept us away from Melina, so that was another form of cheating there, which is not surprising.
To me, I don't care
Listen,
so much about
alright.
the cheating or whatever. That's the personal thing. But what it illustrates is that he knows he's doing something wrong.
I was just stacking another bad thing on top of what is already a horrendous thing. I'm just stating that as like, it's just typical. Like what I'm stating basically is, it's bad behavior after bad behavior after, and it all gets stacked upon each other. And then like, I think the problem is a lot of people would say like a lot of this we knew, and then it's like, okay, so no one actually cares about like bad behavior that's going on, and that's kind of the problem is that's happening and no one genuinely cares. But like you got to at a certain point you got to learn to accept that, and Mrgirl didn't accept that, and that was part of the problem with what he was doing, is that it was like he was the one person saying here's this bad behavior, and then everyone's like, yeah, but I don't really fucking care. Like,
Yeah.
they were just gaslighting him, treating it as if it wasn't a big deal. That's why it was kind of pointless for Mrgirl to do it, in a certain sense of not entirely pointless, but in a certain sense pointless.
Mr. Girl should have never been the one to rattle.
We've already agreed on this.
No, I agree. I mean, well, right, but like in terms of presenting as his, it probably wouldn't have. It probably would have been best to give it to somebody with a better reputation, at least a better perceived reputation.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or someone without the history, or all of that sort
Yeah.
of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree
Right,
all rounder.
And
All rounder in chat said it was really disgusting when Destiny smugly admitted to cheating on Melina, and he downplayed it by saying he always lets her do whatever she wants. But she doesn't do it as much.
well, hold on. Okay. Hold on.
I know what he's talking about. We're holding on.
I mean,
Go for
like,
it.
I mean, Melina did run off with someone else on it. As far as, I agree that he was. I think that Destiny did,
I have
sort
no.
of like push the bounds of their agreement.
The only
I
thing
don't
that I
think he
commented
did
on
what
was his
Melina
own
did.
public statements. It was like the cheating thing, because he publicly stated that. I don't really have any interest in saying like who was right or wrong on that, and I've always maintained that. I think there's a lot of stuff between them that we don't know about, and relationship is complicated.
Probably.
And
I
also,
guess
it's
this
not exactly the kind of topic I feel like the subtopic that I really feel like diving into at this particular
I
moment.
love the summary of Melina. Destiny's wife. They met when she was a 20-year-old fan and he was 30. They both characterized Destiny's treatment of her as psychologically abusive. And Melina has said it makes her feel suicidal. That summary that's unhinged. Just reading that. Oh, man. Wow.
I don't know.
I like Destiny's content. You know, I think he's a good debater. I've learned things from him. As a content creator, like there's a lot to get out from him. I still think he's pretty entertaining, but
Yeah,
Well, no,
I
I
still
mean,
watch his
Destiny
stuff,
is
but I
definitely
don't.
shitty. Destiny is
not a fan of
definitely
the
a shitty
person.
person at times, right? He's definitely done things which are shitty.
Right, and then we're getting back
Everything
into
and everyone's-
do we really care about people being shitty? Is that what we're going back to?
I didn't say that.
I'm asking. I'm not accusing you. I'm just asking.
I'm not saying you're doing this.
I don't
I'm not
know.
saying leader. I'm not saying you're doing this, but the language you were using is what language is often is used to downplay like something that's like unhinged, like actually like repulsive behavior, where it's just like that's normalized. That's kind of the problem. What Mr. Goal is pointing out. That's the systematic issue. That's the systematic issue of the sphere.
Hold on. A lot of the problem that I run into with the whole Destiny is that his drama is on his life is online, and everything he does is like a product of online. So normally I would say if someone said to me, "Oh well, they cheated," or one's 20, one's 30. This is I would say this is their personal details, and really we shouldn't be we shouldn't really be sort of like intruding into their lives, because there's nothing. A 20-year-old and a 30-year-old at the end of the day are both adults. I would, there's
Same.
you could say that one's more
In terms of this, I'm not making any
Growling
huge
interactive,
moral
that's true.
declarative statements on that age gap. I mean, that can be problematic, but it can be handled responsibly. He's just stating this as one of the factors to consider when you think of his relationship with Melina. Like even Destiny has pointed out various many times that there's a huge age gap difference in experience and stuff like that they had to deal with. So it's just one of many factors you have to consider. I really gotta go to bed. I gotta get some sleep.
Alrighty. Yeah, you all
I would
set?
stick
Are you
around
a good
and
leader
talk
too?
Code Geass and shit like that, but
Oh, soon.
I'm sorry, what were you doing? Go ahead.
I was asking leader if he is all set too, because then I'll go back to the video. But I do want to talk to you about Code Geass because I love Code Geass.
Yeah, I keep meaning to set up a conversation.
Code Geass is really
Yeah.
nice. I didn't see any of the latest stuff, but
I refuse to watch anything else. I'll say that to Elder right
new
now. I
series
don't
is
want to watch
good.
anything else. I'm good. I'm satisfied. The ending was great enough.
The movie
I don't
doesn't
need
soil
anything
the
else.
good. This movie doesn't soil the ending at all.
I might watch the movie, but I'm
what
having
about the
huge
latest?
reservations.
What about the latest? What about the two series after that?
I'm not watching those. I'm just not. I'm good. I'm satisfied.
It is a
I
perfect
felt
TV
like
show.
I got a whole good story. Some things just need to die, and I think that's the perfect kind of show where it's like, it's fine where it is. But yeah, I'll talk to you about that. Probably. When are you streaming again?
I've been streaming every night because I am in desperate need of money. So
Okay,
I've been having that up.
I might talk to you tomorrow about it if you want. So,
Okay.
All right. Well, you have a good night. Have fun. I will save this VOD to rewatch. I haven't watched the first part of you covering this conversation, but I saved that for tomorrow while I'm working. So,
Based.
all right. Have a good one. Good
too.
talking to you, leader.
It was great talking to you too. Sorry if I'm sure that sometimes. I know sometimes talking to me, talking to me is very difficult.
It wasn't that difficult for me. I thought you were pretty cordial. Oh, you seem nice. All right.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. You have a wonderful day. Nice talking.
Later, bud.
Leader, it's a pleasure as always for me as well.
Thank you, Mr. Drowsy. I really like talking to you too. it is having debates with you about stuff is really I find it enjoyable. And, because you're a switched on guy, and you've got an interesting take on literally everything.
And you forgot I'm so gracious when I win those debates. Just kidding. Like I said, I've always appreciated about you that when you're somebody that can actually be moved in a conversation like this. Although you are extremely stubborn sometimes, but we all are. But like you actually are capable of moving your positions about things, which is pretty rare, I'd say.
Yeah, well, it is. I I don't. I know most things, not everything. Sorry, getting. I did want to. No. I don't know what I want to do. Mister, where do you think it's all going, Mister Drazi?
What do I think? What's all going?
Mr. Girl. I mean, like Mr. Girl was right about the if Mr. Girl was in the community at this point in time, he would be literally treated as a god.
It is really
you
sad.
know I'm right about this.
He really doesn't get to reap any of the benefits of the hard work that he's put in, and it's tragic. Honestly, because there's very few people in this space that have like really suffered to do what they think is correct, like he has, and then been shown to be right as often as he has. So it fucking sucks, dude. And every once in a while, you'll hear other creators say like that, like essentially they're just saying like Mr. Girl was right, or like this is kind of proving Mr. Girl right. This is what Mr. Girl was saying. It's like, yeah, who would have fucking thought?
So, like, I mean, just to be clear, like, he was right about the Fuentes argument. Came out. He was on ball with that. He was on ball. Destiny sort of like Destiny that like dragged his like ex-wife for a bit, and that was very much in favor of what he's saying. Yeah. To me, when Mr. Girl's on his game, these are the types of things he's saying. I don't think he was on his game for like you and I talk about things, like you and I talk about these things, and I think you would agree that like when he started the report thing, he wasn't on his best, right?
Of course not. Destiny preemptively struck at him for it. He had all this shit coming at him. When he didn't even make a declaration or anything. He didn't put Destiny on blast publicly or anything like that. Destiny put what was happening on blast. He's the one that made it public. Mr. Girl was trying to do his research in quiet, outside of the public, so he could present what he found and not have to talk about what he thought. The only reason Mr. Girl talked about what he thought is because his hand was forced. He didn't have a choice. Other people brought it to him, which is not how he was trying to present it. Which drives me crazy because that is not the narrative that is presented at all. It's like Mr. Girl announced to everybody that he's doing this because he thinks Destiny's a bad guy. So he had to give his thoughts and ideas before the report was even done. And it was a lot of the behavior from Destiny and his community that I think emboldened the negative thoughts that Mr. Girl had about Destiny at that time. It was a really... I think that people have a really incorrect idea about the timeline and about how these things happened. And it's really shaped the public perception about what Mr. Girl was doing at that time. And that sucks a lot.
I mean, I would say that, Destiny did sort of come out and say Mr. Girl was doing this, but Mr. Girl could have responded in any way like. He didn't have to release the document. His hand wasn't forced.
That's not Destiny really what I'm getting at here, though. You know that, right?
I know what you mean, but yeah, I know what you mean. but you can sort of get you and I we sort of agree a lot on the periphery on a lot of.
Like the optics of it, we agree on. You're saying?
No, no, we seem to like agree a lot of sort of like the optics. We agree on like we agree on like a lot of the periphery stuff about the sort of like surrounding like everything sort of like leads up to it. If I'm you've I guess I for like I when I sort of like back off it, I'm saying me as like a feeling, like the sort of like self-sabotage there,
Mm-hmm.
which I understand you said is that the self-sabotage is sort of like, for me, it's sort of like a big sort of like indicator.
Well,
So
I
for
would
me
say it's like
personally,
martyrdom
if that
kind of
is
deal. But I don't think he's doing it to sabotage himself. I just think that if the doing the right thing is also going to hurt him, I think that he feels like it's a bit more valuable. There's like
so
there's something extra there to be had to, because like if you're doing something and it benefits you, if you're like exposing something and it benefits you, um I think it's a lot harder for people to accept that. But if it hurts you, then like how could it not be like it just feels like you must be even more just in doing it because you're doing it
so you
at
and
the cost of you.
so you and I have both identified that we both think Mr. Girl is like a pretty intelligent individual. That he can sort of come out with some really intelligent takes, and that when at least when he's at the top of his game, he's making the right moves. Now I guess sort of like I guess surrounding this whole ordeal is that like he he sort of acted like that trajectory. He was on that trajectory regardless of what it would do to him personally, and I understand that he still followed through on the report. Now
Mm-hmm.
you're saying it's because he's a self-sabotage martyrdom, but like also when someone is blinded, there has to be a good reason for someone to not be seeing the obvious. The obvious being that he should have stepped away at after this argument and reassessed everything.
Now, when we
And
say that though, we're saying he ought to have done that because why? For his own sake, right?
For his own sake, for his like community, for like
For
when I
his
say his
community,
own
yes, for
sake,
his
is
own
like
sake. Yeah.
for his community, for like his own personal sort of like well-being. But like he pushed through all of that to his own detriment,
Yep.
right? And
Yep.
sort of like, to me, there has to be some reason as to why those blinders were on and why he didn't see something that like, for instance, your very like concise arguments about like who should write the report, or like him going like the whole argument about him
Yeah, I think a
arguing
lot of
with
that was guilt.
Destiny. Right, sure, but him arguing with Destiny, even about the subreddit. If his blinders weren't on, he would be able to see that Destiny isn't, like, they're talking past each other. Destiny isn't going to like allow someone to disparage like his image on his subreddit. And I think that you at some points recognize that he knew this was what Destiny was sort of saying. What Destiny meant. He was saying something else. He was talking past him. This is where Destiny's thoughts were at this time. This is what he was doing. And I think that he realized that at this point. He just continued regardless. So I guess what I'm saying to is that there's something on that, like, he had contacts on that sort of like stopped him from acting in the optimal manner in these situations.
Sure. Like I don't necessarily disagree, but like I don't know how valuable exploring like the optimal thing is here. Because like at the end of the day,
Right, but
it's also a conversation between two friends, which sort of has its own built-in nuance as well.
Yeah, sure, sure. I don't dispute. But like, that's sort of like you're so like when I guess sort of like you're saying to me that you've de- Mr. Girl for whatever reason has you've said Eldrazi, you've said that he's this way because he is like he is pursuing a high goal. This
Mhm.
is like his repeated pattern of behavior.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
and I can take you at your word for that. But I would also like to sort of add in like I'd like to give you a little addendum for something, a little note here. He has explanation for every which way he moves, and you can explain. You can he can sell you whichever way he wants, but at the end of the day, he shouldn't have been the one to write that report. And I think he was smart enough to see that. I think he was smart enough to see that Destiny probably wouldn't have budged on the whole Reddit thing. I think that during the Fuentes debate, I think that Mr. Girl was really turned on. I think he was smart enough to know that he was being lied to. And to me, like the best like as a, the to me the best fit for all of that is that betrayal was like the narrative that was like what was going through his head at the time, and he couldn't get past that. Now, you tell me that it's his martyrdom. I guess I'll believe you, but because
It's
I don't know,
yeah, I
I
think
don't have
that
anything else to like
it
say.
certainly
But
contributes. Uh, it's the thing. I think it's certainly a pattern of behavior. For sure. That is pretty well documented at this point.
all
I
right,
think it helps
I
us get
love you,
past
Mr.
the why
Drazi,
would he
sir.
do that. I love you too, buddy.
I love you, Mr. But you have a wonderful day. I'm gonna I'll jump out and I'll jump into chat. I'm sorry for throwing you off course for so long,
No
but I
problem. It
found
was a
this
long 10 minutes,
conversation.
but it's all good.
I tried to make it 10 minutes, because I knew how this would go. I didn't want to I didn't want I yeah. It's okay.
It's all
I'll
good,
jump
buddy.
out. Thank you, Mr. Trazi, sir.
Take it easy. Let's see here. All right, let me get this back up on the screen. And I'll catch up on chat. Keep playing my game, but you won't get to see me play my game. Although I think that those are some of the best games to have as background because they're so visually just good. They're so pretty. And the puzzles are neat. Let's see here. He profits off of talking about stuff like that, which is entertainment to his audience. To me, pretty clearly very self-destructive, which plays out as him doing everything he can to not be successful in the name of being moral. Yeah. From his perspective, he's incredibly empathetic and hates doing that shit he sees as immoral. I get that though, because like me too. It reminds me of someone that donates a lot to charity, lives frugally because they don't like engaging in immoral activities like being vegan, buying clothes made from first world countries. Frugal isn't the right word, but you get what I mean. Yeah, what's his name? Is it Singer? Yeah, okay, yeah. Peter Singer. He's like a real utilitarian. He lives extremely like he donates almost all of his money to charity and shit. He only spends like money on what he needs. He donates the rest to like UNICEF, I think. He like practices what he preaches super hard. Yeah. Because he was like the guy to point out like, well, if we really believe like nobody would say that like if you could save like a little girl's life who's drowning in a fountain, but you didn't want to because you didn't want to ruin your shoes, everybody would properly call you a monster. But at the same time, you could give like $1.20 and you could be saving somebody's life across the world. And they're like, this is just obviously, like then it's like if we all agree on the one, then obviously we all agree on the other one, and that yet nobody feels the same kind of compulsion to help, and so he just decides to live that way, which is badass, honestly. Yeah, it's I don't think most people could do it. Yeah, so it's kind of like that. I agree. I just make sure that I set up my moral foundations to let me live a little bit more free.
I think my issue is around moderating decisions focused on people rather than ideas. So banning me and banning fans of me just for being fans of me definitely feels like it's setting the stage further for a dogpile beyond the other, factors I've already talked about.
Okay. Do you expect... yeah, go ahead.
What, do you have anything to say about that?
I don't know if you expect me to want to say something about that.
I expect nothing.
Okay. Well, it's going to go back to the kind of what we just said, is that like I just need to feel like the moderation style is in my best interest. Otherwise, I'm just not going to yield much, I don't think.
Okay. Well, all empathy and care about other people is ultimately self-interest.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Yeah, but that can be really roundabout gotten to sometimes. Just depends on.
Yeah. So, is it in your best interest to create an environment that is intolerable to me and that hurts me?
It depends on what tolerating you looks like. If that includes like some level of what I would consider like detrimental anti-jerking in my community, then I say, well, it's probably not worth it.
Yeah, well, it sounds like that's where we're heading.
I mean, maybe
Not to draw the conclusion for you, but it seems like that's the way you're leaning, especially since I've been banned for a week or so now.
Well, that's because everything keeps going on. The temperature hasn't cooled off at all. Because if I unban and then everybody comes back and immediately starts shitting on everything again, then it's like, okay, well, fuck. Now nobody's gonna want. Now it's gonna be even worse. And it's like everything is fucked at that point. I'm just kind of like waiting for things to chill. But this has been like a hot topic news item for like over a week now, I think.
Well, I can't chill.
Okay, that's probably not good. Because it reinforces in everybody's mind, like, oh, well, this is the reason why they were banned, and it was probably good that we did it.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as you unban me, I'm going to write an essay about what fucking assholes you guys all are. 100%. It's going to be the best thing I've ever written.
Okay, that just makes it sound like... But then everybody's going to be like, okay, well, this was a mistake, and now you're back to square zero.
Yeah, okay, so maybe it's a sunk... Do you regret banning me?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I technically forethought did it, but I'm not sure now. After seeing how everything is played out, now it's like, holy fuck, maybe something needed to happen. I don't know.
Okay, well, this is
Definitely
evidence
not
of
the
what I'm
answer
saying
he's
when I
looking
say I
for
don't think
here.
it's intentional. I don't think you're plotting or scheming against me. I just think that these things are happening systemically. I think that the nature of your content is shitting on people. Often. You watch things, react to people, mock people, attack people. That's just like kind of part of what you do. And so your community is obviously going to mimic you shitting on people, and I think that also increases.
Yeah, to some extent. That's why I've tried to like chill a bit over long periods of time, because
Well, I'm a very delicate, sensitive person, and I make content and talk about things in ways that are really easy to misunderstand and really easy to dogpile, and I really hate being dogpiled. I think part of what made me form such a strong emotional attachment to you was your willingness to see through that. You actually lifted me out of a dog pile, a way bigger dog pile, in a way worse dog pile. I was buried, and you pulled me out, and I will be forever grateful to you for that. But it is upsetting to have that, and then hear tales of Vosh and Hassan and other people, and people see whispers of people saying, "Oh, we'll see when the bridge burns. We'll see when you turn into the bad guy. You'll see what's going to happen. You'll see what's going to happen." And me saying, "Oh, no, it's not going to happen," and then slowly see the lava around me rising and slowly understanding, like, oh, okay.
Yeah, this is true, but so here's something that's interesting to me. Your hated foe Brittany said this, and it's something that I've thought about a lot. I don't understand why people are so keen to give up so much agency over themselves. Like, it feels like right now you're screaming at me, begging me to pull you out of the water, and you're drowning in a puddle that's 1 foot deep. You're like rolling around in it, like, help me. And then you're throwing your face back down, and it's like, please just pick me up. And I'm like, just chill for like 3 days and it'll all go away. Like, so much of it is like self-invited, like just chill. And it's like, and most of it will clear out.
Saying it's self-invited is sort of to act like that's shitty. Like saying like you're doing it to yourself, but like literally though, it's being done to him, and it's just how he's reacting to what's being done to him. I feel like it would have been a lot better if he just didn't. I guess it's all just part of it. I guess. It's a little it's dishonest.
It even almost kind of sort of was, because I think even after you declared war, you had your no jumper thing, and I think there was like a 500 comment thread. There was like overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah.
It was like, just like one more interview or funny interaction like that, and almost after that, and then everybody would have probably been like, oh yeah, everything's chill. Then the subreddit would have been like, why is Max still banned? It's actually really lame that like that would be the whole subreddit. Like, it's kind of cringe that you guys banned him. Like, why do you blah blah blah? That would have been the whole sub. And then if I would have started banning people at that point, my sub would have revolted. They'd be like, what the fuck? This is bullshit. But when you guys keep upping the ante over and over and over and over again, especially with everything that's gone in the past 2 or 3 or 4 days. That's why you said, like, do you regret banning me? Now my community is like in unison, is like, no, these people are fucking horrible, blah, blah, because of like, and I understand how when the pressure is up, you guys are motivated to act in a certain way. But it's like, people just like chill, then it's like, boom, then you're like, good, everything would go away and everything would, like, people have done this before. You just chill and it's like, oh, okay, cool, then everything's fine and you're done.
I think that you're asking me to be resigned to the extreme highs and extreme lows, roller coaster, addictive nature of your community.
Yes, I am, because I'm resigned to the exact same ebb and flow of my community and external communities. That's just always how it goes. I literally joke about myself. There are times when there are things that I do, and I'm like, you know what? Taking a 2-day break from the sub because it's going to be brutal. I'm going to be talking about NFTs all fucking 2 days, and there's going to be some combo they hit it, and then it happens. Sometimes I just fuck it. I just disconnect from my sub. I don't check it for a day or two. And I'm like, yeah, fuck it. I know they're going to be this way. And then you just, yeah. But then you have a funny debate. You do a funny thing, and then you're like, oh, cool, he's cool again. And then that's always like the ebb and flow of large communities. It is what it is. There's no escaping that ever. I don't think there's any controlling that flow.
Well, I don't think that's true, or else you wouldn't be banning all of my fans and banning me. You're banning me to control the flow.
Not the flow, just certain types of things. There's things like the ebb and flow is always going to be there, but there's types of persistent toxicities that you can moderate against.
You're banning me to change the atmosphere.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you can have a little bit.
Changes. Okay,
but I'm not. But your implications are always.
I feel like it's a little disingenuous to have your finger on the button and then say like, oh, it's just the weather, when it's not just the weather. You are trying to control the weather and successfully doing so. I'm now universally hated on your sub. You banned me, banned all my fans, told everybody that I'm gaslighting, narcissistic, whatever, and now that's what they think. I've been rewritten. That's who I am now.
It's not though. None of these things are permanent. These things can like come.
I know it's not. Oh, I know it's not permanent. I know.
But you're making it permanent. You are making it permanent.
Yeah, because I don't want to do it anymore.
But like,
I don't want to do it.
Here's what
I can handle the natural, inevitable ebb and flow, but you making it worse. No, you making it worse for me to make it better for yourself in the moment. No, I don't want to do that. You should have to ride it the same fucking way I do, or else I don't want to be part of the community.
I don't have to ride it the same way because it's my community. Much the same that you have the right to moderate your community how you want.
If you want me, okay. If you want me to be in it, you do.
Okay, that's fair.
because it's not.
But then we're back at the thing that you said wasn't happening.
Psychologically sustainable.
Sure, but then we're back at the thing that we said at the very beginning, which is you explicitly said this isn't you just making one argument about yourself, it's the merits of the argument. But now we're back at what I said I thought it was in the beginning, which is like, you have to do this or like, I'm not going to be okay with it. So it sounds like that is the...
That's not exactly what he was saying, but okay, I guess.
Well, that's one of my arguments is that certain of your orbiters can't tolerate the way that they're treated.
Yeah, and for those people, I would say don't. Just don't.
Okay. Well, if that's how it is, then I won't. Yeah, maybe one day we can do like a movie review, or if I have a panel, I'll invite you
this
on.
is right here.
But like the like, am I going to come on to talk about my fight with Shaylin and whether or not I'm abusive? These like, I'm very vulnerable with you. I'm very vulnerable with your stream. I've exposed a lot and opened myself up to a lot of criticism in ways that, like, I think that's one of the things you like about me, is that I'm willing to do that.
Yeah, but when you're willing to take positions like that, I think you have to be willing to like deal with, like, I take very edgy positions on some things as well, and I know that it's going to invite certain like blowback, unless it is what it is.
And I can deal with that, but what I can't deal with is you, my friend, colleague. I said in some ways my boss. I don't think that's as true for me anymore. But you know, you're the one with the more power, certainly in your community, but I think also in our professional relationship for sure. With you making it worse on me to make it better for yourself. That's what I can't deal with. I can deal with the dog pile, but I can't deal with you encouraging it.
Okay.
That
So then
seems fair.
we do agree then that what I said at the beginning was that this is about you making a particular demand just on the merits of you wanting to feel better about the moderation. That's what this was
I think
always about.
I don't think it's about one thing or the other. That is one of my arguments, is that I think more sensitive people who are more vulnerable are not going to want to put up with this. I also think that people who want to push back on you against more things and who disagree with you and argue with you about more stuff, or maybe people who are more egotistical and also are just not going to want to put up with it. People don't. So only.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think I'm not going to want to change my community to acquiesce to those personality types.
Okay, you don't
right?
have to. I'm just pushing back against your characterization that my only point in argument here has just been that I don't like what you're doing. That's one of them.
Well, but that is. You're saying there are some people that are too egotistical to deal with your moderation style. I don't think that's a
that's
compelling.
one of them.
But that's not a compelling argument for me to change my moderation style.
Okay, I think it is. I don't think it is on its own, but I think it's worth considering. The types of people who you're going to push away, including me, and the types of people.
Okay,
that
so
you're
then
going
this
to
is so
attract.
then I know you didn't want to do this before,
I
but
don't
this would
know
be a
if-
really good spot to like. Okay, give me.
Has this ever been? Has anybody else checked my alerts? Let's see. Oh shit! Thank you very much. Sorry, I meant to say too. If you donate on PayPal, please say something in chat because I don't get notifications on my phone, and I don't have any way for it to like. There's like no real mechanism for me to set it up so that it does. So I mean, you kind of did. You said check your alerts. Let me see here. I can give you a proper shout out. I won't say your name. Oh, it's Leader TV. Stay strong, buddy. Thank you very much for the $9.26. Leader, I greatly appreciate it. You have no idea. Genuinely. Also, if you want me to cover any particular thing, you want me to. If you want me to watch a video, you want me to talk about something, you want me to talk to somebody, I'll do my best to talk to them. I'll bug them or whatever. That's the size of a donation that I'm fully comfortable giving. Like anybody who has, since I started doing this too, basically you get a slice of content that you want. It's 15 Australian dollars. Oh, well, thank you very much for 15 Australian dollars. It does sound a lot better to say it that way. I just figured out what the New Zealand dollar conversion was the other day. Genuinely appreciate it, bud. You need to basically be submissive in Destiny's community, and then all will be good. It's not even true though. It's you have to be causing conflict. You have to fight with Destiny, but at the end of the day, you have to ultimately be submissive. Because if you don't do that other stuff, then you're boring. Why is Destiny saying that? Oh, there were other points Mr. Gold made Destiny just didn't agree with. Yeah. It's Destiny talking to Mr. Girl has really shown me how he can move around points that people make and then hammer down on, like, he'll find the weakest arguments that he can and then act like those arguments were everything. It kind of drives me crazy. And I've become like super aware of it now. It's really, really frustrating as somebody who like genuinely likes Destiny's content, because like I still watch him debate, and sometimes I have to wonder, like, it seems like he's crushing this right now, but like, is that really what's happening? Is it happening as much as I feel like it is? I can't just take like how I'm looking at all of his debates anymore at face value, even though I get pretty wrapped up in it, like I normally would. But there's always like afterwards when I go and reflect on it, I always have to wonder, like, were any of these like I guess to his credit still, if all that matters is winning the debate, then like if I think he won, then he won. That's how it works. But I think the reason why most people become a fan of his is because not just because like he wins for the sake of winning, but like he has the better arguments. But the longer time goes on, sometimes you'll notice that he just had the better rhetoric, which is something that Destiny's like actively complained about, especially like when you talk to Vosh. Sometimes Vosh would have the better rhetoric, but like he'd be wrong. And I distinctly remember Destiny being frustrated by that. So it kind of fucking sucks to not really know if, like, when I'm watching debate, because I love debates, and not really know if I'm able to assess what I'm seeing properly. He'd have better arguments if he debated flat, even if he debated flat Earth against lots of people. Funny enough, that first debate I ever seen him do was against a flat earther. And I didn't even know who Destiny. I didn't even know it was Destiny at the time. My old roommate showed it to me, that debate, and it was pretty wild. The guy that he was debating against was it was pretty impressive how bad he was at arguing it. It caused me to invent better arguments for flat Earth. That's how bad it was. Which means pretty bad. He switches from one belief. Also, you don't have to react to this, but did you know that Rem performed Money Game 2 live at the Sky Arts? No! I want to see that a lot. I think from like a messaging perspective, Money Game 2 is probably my favorite one. From like a whole performance, obviously Money Game 3 is the best one. It's not even fucking close. Just everything that went into it is fucking insane. He's such a madman. I don't know if you've seen any behind the scenes stuff about them shooting it and stuff too. They were like on like, they did like 60 takes or something. And the one they kept, he hadn't smoked cigarettes in like quite a long time, and he smoked down 3 cigarettes like back to back to back. And then they did another take, and that's the take that they kept, because everything has to be done in one take for his videos. It's like everybody's just like dead. They're exhausted. They're tired of running it, himself included. And all he had to do was just chain smoke 3 cigarettes and muscle through it. Also, the butler that's standing up against the wall, this is a little fun fact. Knox Hill was in place of that butler during their first rehearsal of it. I just thought that was a fun one to know, because their relationship is pretty cool. No, I'm gonna have to check that out. And I keep wanting to make my Cujo beatdown reaction video too, but every time I'm like ready to do that, I'm like, I need to stream right now. It's too late. I should have already been streaming. Yeah, their friendship is heartwarming, I would say. At
Me
the
some
risk of sounding a little
examples.
cringe.
Because there are certain types of people, it's like, fuck, I can't believe I lost this person in my community because this happened, or I can't believe that I lost this person in my community, this happened. Like, if that was happening over and over again, I'd be like, okay, this probably needs to change. So, like, two things that I think needed to change are, there is a lot of dogpile on my subreddit, and that's something I tried. We did that with the 3-day rule. No more posting for weeks about people. I might even cut that back even more, because like the posting incessantly is like really annoying. No more of the Coomer posting. A lot of women don't like, a long time ago, it's funny because somebody brought this up recently on my subreddit, that harem is bad or blah, blah, blah. I actually banned all references of harem anything, because that type of humor and these types of jokes made it so women never wanted to come on stream. That's one of the reasons why the misogyny ban is in effect. I have women that I would like to come on stream and talk, but they're like, I don't know, like there's some stuff that goes on, it's a little bit weird. It's like, okay, I understand that. But then I want to change my community. So if you can demonstrate, like, oh, well, here's people that you've lost, and the examples you pointed out are ones that you're not fully aware of. So you point out like Hassan and Vosh that had nothing to do with this. But if there were like people that I've lost, was like, oh fuck, I could keep these people around. Then I would probably, then there are things that I'd probably reconsider.
You
And don't
think
say-
facing
Okay, go ahead.
you don't think
It
What
sounded
do you
like you were
want?
about to
What am I-
say, you're gonna lose me.
That's the shittiest thing that Destiny did in this whole thing. It's so shit. It's like, god damn it, dude. I hate that. I hate that so much. Like, just what a dick. Like somebody decides to forge a friendship with you and dares to be emotionally vulnerable, and that's how you treat it. It's some fucked shit.
That's what I thought you were gonna say. Sorry, go ahead.
okay? I think I know you're being funny, but you're also just making fun of me for being upset.
Just curious what your answer will be. Go ahead. Oh,
don't
X skills me was another example. Sorry, go ahead.
You don't think facing vitriol from your community had anything to do with your falling out with Vosh or Hassan?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I think that you got the cause and effect wrong. Most of my community there was actually against me. And then I made a choice that I was like, I don't think I want communists and socialists in my community. And then I said, if you're a communist socialist, like fucking leave. And then I axed out all the like commies and socialists from my community. But it wasn't because I didn't get upset at like Hassan and Vosh because like
God.
or they didn't get mad at me because
You're right. It's extremely cold and harsh. Makes me uncomfortable. But not a lot of. There's like only a small handful of like streamer interactions that I've seen that like I would say are like actually pretty sad. That's one of them though. That fucking sucked.
my community was like vitriolic towards them. They might say that because they're like, if they pick out like any Hassan might say that. Vosh I don't think would. Hassan might say that, but like when Hassan was posting in my subreddit, I'm pretty sure he was generally getting a lot of support almost all the time, except like one or two particular things. He was almost always getting a lot of support.
Me too.
Got him.
Well, wait, then what? Hold on. Then where are we even at? I just lost the whole conversation.
You said that getting vitriol from your community has nothing to do with what the falling outs with Vosh and Hassan, and I'm saying it seems like it has to be a factor. If if like you and I are like questioning or renegotiating our professional relationship, I get a lot of support in your subreddit.
Okay, wait. Then
And
what
yet I'm being
exactly?
talked
What even
about.
what is your problem? Then hold on. I'm not actually even sure then, or I
What?
lost the whole conversation. I thought. So you're saying they get a lot of support in my community, but they still have a lot of vitriol they have to deal with.
Destiny gets confused when he gets shown that he's wrong.
Yeah, because you eventually ban all the supporters and then have a falling out with the creator. That's the same. That's the same thing you're doing right now. You're like, I don't want these people in my subreddit. Fuck off. And then it just feels like really bad to the person you're doing it to. and then all of
Sure.
a sudden
Okay. Yeah.
was
But
warring-
but it wasn't.
warring
They did.
factions.
I'm just saying that these people didn't leave because the subreddit was vitriolic towards them.
Okay, I
It's
understand.
because I started to have disagreements with them. I haven't had any disagreements with you where it's like I need to kick Max out because I super disagree with him.
You just feel like it,
Well, Forethought did.
and you felt like allowing him to.
Well, he is allowed to. He's my moderator. Yeah.
Okay, so you won't. Even a week later, you won't own the ban.
I mean, I'll own it. Yeah, he's my moderator. He's like, he does what he does.
Okay,
I mean, it's
so
my.
can we just say that you banned me and stop talking about Forethought? I don't hate Forethought. He's just an
if that makes you
extension of
sure, if that makes you feel better, then yes, I banned you.
Forethought is a
that makes
tentacle
you feel
that's
better.
coming out of your body.
Gotcha. True.
It may have a mind of its own, but
Maybe. We don't even know.
Ultimately, you control it. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. If these things were different, I don't know what would have happened with those friendships. I don't know them, and I don't know your relationship with them that well. It's not the kind of thing that is like just or provable. Like I don't think we're gonna see somebody saying like, I would really love to stream with Destiny, but his community is so toxic. There's people thinking that. I mean, I don't know. We don't know who would be in your community or who would be willing to talk to you if this were different. I don't know. I think that there's something about your content and things you're doing that are attracting misogyny or that attract dogpiling. And so you're...
But the reason why I push back against this before is I think every single online community of a certain size dogpiles. It's like, that's just a nature of online. Like, can you think of a single large community that doesn't?
I don't know. I don't know.
He doesn't know a lot of large communities, yeah.
Because I feel like that's everybody. But go ahead.
But you're telling me you're not going to do this.
There are certainly, yeah, if it makes you feel better. It's pretty shitty. Also, there are certainly things that people with large communities do to stop this from happening, and Destiny's he's just playing dumb. It's really crazy to hear the guy who I listened to say for so many years, I do a better job than almost anybody, or than anybody that's policing my community, and it just doesn't really seem like it's true. It doesn't feel like it's true. Because when it comes down to it and push comes to shove, it's just kind of like, that's my community, suck my dick. Seems to be the answer.
The things I'm suggesting, or you're seems like you're not going to do the things I'm suggesting that I think would curb some of it. So what my point is that even if you do things to address misogyny, dogpiling, like the 3-day rule, you're not really addressing the core issues. Again, you just come off like you're like the good guy who's like, hey, I'm protecting women and I'm protecting people from getting dogpiled.
Well,
which is like
when you
good.
imply that I'm just being the good guy, you're implying I'm not trying to take an actual serious step to change anything.
I think
Correct.
you're taking a surface level step to change things, but that makes you look like you're trying to change it. And in some cases kind of does change it, but you're not really addressing the core structural issues that are causing misogyny and dogpiling behavior in your subreddit.
And those core structural issues are what? Banning people that disagree.
I think that the "you're gonna lose me" comment, and if it makes you feel better, I think that really hurt. He's saying what I was saying. He was saying. I don't know. I'm not sure where we're at with that. I think that I lost my train of thought. The Destiny thing. I thought you were gonna say you're gonna lose me, and that if it makes you feel better, I think like this is where I think Mrgirl knows that all the hope's lost, and now he's just sort of trying to have the conversation that's left. But I think that he's like, sufficiently fucked up by it now. God, it sucks.
Agree with me?
Oh.
Two.
Hey guys, I'm going to ban convos about X person for X days. Great example of surface level solution to deep rooted problems.
Much.
Yeah. You right.
Yeah, that's one. So that if 51% of people in your subreddit are misogynistic, if you ban people, if you increase conformity, you're then necessarily going to end up increasing misogyny as a side effect. If you make a misogynistic joke and your subreddit is full of people who just parrot whatever you say, you call Lav a dumb bitch, they parrot whatever you say, then all of a sudden we have this explosion of misogyny that if there was encouraged to have people in your subreddit who were like, dude, you're really sexist, like you're misogynistic all the time, you're constantly misogynistic, what's your problem, man? If that was like sentiment that was encouraged for people to have, then maybe somebody wouldn't get dogpiled if you call them a dumb bitch. So I'm not gonna be able to draw like a perfect through line for these
yeah,
things.
no, I know, but I don't think, like I said earlier, I think every single online community is prone to dogpiling just because they're large online communities. Like, full stop.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I mean, I feel okay. So that sounds like you're not interested.
Yeah.
I feel like we're back to
Destiny's not interested in talking about why his is particularly bad for it. Or like, it's like Destiny's is particularly prone to it. And when they do it, it has a worse effect on the people getting dogpiled. Like, and it's really weird to, it's not weird, it's very frustrating to hear this get brought up to him over and over again and have him just sort of like wave it off as though the issue is that dogpiling occurs and there's nothing particular about his community when it happens, that like it's just the issue that sometimes dogpiling exists. He knows that that's not what's being addressed here. He knows that Mrgirl's making a bigger claim than that, and he just doesn't want to address it. And I don't know how he doesn't end up coming off looking like really weak with his argument to like everybody when he's doing this. It's very weird to me. I feel like more people should have seen this as like a super bad move on his part. Ayla complained about the same thing Mrgirl's talking about right here. He's not willing to acknowledge actions that he takes to actively make things worse in terms of how his community is, what his orbiters are subjected to. He's not dumb, he's just incredibly defensive right now. Correct, I don't think he's dumb. He's, it makes him, that's what I'm saying, it makes him look weak in that, it just seems like it seems obvious that he's avoiding answering the question because or addressing the issue. He can't actually address this issue without having to take back the thing that he said time and time again, that he is like the best at moderating his communities. This is something that he's consistently said over and over again, and it's being shown to just be not true. And now that we're at a point where it's able to be, where somebody's shining a light on it and talking about it, he's just acting like he's on purpose diverting it to this idea that just dogpiling in general is just bad. And there's nothing special happening here. It's I just think that this basically, like, it's so bad that like this should be like I'm surprised that people don't still meme on this.
then you don't think it's worth hearing what I think you're doing to contribute to dogpiling.
What were the things that I was doing that contributed to dogpiling?
Making your content, mocking people and talking shit about them.
So now you want me
That's
to
one
change.
thing.
So now you want me to change my content. That's the main complaint, or one of the big complaints.
I don't have a main complaint. You keep trying to boil. This is a complex situation with a lot.
He's doing the same thing again. He's trying to oversimplify everything that Mrgirl's saying to make him sound like the things that he's saying are like somehow like weirdly like not understandable, like, or that what he's saying is like a lot more unreasonable than what he's actually saying. And if you're a Destiny fan, it should bother you too, because even if Mr. Girl's in the right, I feel like Destiny, given his notoriety for like debate stuff, he should be able to debate his way around this too, but he's just dodging it.
A lot of
It's
nuanced
super
points
weird.
I'm trying to make. You keep trying to boil everything I say down to one stupid argument that I'm not making.
I guess I didn't have to pause and say that. I guess the hidden claim is that even if he did more, nothing much would change, and it's for the best that he does what he does because it helps community grow and be sustainable.
I'm just pointing out that when you say
If that's what he's saying, then he definitely should say that. And I think there's a reason. The reason that he doesn't is because that's way easier to argue against. Sorry. It's a lot easier to argue against that. Well, if Mr. Girl was arguing that, it would be really easy for people that are listening to take issue with it, I think.
well, I do everything to
And
curb
disagree.
misogyny, and I'm doing stuff to curb misogyny in my community. And I'm like, well, you haven't really. Whenever it's brought up that you screamed at Lav that she's a dumb bitch, you just defend it. So yeah, you can outlaw.
No, hold on. Okay, if anything associated with Lab was increased misogyny, it was having her on my stream. It wasn't calling her dumb bitch one time. I know that's like the narrative that you guys have like.
Sorry, Max. Actually, Lab's such a dumb bitch that it just me platforming her was actually encouraging misogyny because it let everybody see what a dumb bitch a woman could actually be. Okay.
Super like enjoyed like running into, but that is
Okay,
absolutely not the case.
Am I allowed to? Okay, can I finish a thought?
Yeah, go for it. But you brought this up like 3 times. I know you keep trying to edge it in there, but go ahead.
Okay. Bringing Lav on my stream increases misogyny. Do you see how this is in itself a anti-woman misogynistic statement?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So you have just made a misogynistic statement in a conversation about how you decrease misogyny. Do you
Saying
see
that
how,
calling somebody a dumb bitch increases misogyny is also a misogynistic statement. You should be able to call somebody a dumb bitch without increasing misogyny. Like,
I don't agree with that.
No, that's dumb.
so
But I would.
wait, would you
again,
never
can I
call
finish-
a woman?
Can I finish? Can I finish?
My bad. I'm sorry.
Can I
Okay,
finish a
go
thought?
ahead. Yeah, go. You finished plenty of thoughts. So go ahead. Keep going.
I would never call a woman a dumb bitch and then argue that I didn't increase misogyny in my audience after doing it. No. Like when I screamed at Lav to shut the fuck up over and over again, that was me increasing misogyny in my argument in my audience, for sure.
Okay.
Okay. So, now that we've dealt with your hypocrisy claim, I would like to finish what I'm fucking saying, which was bringing Lav on increases misogyny in itself is actually a more vicious, underhanded, misogynistic statement than calling her a dumb bitch. It is actually more misogynistic to say just Lav's presence on the stream at all, regardless of anything I do, will make people hate women. That is a extremely misogynistic thing to say.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay.
as far as
while
misogyny goes, it's pretty good.
You can brag that you've banned misogyny from your
Okay,
subreddit.
hold on. You have to stop framing the world through like you're trying. I'm not trying to brag that I'm banning misogyny. I don't care about
Can I
good boy
finish?
point.
Can I finish? You
okay,
can put. You just
okay, go
just
ahead.
push back on it afterward.
Gotcha.
Okay. You can defensively announce.
A way to prove his point. How is Destiny being this dumb? Holy fuck! I think that he sees the writing on the wall, and so he's so for Destiny. I think that if his and Mr. Girl's relationship ends right now, because like obviously it hasn't fully happened yet, the best way for it to happen is if he does it memeing on Mr. Girl. There's really no better outcome than if he can show while it's happening that he doesn't really care and it's not a big deal. Like that's the move to make optically, right? So I just think like that was just like how it was inevitably going to be then. I think that should make sense.
In an argument about how you run your subreddit, that you have banned misogyny from your subreddit. But then, 5 minutes later, you are making a deeply misogynistic statement. This speaks to what I'm talking about overall. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. I'm saying it's not really a sufficient pushback if I say there are underlying structural and systemic issues that are causing problems downstream that are making people's lives, including mine, shitty. And I want to address those. And then you come back with surface level responses and you say, well, no, we addressed that. We banned criticism after 3 days. The dog pile is only allowed to last 3 days. That doesn't really address what I'm saying. It's like you have a closet full of toxic waste, and then you're like, we've increased our like mopping schedule for the hallway outside the closet. Doesn't really address the problem that I'm talking about. But it appears to, but it doesn't.
Okay. I've never claimed that I'm addressing the specific problems that you're talking about, because I don't know if I am saying that I believe that there is a specific problem about what you're talking about. I'm just saying that if I do think there are problems, I do take steps to fix them, and I've given examples of that. None of the examples I gave were supposed to remedy the problem.
Wait, we're this far in. Why doesn't he just say whether or not he does think that? I'm not saying whether or not I do think that there's a problem. Just say whether or not you think that there's a problem then. Well, what the fuck? That seems really weird. What a dumb argument. What a dumb argument with Destiny
Problems you're bringing me, because I don't know if I agree that those are problems. Okay, go ahead.
I thought one of the problems I brought up was dogpiling, and I thought you said dogpiling posts, drama posts, have to stop after 3 days. I thought that was in part to curb dogpiling.
Yes.
Okay, so that is an example of a problem I'm bringing up, and a surface level solution that makes you appear to be addressing the problem, but there's all these other things you're doing that
it is addressing the problem.
Well, I don't think it is. I think
you don't think the 3 day thing does anything.
I do. I think.
Okay, so then it is addressing the problem. Hold on, because you use these.
So,
I don't know. Wait. Hold on. No,
when
stop,
I say
wait. Hold on.
you-
Wait. You just talked so much. Let me just finish my one thought. Okay. You use a lot of underhanded language to imply that there is some level of like malevolence or cold indifference. You're pretending to fix this, or you are getting points for trying. That's not what's happening. It is, by what you just said, it is doing something about it. It might not be enough, but it is doing something. Stop saying that you're like trying to be the good guy. I'm not trying to be. I don't give a fuck about being the good guy. Obviously, right? These are just things that I'm doing because they're problems. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Your problem with that is that it implies malevolent. Is it also that it's not true?
That what's not true?
That by saying, I've banned misogyny from my sub, you get to appear as somebody who is fighting misogyny in their subreddit.
I don't care about appearing as somebody who's fighting misogyny in my subreddit. I don't give a fuck about that.
Even if you don't care about that, do you see why I'm saying it makes you appear that way?
I don't want it brought up in a conversation because it makes it feel like I'm fighting like a weirdo. I don't know what I'm. No, it's not relevant to what we're
Maybe
talking
you
about.
are.
It's you're loading the conversation in an incredibly strange way to make it sound like I'm going for good boy points in my moderation style. Like if you want to do that, I can.
Okay. I think you're going for good boy points in your moderation style.
Okay, for who? And if that's the case,
audience.
this whole conversation then is a waste of time because I've already demonstrated that I'm willing to lie because I'm completely not being forthcoming about my moderation choices, and I am totally just bending to the whims of my community for what I think they want to hear, and most of them seem okay with you being banned now. On what
I think
planet?
it's more complicated.
Yeah, actually,
than that.
This is
seems
not
very
complicated
correct.
whatsoever. If somebody's doing something,
You were
to
trying-
Like
Yes,
he's saying that like he's like it's an ironic thing, but like that was honest. He has shown he's willing to lie for that reason. Like, especially initially, he straight up lied about why the banning was happening. and stuff.
You often do this. You are trying to take something complicated, I'm saying, and boil it down to something that sounds stupid and is simple.
Yes.
You benefit greatly in this.
Really good on Mrgirl for catching that. Most people just get caught up and then argue the point that Destiny's making, and if you do that, it doesn't work very well because it's not the thing that you actually cared about. You're arguing the dumb thing that he did, but then it makes it seem like and it does make it seem like the thing that you care about is dumb, and then it's so hard for you to get back from there because after that you basically just hand over the conversation to him, and by then the audience is probably made up in their mind too.
Conversation. If I say, listen, there's a lot of really subtle insidious things that you're doing that are kind of hard to explain and hard to wrap your mind around. But if you would like think about it, I think I can probably draw some pretty compelling parallels here between things, or not parallels, but some downstream effects from things you're doing, and then the outcomes that we're seeing. And then you're like, no, this is totally simple. When did I say X, Y? What did I do? Well, give me an example.
I don't like this because this is a bullshit way of conversation. You're trying to imply that there's something very complicated or subtle going on under the hood that's just only very special people could possibly understand. No, you're not. You're saying it's too subtle or whatever. Like, I can explain everything that we've talked about so far if you want me. I can explain any point of view of this. Nothing is very complicated that we're talking about. Nothing of this is is very complicated. Like what aspect of this conversation is complicated?
I think that you are oversimplifying my criticism of you here. I'm not saying that you are thinking, I want to get good boy points with my audience, so therefore I'm going to say I banned misogyny.
I'm just so stupid and simple-minded that if that's happening, I wouldn't be able to see that that's a driving force behind what I'm doing? Because that's the only alternative. Okay, what is it then?
No, it's not. It's more complicated than that.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so explain to me the approval winning that I'm going for.
I think it makes your community look bad if it's a cesspool of misogyny. I think that curbing that both makes your community look less toxic and woman-hating, and it has less negative effect on the women that you want to interact with or the women you do interact with. I think you feel bad about some of the horrible shit your community says about women, and I think you probably want to be able to work with women, and I think you also want to be able to work with other larger figures who don't want to collaborate with somebody who hits their wife. No, so don't want to collaborate with somebody who is the head of a toxic woman-hating community. So I'm not. It's not just like brownie points. It's a complex system of relationships, and it clearly hurts you and hurts other people if your audience hates women.
Gotcha. I don't agree with any of that. I don't think that there's ever been an opportunity that I've lost out on because of stuff related to women. Well, this whole space is insanely male-dominated. It's very easy to get away with these types of jokes over and over again and have like really nobody push back on you whatsoever. I just completely totally disagree.
So then why did you ban misogyny?
Because I think that there should be more women on stream, because I think that it is a better community, and I think it represents my values more to not be misogynistic. Okay. But my community...
So when you say, wait, I just said there's women you want to work with who would be probably hesitant to work with you if there's misogyny in your community, and then you said that's not true, and then I asked you why you did it, and you said it's because you want women to come on stream.
No. When I say women to come on stream, I mean like friends I have that I know would be like cool additions to the stream, or people that I know personally, not large female creators that I want to work with. Large female creators, a lot of them are self-hating women. I don't need to make my community appease women to get... So, hold on, don't...
What you're saying doesn't matter because... most large female creators fucking hate women. All right.
Just hand wave that because you're trying to make it sound like I misspoke or I was hypocritical or I missed something. No.
If they didn't hate women, then maybe you'd have a point. But since they do, get fucked, loser.
Stop! Hold on. Let me finish this. When you said
it doesn't matter.
It super matters because you're no, hold on. I'm gonna finish.
Thing.
No, it's not the same thing because you keep implying that I'm either too stupid or I'm subtly manipulative in a way that I'm not being honest about or forthcoming because either I don't understand it or I'm trying to hide it about the goals that I have with my community. And now you've attempted to point out, oh, hold on. I imply that you wanted to work with some people, especially women, and now you are accidentally admitting that there are women that you want to work with. Those were two totally different statements. When you said it, you're implying that I want to have XXX Sniper, Wolf, or SS, whatever the fuck on my stream, so I can build my community for bigger women. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there are women that I know personally that would be cool to have on stream, and there are other friends that I could have on stream, but they don't want to come because the community is heavily misogynistic. These are two far different things. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't think the distinction matters that much. That's fine if you want to correct it, and
that's fine. I just wanted to state the distinction. If you don't think it matters, that's fine. But okay, I just wanted it to be.
I don't think it matters because my point stands that you are doing something surface level to address misogyny by making it so that the misogynistic things your audience wants to say or that they say are not said, instead of making them want to say them.
Mrgirl's so good at breaking down Destiny's arguments. Yeah,
is literally just cutting down on certain jokes. I think it's as simple as that.
I understand that.
Mrgirl is like top notch at conversation tracking, and Destiny's top notch at convoluting the conversation. That's what makes their conversation so good. Destiny has like a pretty well practiced and, like, to his credit, pretty genius way of keeping control of a conversation, like no matter what. And Mrgirl is just like perfectly positioned to not fall for any of it, which is crazy. Destiny's incredible at evading. Mrgirl's great at calling out evasion. Yeah, like Destiny's hiding from like a master tracker, basically.
And that might be part of it. That might be true. But I'm not calling you stupid, and I'm
just saying it's
when
more
I say
complicated than that. And I just can't understand. I wish I could.
No, you can understand. I believe
Yes.
that you are not allowing me to explain myself because you don't want to understand, or you don't want the audience to understand, or you're too guarded or something. I don't know why the fuck you're doing it, but I'm trying to explain something to you. It's not that complicated. I'm just saying it's more complicated than you're trying to get brownie points.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't think banning mentions of misogyny or misogynistic jokes really addresses the misogyny problem. I think it addresses it on a surface level.
True.
So when I say you get to be the good guy, I'm referring to a pattern that I am seeing where you're like, no, we don't allow dog piles past 3 days. While on the other hand, you are actively making moderating decisions that cause them.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
get to ban misogyny, but you're actually actively saying horrible things about women that increase misogyny. But it's subtle.
I think we've cut out on most of that.
You just did it. You just said bringing Lav on stream increases misogyny. That's a misogynistic statement.
No, it's not. I don't think that's necessarily misogynist. It speaks to the misogyny that exists. If you have a community of people that, for
It's like an obscenely misogynistic thing to say.
whatever reason, don't
Wild.
like women, and you bring on a woman that exemplifies the issues for why a lot of people don't like women, then of course it's going to increase misogyny in a crowd. But that's not because that statement in and of itself is a misogynistic statement. It's a statement that's recognizing the reality of the misogyny that exists in that community, which is part of the misogyny that I want to get rid of.
Okay, I guess I just think that that's really misogynistic to say.
How is it? If a black person does something bad, it tends to reflect poorly on all black people. Is that a racist statement, or is that a statement that acknowledges racism?
No, it's racist when you apply it to an individual and
Yes.
you say, I'm not going to
You
have
nailed
my
it.
black friend Eric on.
Oh, if a black person comes into a community and acts dumb, and people, a stupid heart on the YouTube thing, people call him the N-word and say it's not racist. Yeah.
Stream because Eric exemplifies the things that people hate about black people.
If I thought that
It's
I
about
had a community
attributing
that would, let's say that I
actions of
wanted
an
to go and
individual
debate
to
Nick
the whole
Fuentes,
group.
and I could bring one black partner with me to that debate, and I could choose to either bring ABBA, or I could bring like, insert like the most thuggish gangster black person you could possibly imagine.
You see, you have a hesitancy about naming a specific black person.
Because I don't know very
Yes.
many thug black people. That's why I just don't know. I don't know. It could be Speed the streamer or one of the people that scream all the time and say the N-word a lot on stream. I don't know any one of those guys. I don't know very many black people that are gangsters, okay? It could be a famous rapper, Tyler the... I don't know if Tyler the Creator is like that. I don't know. Somebody that... Ice Cube, okay? There, Ice Cube. Or ABBA. Ice Cube is a well-spoken dude and is pretty chill now. I don't know. Pick any person that you want there, okay? But the reality would be, I would say, I would probably pick I would probably pick the guy that's the more white friendly, like black type of person, because I know that community I'm going
Black
to is really
type.
racist, and I would want to put like my best foot forward in terms of black representation.
Okay,
I don't think that
you were
statement
doing-
is racist, but it acknowledges the reality of the racism that exists.
I
Those are
think
two
it
different
is
things.
racist. I think if you say, if I was going to go talk to a community of people to try to bring a good example of a black person, I wouldn't bring I Show Speed. I think is a racist statement.
Okay, then we just disagree then. That's fine.
And I think
Well, it
beyond-
implies that there is a correct example of what a typical black person is. That seems kind of racist, yeah.
just calling that statement racist, I think it certainly increases the
It's saying, see, some of these black people, they're not regular. They're bad examples.
racism in your community. If you say
It makes me feel
I
uncomfortable
disagree.
to say
I
that.
think it acknowledges that they are
Saying that,
problematic.
I felt pretty racist saying that.
That's something hopefully we're working on.
that, who's problematic? I Show Speed.
That my community. When people talk about why people
No, you're
hate
saying
women,
it's going to make them more problematic.
yeah, yes, it probably will because they already are. Communities that are already problematic can be made even more problematic. Yes.
Every community can be made more or less racist or misogynist.
True. What a profound statement. Yes, of course.
Well, I just think saying about a black person or about a woman, hey, you're the kind of person that really makes people hate black people and women. If you were one of the good ones like ABBA,
Yes.
then
Yes.
you know, then there wouldn't be so much racism and sexism in the community. I think that is racist and sexist.
Okay. Well, that's the reality. So I guess reality is racist and sexist, but sometimes that's the reality of the world.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. Most racist statements are true on some level, but it doesn't
So
make them
statements that are true are racist?
statements
just
that are
descriptive.
racist.
Whoa! Massive, massive bad faith statement there. Holy fucking shit. Good God.
Statements that are racist can be true. Statements that are true can be mean. Like racism is just being mean to a person because of their immutable characteristics. You can be mean without lying. Most mean statements are true on some level.
Okay, when somebody says like we should have more black actors because more black actors makes like the increase in representation, it cuts down on racism. Is that a racist statement?
No.
Like we shouldn't need more black actors to make people less racist. Isn't that kind of dumb?
No,
Wow.
racism is when you take a general
I know Destiny has like had these arguments before. He knows what he's saying is retarded. I guess I'm finding out now that it makes me really mad when I see somebody like when I see Destiny play dumb.
generalization about the group and focus
Because
it
it's
on,
so,
on
like,
an individual.
I know that he's
And
When
smart.
I'm
when
focusing
you're
anything
racist,
on an individual, I'm focusing on a group.
you're focusing on Lav or
I think maybe I would have thought that I would have been more upset with him, but I think it makes me more upset to see him play dumb. It's fair. It seems like he's trying to get Mr. Girl to trip up in his arguments, then focusing on that. Yeah. Who is it? It's damn it, I talked to this guy. Fnatic kind of pointed this out too. Sometimes when people talk to Destiny about complex things, he'll find one part of it and say, so you're saying that if this thing ever happens, like if one part of this ever happens, it means this whole big thing. You're like, no, but if you take all these things into consideration, this sort of makes up the overall the thing that's the issue. Like I think with Fnatic, the example that he gave was it would be like if you're saying, so every time you have sex with a woman, she's just gonna get pregnant. Like, no, that's not necessarily true. But if you or say like, how does a woman get pregnant? If you're like, well, you have to have sex with a woman, you have to do it unprotected, and you have to ejaculate inside of her, and she has to be ovulating, and it has to take. So every time you stick your dick inside a woman, she's gonna get pregnant? Are you fucking serious? Like, do you think that's the only way that women can get pregnant? Like, there's no such thing as in vitro? Like, that's what he's doing. And the fact that he keeps doing it too just seems like what you're saying. He's trying to get him to trip up so that he can focus in on that, because I think Destiny's kind of relying on like we sort of have this bias about how things end. So I think if he wins the last point, then it'll make it seem like he's right on this subject, and then it'll close on that. Pardon me. But yeah, it's pretty frustrating, and it's really good for Mr. Girl that he's so good at tracking this, because those are the kinds of things that are really easy to get caught up on when you're arguing with somebody.
or ABBA or iShowSpeed. So the reason I'm calling it racist is you're not saying like I shouldn't have women on stream that exemplify people's problems with women.
Yes.
That, I might think that's a little misogynistic, but when you point that at a particular person, that's when it becomes misogynistic.
Okay.
Also,
don't
you're
know.
also
Okay.
saying it in like kind of a joking way. It's a clearly.
I'm not joking. It's an incredibly true statement. Lav exemplifies a lot of the reasons or things that people point out that it's like, holy fuck, this is why we hate women.
I'm not saying it's not true. It's just
It's even if you don't like laugh, like it's gotta feel weird to hear somebody say something like that blatantly misogynist. That's really bad.
also is like it's an insult.
Like, granted, it is kind of funny. Sometimes misogyny is kind of funny, and I think in this instance it's kind of funny. But like, holy fuck, it's really bad. I think that's what makes it kind of funny to me is like how bad it is. Because I'm like that. I'm a really big fan of offensive humor, but the offensiveness isn't lost on me either.
Sorry. I don't know what to say. If you're saying that the existence of her life is an insult, or the functions that she could serve in some community, I'm sorry, I don't know what to say about that.
You see that what you're saying is laced with humor right now, right? If you're saying the existence of her life is an insult, like that is kind of a joke, right? I'm not saying you shouldn't make it. I'm just like acknowledge that you're.
It's not a joke. I don't know how to say it. There are certain things that people can do. I don't have to worry about it because I'm a white man. But if I was more of a minority status, I could say that the way that I like get up and shout and scream on stream sometimes can exemplify issues with like white gamer debate bros, or all the rape analogies that I use, like further people away from gaming communities because like he's a fucking edgy. All these statements are valid. They might not be fair, but they're all truth. It's all real.
I'm not saying that's not true.
Well, but they're not just joking statements.
In Lav's case, I think it's actually not true.
That's fine.
I think you're just wrong.
Okay.
But
I actually think you agree, but that's okay. But
no, I don't.
regardless,
I don't. I think because you're misogynistic, you set her up, and then you allow her, you trick her and trap her and make her stumble over herself. Let her flail on stream and then shit on her, call her a dumb bitch, and then your community dogpiles her.
Lav's introduction to online stuff was literally you banning her from your community. She was the first one you ever banned for issues related to like pedophilia, and you dismissed every single thing she said.
I don't think this is relevant.
Initially saying you're using all of this to advertise for a future OnlyFans platform.
I know.
And I'm the misogynistic person.
No, I didn't say I'm not misogynist. You're not the only one.
Okay. All right. I disagree with every single thing with your characterization of Lav and my treatment, but that's fine. Okay. Okay, we're getting over what is misogynistic or what is, I don't know. I don't even know where you want to go at this point of this conversation. We were arguing over what
you characterize my argument as me saying that you get to superficially get brownie points with your audience and look good, and I'm saying it's more complicated than that. I'm saying if you get to say to your female friends, "Hey, look, I ban misogynistic comments in my community, and I'm addressing the issue," and then they might feel like you are addressing the issue. That's totally reasonable. But if they instead saw you as somebody who is pumping misogyny into your community, but only addressing it in a superficial way, they might feel differently. So I'm just saying it's more complicated. So when I say you're not really addressing the dogpiling problem, if on one hand you're causing dogpiles, and the other hand you're just shortening them, I don't think you're addressing the dogpiling problem.
Okay, and that dogpiling problem is caused because there's a lot of conformity in my community?
There's a bunch of factors. Do you want me to try to run through them quickly?
Yeah, if you want to, go for it.
One is conformity in content, idea, moderating decisions, especially conformity in allegiance. Now you're banning people just for being for big fans of me. So people have to pledge allegiance to you in some form to be in the subreddit. Conformity caused by the ban-unban pump, which loosens people's spines pretty good, I think. Conformity in tiptoeing around you, because if you get too upset about something, you are liable to ban somebody for that reason. So there's a sensitivity around you, but you're also defined as not sensitive. So the idea of you being sensitive is even sensitive in itself. That increases conformity.
Like none of these things are contradictory, right? It might be the case that I'm not a very sensitive person, but I still ban people that like needlessly shit on me in my subreddit. Like those can both be true, right?
I guess maybe they're just different definitions of sensitive, but that to me speaks to sensitivity, which you are defined as not having.
Okay,
that seems right.
Compared to the average person, do you think I have an average level of sensitivity, or?
I think you are more sensitive than the average person.
That's such a funny question. What are you calling me sensitive? Do you think I'm more sensitive than most people are? Things that not sensitive people say. I think that's very funny.
And in some ways, and much less in other ways.
I'm super curious. What are the more? In what ways am I more sensitive than the average person?
Oh, 1 minute. Levi, turn off your alarm. Your alarm's going off, dude. No school today. Okay, sorry about that.
I think you're very, very sensitive to anyone assigning responsibility to you.
Oh,
And the
I think
average
your guard
person
goes up.
This
super
is-
loves like accountability and responsibility being assigned to them.
this is the
No, but I don't. But your walls go way,
like
way, way
bombshell
up,
to
like
hit
to the point
Destiny
where you're
with.
like,
You're not allowed. That I think this is the high crime of Mrgirl that really gets him in trouble with Destiny. You can't say that.
seemingly
accuse them of,
almost willing to.
Dodging a responsibility.
I mean, you're throwing me the wolves. And
Okay, in relation to you, but you're trying to make it sound like in any time I'm held to be accountable for anything. I feel like I'm one of the more accountable people, though. So I don't know where this, unless this is all literally through the lens of yourself.
I'm not saying you're not accountable.
You're saying that I throw up an unnecessary barrier around accountability.
It's not unnecessary. I don't know if it's unnecessary.
You're saying that it's abnormal. I'm abnormally
Yes.
resilient or resistant to accountability.
Yes. Yeah, because like with the chicken and waffles thing,
Yes.
I said you're being irresponsible. A normal response would be, I think, would be some level of defensiveness, and then, well, you're wrong. Or some level of defensiveness, and then, well, I'll think about it. Or no defensiveness, and like, yeah, well, you know what? I appreciate your feedback. You run your shit differently from how I run mine, but I'll think about it. It's always good to hear your pushback. And
Didn't I
appreciate it.
literally
And-
say exactly this?
No, it spun into a 12-hour long
Hold on.
argument.
Didn't I
stretched
literally
over-
say exactly at the end of one of our conversations where you were like, would you ever change your mind on this or something? And I was like, I don't really agree with you, but I appreciate your feedback. And if a lot of people start giving me a certain type of feedback, then yeah, it definitely changed the way I look at things. I feel like I said almost
Yes.
exactly this verbatim.
Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah, but after 12
That sounds
hours.
right.
Well, I was
Yes.
stating it, but that's my belief. That was my belief the entire time. It's
I'm
not
not
like you
talking about your
changed
belief.
my
I'm talking
mind at the end where it's like, oh, you know what? Now I'm going to actually think about, now you've changed my mind. So, no, I just told you then, like, yeah, of course I consider, like, that's always been my belief. I'm just pointing out that, like, you said that I'm more defensive than the average person. Then you're giving me a
Yes.
way that optimally you could be not defensive, but that optimal way you described of not being over defensive is literally the exact thing that I have said.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about before 12 hours of argument. I think most people, that conversation we'd probably get through it in like an hour or two. May at most. I think it would
Wow,
be
there was a
like-
lot to
I don't think we would-
discuss.
I don't think it there was a lot to discuss, but there was like an entire days spent on like, is Nazi worth using? Is blah 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 blah.
But you're not
I
talking.
think-
You're not upset about the conversation. You're upset that I didn't agree with you.
No, I'm not saying I'm upset. I'm saying that this is why I think of you as something you're sensitive to, is people telling you that it's your responsibility to handle something that you don't think is your responsibility.
Okay,
There
and you
seems to
provided
be
no
some-
evidence of that other than we just disagreed for a long time. Like, if the argument is going for 12 hours, it takes two to tango. It's because you wanted to argue it for 12 hours. I've had 12-hour arguments about much dumber things. Argued for
I'm not
almost
saying-
24
I'm
hours
also-
straight
I'm
about
not-
portals and
If you don't care that much about it, especially Destiny 2, if he doesn't care that much about the thing, all right, sure, okay. Anything else? I don't think that he spent that much time arguing about it. He just kind of point out that there's that they talked about it, and like that's where they're at. So it doesn't like there isn't really much else to talk about. Pretty normal. Way for that to go. Destiny. So I don't understand why. I don't understand why at all. Like, he's acting like it's not an example of. Let me try to get my head straight here. So by saying well, it takes two to tango. It's as if somebody who just wants to argue with them for 6 hours long gets to do that. It's not the case. Destiny will just stop. Does it all the time. We see it all the time. Which seems to me to imply that maybe he's a little sensitive about it.
And whether a block would go flying out or falling down a platform if it goes through a portal A or B.
Sure.
Like,
Okay. Well, I'm also abnormal, but I just see a trend of you seeming to feel very put upon if somebody says, I think you're responsible for this thing. I think you're responsible for me. I think you're responsible for this person's feelings. I think you're like on Twitter. I think you're responsible for this girl, the stealthing thing. I think you're like you.
well, yeah, of course I'm going to be defensive. Yeah, because I feel like I'm not. But again, it sounds like you're not being critical of me being.
I'm not criticizing you.
Okay, I don't know. I lost the conversation.
You asked me why. You asked me in what way are you more You said I'm super curious. In what way?
No, hold on. Wait, I'm sorry. You are criticizing me. I don't know why I let you get away with that. You are criticizing me. We're talking about a trait that is universally considered bad, which is not being receptive to feedback. And you said that I possess that trait more than the average person, and now you're making justifications for it. You can't make that argument. Oh, well, actually, you are resistant to feedback. And then I go, okay, like I think this criticism is fair. And they go, I'm not criticizing you. Of course you're criticizing me.
The trait I'm assigning to you is not.
It is a criticism.
Not receptive. I'm not saying you're not receptive to feedback.
You're saying I'm more than the average person not receptive to feedback, which is a criticism. Which is fine. You can criticize me, but
I'm talking about your psychology, not about how much feedback you take in. I'm saying that my sense of you as a person, something I've noticed, is that when people tell you you're responsible for something you don't feel you should be responsible for, or you're not sure if you are responsible for, you seem to freak out.
Yeah, because that's one of the things. It would kind of be like. This
is why I.
No, hold on. It's when I say that you're abusive, this is one of the things that I'm talking about, right? Okay. That I told you something that you disagree with, and I saw you got upset about it. That's how I know that I'm right. That is an insanely abusive thing to say. The reason why I get upset when people try to hold me accountable is because, and I've said this a million times, is because I have the most accountability on my community of any other streamer my size, or many that are smaller than me.
There he is.
That is why every single time drama comes out about my community doing horrible, evil things, people, it's 0 follower Twitter accounts. It never comes from my Discord. It never comes from my chat. And it never comes from any of the communities that I have control of. And I'm the only large streamer that enforces that type of thing. So you can't use as evidence, well, when people criticize you that you get really defensive, they must be right. That's an unbelievably stupid thing to say.
I'm not saying they're right.
That you literally are using it as evidence for me being bad about taking like critical feedback.
But that's not what I'm saying to you.
That is exactly what you just said.
Okay, will you do the notepad thing? Will you write down what I'm saying?
Go for it.
Hold my feet to the fire. I think it is triggering for you to be told that you are responsible for something you don't think you're responsible for.
He's getting kind of triggered.
And what is that evidence
I
of?
think nothing. You asked me why I think you're more sensitive.
You're just making statements that aren't supporting any arguments, or you're just randomly throwing that out there. You're not trying to support anything with that statement.
You were asking me what increases dogpiling. One of my examples was, there is a narrative that you're not sensitive, but I think you are sensitive. I think that this dual narrative actually increases conformity and dogpiling in your community because your fans are very defensive of you. But nobody wants to admit that they're being defensive of you because there's a narrative that you don't need to be defended because you're not sensitive.
Dude, even that is literally wrong. I literally have changed that over the past like 2 months on my stream. We all have a new saying now, which is see something, say something, where I explicitly tell people to defend me online. I think you just have this whole narrative built up in your head because of your personal interactions with me. And this is a criticism that I've had of you that I'm going to continue to iterate here. Because it feels like you see everything through the lens of your own experiences. And then you start to build these like other structures to explain like how your experiences experiences go. Like, because you've had a bad experience here, it must be because Destiny increases dogpiling, and he must be actually more sensitive than he realizes, and that's the reason why he's banning people. Like, it's all these things that build into it. But like, if I go out into the real world and I start collecting facts and pieces of information, it's just not true at all.
Okay, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to respond to this. You're asking me what I think of you, but then when I try to answer you, you interrupt me and tell me I'm wrong.
Hold on, you're
Yeah.
not telling me what hold on. If you ask me, what do you think of me? And I go, I think you're a rapist because you raped 5 people. And then you're like, whoa, hold on, what the fuck? I didn't rape anybody. And I go, bro, you just asked me what I think of you. You're using the I feel statement to sneak in descriptive facts that are not true. So when you say that, like, I think that it triggers you to be told that you're responsible for something, that you're not telling me what you think. You're making a statement about my state of mind and my reactions to things. That's not an I think or an I feel statement.
Wait, you asked me, I thought the question you asked me was, I'm super curious. Why do you think I'm more sensitive than the average person? How can I answer that without speaking to your state of mind?
Because when I'm asking you, why do you think something? I'm not asking you about your state of mind. I'm asking you about observations you've made that justify the argument. I don't care what you've already told me what you think. You think I'm more sensitive than the average person. So I'm asking you, why do you think that?
But you're not letting me go through my observations.
Well, we just went through the first one and it seems to be totally not true. One justification was that, well, you say it's not a justification, also maybe I misunderstood, but it sounded like you were saying, well, it triggers you, so that's one justification. And a second thing is that I tell people that I don't need to be defended, but over the past couple months on my stream, I've literally, ever since the Keppel stuff...
That's not a justification, that's the thesis. The thesis is you freak out when people tell you you're responsible for something that you don't think you're responsible for.
Okay, if that's the thesis, then we don't have to argue it. I agree. I do freak out. That upsets me, yes.
Okay. I think it upsets you more than the average person. That's all I'm saying. That is something I've noticed about you. You really don't like it.
Does the average person be... I don't know what is the average person's response to being told that they need to hold their community accountable for something? I don't even know if the average person has that emotion.
A community?
The average person doesn't have a community that they need to rein in, or have a community at all. I don't even know what...
Yes.
I don't know what the average person's engagement with that.
It is not just about the community. It happens interpersonally. It happens. There's tons of stories.
I can't believe he
about
said that.
That's
so good that I can't believe he said, I don't know if the average person has a community. Ugh. I love it. That one's that's a good one for sure.
Somebody says, "Hey, I'm upset, and you're supposed to fix it," and you
takes so long
hate
for
it.
Destiny
You really don't
It takes so long for Destiny to acknowledge something
like
else.
it. You tell these stories online all the time. You tell these stories about yourself all the
let's do
time.
this. Okay, let's go that. Okay, interpersonally, how? I'm curious. Like, what are a couple examples that you feel interpersonally? You can bring up anything I've mentioned on stream before, Melina or whatever. It's fine. Go.
Well, you've mentioned on stream with Melina that you said it was a revelatory moment for you when you realized that you don't have to regulate her feelings just because she told you to.
Yes.
But the act of her expecting you to, I think, is really emotional for you and triggering for you. Where
okay,
I
but
think
do you think
feel
that
an
it's
extremely strong pull where like you're supposed to do that, and you've had to really stop yourself and be like, hey, like, it feels like you've had to do a lot of work to not just rush to do that. Whereas I think other people don't feel as beholden when somebody tells them that you're responsible for me, and I think it has this effect of making you feel both extremely guilty and extremely not guilty. It just seems like the process of evaluating whether something is your responsibility is pretty broad for you. But it's not an insult. It's just something I've noticed that I think is making this conversation like tense for you. As long as I'm not saying it's not tense for me.
Okay. Okay.
This is why I told you that I don't think me being banned from YouTube was your fault.
I never thought that you being banned from YouTube was my fault. That's not a thought that I had.
I think you don't know what's your fault and what's not your fault.
All right.
So, what happened in the Point Test 15-hour combo? Yeah, I think that right there, Mrgirl's ascribing a lot of compassion to Destiny that If it was there, it's just no longer there. But I don't know if Destiny would have ever really allowed himself to take any kind of blame for something like that. And I'm not saying it's Destiny's fault. It's not Destiny's fault that Mrgirl's YouTube channel got banned. That's not fair to say. But I don't think that Destiny's the kind of person that could like, even if there was like an indication that he had that maybe that was the case, I think that he would, absolutely not be able to take that because, he's sensitive. He's not blaming no, he's literally not blaming him. I don't think so. But like when things happen in the way that happened, a lot of people do tend to blame themselves. And I think that's Mrgirl just trying to see like a normal person in Destiny. I understand why you'd say that. I just don't agree. It makes perfect sense.
And I think it is a fraud subject.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I'm trying to acknowledge that I
understand how it can sound that way, but I just don't think so.
This thing I'm saying is your fault. So I'm trying to load something on you that I think you really hate it, and I've noticed that you hate this. But there's a narrative about you.
Yeah, I hate this because I disagree
not,
with what you're saying.
I think it goes beyond that.
Okay, and thankfully you've accessed those feelings, but they're still imperceivable or imperceptible to me, I guess.
It's not that we're not arguing. Obviously you hate it. We're arguing about why you hate it. We both know that you hate what's happening. The question is, do you hate it just because you disagree, or do you also hate it because it makes you feel like I'm dumping a mountain of guilt on you?
Okay, I think it's just because you
both.
disagree, but I can't convince you of that because you've mind read me. So
it's more. I'm not mind reading you.
you've mind read me. Yes, I'm
No,
telling you. I feel. You're saying I
not.
don't know. You're saying I don't even have access to those, but you have reached into my innermost brain.
Just telling him
and
what he
pulled
thinks.
something out that I haven't.
Is a pattern I've noticed in you. It's not about reading your mind. It's just that every time, usually, when you feel like someone's guilt tripping you, you really fucking hate it.
If I disagree with what they've said, but if I've done something that's
Yes.
genuinely like bad, if I do something and I feel like I probably fucked up, I
know.
usually own it like immediately. If I feel like
Yeah.
So the issue isn't whether or not
That
I'm being
aligns with
told
what
to
Mr.
quote unquote be
said.
held accountable. It's if I feel like oh shit, this was probably too far.
No, wait. I didn't say it is. See what you wrote down. I said when you feel like someone's telling you something's your fault and you think it's not your fault, you hate that.
Oh,
I know-
okay.
I know-
But you mentioned that was abnormal. Wouldn't most people have that response? Wouldn't everybody feel
Yes,
that way?
but I think you have an extreme response to
Particular,
it. I
yes.
think.
And most people would just be like, oh, whatever.
Yeah, it's really
No,
easy
other
for me to
people have a
disregard.
response, but
Well, no, no.
Oh yeah, if somebody's trying to convince me that something's my fault and I know it's not my fault, like I'll try. Like I don't want them to think that, so I'll try to talk to them. But like if they're just convinced, I just stop. It's not that important to me to care about them then because like I feel like their ability to reason is like off. Yeah. I think I have less than most people do with that. But I think most people, they have it, but it's not that bad. You don't know what you're responsible for. What Mrgirl thinks that Destiny himself isn't sure what he's responsible for, and is indicative of that. It's Destiny being unsure whether he's partially to blame for YouTube ban. Well, I think part of that goes into the reason why Mrgirl thinks this is because Destiny isn't. Even when things seem like they could be his fault, he has people around him telling him basically that nothing's his fault ever. And I think for Mrgirl, that's the thing that makes Destiny not be able to tell when things are his fault or not. How can you really know if something's your fault if every time something happens, you just have a bunch of people assuring you that it's not your fault? Most people don't have the ability to reject that because you want to feel like things aren't your fault. And people are giving that to you and arguing for it. It's super easy to just let that be like the truth of the matter. I think there's something that I've noticed. It's not about any particular person, just in life, is that it's really. I think the easiest way to get blindsided is by people telling you the stuff that you want to hear, innocently, because like they really mean it. And definitely for myself too, it's pretty easy for me to fall into that, which has made me be a lot more on guard. If people that I care about are trying to convince me of something that, if I agreed with it, would be really good for me, I feel like I have to ignore everything they say and just be like super hyper vigilant about my assessment of it, because I have no real way of like kind of like trusting, like I don't know how to like trust my own assessment of it, because it's the easiest thing in the world to just accept what people are saying. Then it's too nice to it's like a drug, basically, when people are telling you what you want to hear. And I think that probably most of the time things aren't going to work out in a way that things are happening the way I'd want to hear them to. I think most people do not have a good defense for that. Personally, I feel responsible for things. Theologically, no, they're not. Yeah, it's like my brain can always create. That's definitely a part of it too. I was even talking to Mrgirl, and he asked me why I thought something would be my fault. And I was like, I always think everything's my fault. When something happens, it's like I can create like this perfect like puzzle to fit all the pieces in to where like somehow I was responsible for all of it. And that's, even though I know it's not good, it's very hard for me to not fall into that too. Maybe that's part of why I if I am convinced that it's not my fault, I'm so like I hold on to that so hard. I'm not sure. That's a tough one.
Oh, that's not weaseling. You're saying that I'm having an extra special. Yes, you're saying that I'm having a more emotional response than the average person. But it feels to me like almost all people would have an incredibly negative response to being told that they're responsible for something they're not responsible for.
I have never seen you get upset about anything the way you get upset about this.
You haven't watched me argue about styrofoam cups, then?
I guess not.
This is probably one of the most contentious topics that comes up over and over again. It's probably one of the few things that I feel like I put like the most amount of work into. So yeah, it's probably going to be one of the things that I guess irritates me. But I don't think that would be unique to me. I think any person would feel similarly.
Okay.
But
look, I feel this is unfair. You're asking me to tell you why I think you're sensitive, which you're asking me to talk about what I think of how your mind works. But then you're also going to say that I'm gaslighting you and I'm mind fucking you and I'm
all right.
I'm
all right. Let's move on from this topic. Move on. Away from this one.
Mrgirl really had it hammered down there pretty good too. And then it's
so
that's got to be really frustrating.
Without defending whether it's true or not, I think there's a dual narrative about whether or not you need emotional protection from your audience, where you don't because you're strong, you're tough, you're resilient, you're not sensitive at all, but at the same time, I'm getting tons of I'm getting DMs from people who are like, who really want us to like figure this out, and who are like, look, just don't bring up this subject. Bring up this subject in this way. Don't say this thing. Do say this thing. Don't do this thing. and it's like, why are you fucking secretly messaging me about this? It just.
Oh, I wish I knew who that was.
The idea that if you step out of line, you're gonna hurt Steven feels like it increases conformity, which I think increases dogpiling. A lot of the dogpiling is defensive. That's why I'm calling people white blood cells. It's
that white blood cell effect that I think, if it is true, which is pretty hard for me to know, really. But But if the white blood cell thing is true, or sorry, if the shit, what were we just talking about? Oh, if Destiny can't tell when he has responsibility or not is true, it's that white blood cell effect that Mr. Girl's talking about that makes it basically impossible for him to know if things are his fault or not. How could you ever know? If every time something might be your fault, people rush in to reassure you that it's not. And like I was saying before, it just feels so good to be told that you're not. Like, how it's very hard to argue against other people who are arguing in if what they're saying is what's better for you.
Your perception that Lav and I ambushed you and intentionally tried to break your boundaries, and that was a coordinated, manipulative attack on you, I think is a lot of why we're getting dogpiled now. Because your audience wants to protect you from
You both had a
abusive
conversation
mind-breakers.
on your stream the day before where I was one of the subjects of discussion, and then the next day, Lab, and then eventually you come on to have a conversation where both of you are reiterating some of the same points.
Okay.
I guess you can argue that it's all kind of coincidental, but obviously the perception is going to be something of, like, I don't think it was, like, planned in advance, but, like, that's what it was.
Well, which is it, motherfucker? Is it planned in advance or not?
I don't think it was prepared for, but I don't know if it was planned in advance.
What's the difference?
The difference was that you were ready to have the conversation where you were both on the same page about a particular topic that you prepared for, but you didn't prepare the time and the place where the ambush would happen. So you were prepared.
You and I had plans to talk then, right?
And this isn't about our conversation. It was about you and Lav sharing a certain type of criticism of me in a defense of her that you came on to bolster her for in the middle of a conversation with other people.
I came on at the time that we agreed we would talk, right?
True.
Like I said, I'll be on in 2 hours, and then I came on 2 hours later.
I was just
and you
thinking
said,
about that
okay,
conversation.
like we agreed to talk at that time. I said, the previous day I said, do you want to continue our conversation? Our conversation was about this topic.
Sure, but you hopped into the middle of like a fucking battle royale and then threw
It's
your
not
hat
my
into the
fault
ring.
that at the time we agreed to talk, you had 7 people in the fucking room
Motherfucker, you
arguing.
clicked join on the Discord room, okay? Stop with the it's
Yes,
not
but
my
I
fault. You
wanna add
joined
that-
the
I
room.
This is pretty bad on Destiny's part, I think. Yeah, you can't blame Mr. Girl for showing it. Like, he showed up when Destiny told him to show up, and like now that's so weird. Like, it. How do you even make that argument and not feel silly? Ugh, it's tough. Ugh, this is he showed up at the time, and Destiny's like, well, you saw what was going on, so it's your fault, not mine for making sure the time was clear. Mr. Girl seen there was things going on, and so like I guess his options were to either the only way that does anything. Sorry, how do I want to say this? The only thing that happens then is he can not show up and then like be shitty to Destiny. He doesn't know why all those other people are there that could have been part of Destiny's plan. It seems like Mr. Girl is pretty like he tries to be pretty amenable to Destiny. And I would just assume that this is just more of the same then. But then to try to turn that around and use it against him, like he's now done something wrong for doing that, seems really, really weird to me. It comes off as pretty blatantly bad faith to me. Dumb. I think it's dumb.
Room with 8 people in there, and then you discussed the thing
Yes.
that you and Lav had discussed the previous night that you had prepared for. Now you can
Okay,
argue
like-
that like we did have another, and I think we did agree to talk, or we had an agreement to talk, but you could have
Okay.
easily just been like, hey, is everybody almost done, or hey, like can you guys leave, or hey, like can we have our chat? But that wasn't. You jumped in to participate, and
Now Destiny's doing a thing that I've criticized Mr. Girl for, which is like arguing that somebody's not doing exactly the optimal thing. Sure, that could have been better. He didn't do that, but that doesn't make it his. Like he doesn't mean he did anything wrong at all. He just did what's like he just assessed the situation and did what was it was fine to do it. It was understandable to go in and think that their conversation was still somehow going to happen, or at the very least, you go in to at least check in to see like, oh, is this still happening? And then when he got there, it seemed like it was still going to happen. So why would he not then pursue the conversation? It's very strange to frame it as like he did something wrong there.
In that battle royale, you don't
Okay,
rob
well, I
yourself
would
of so
like
much
to-
agency.
I would like-
you
I would
spent
like
that
to
entire
defend myself.
conversation defending Lav, not talking about what we were going to talk about. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to defend
Wait,
myself.
I need a soy up. Hold on. It's the age of the soy.
I won't defend myself until you get back. I will just talk to my chat. The rule, no more talking about other streamers, was brutally killed, and it's now zombie revenge time.
Zombie revenge time. I don't think I understand that
Hey,
one.
hey.
Hi.
Okay. I'd like to defend myself against the characterization you just made.
Which state the characterization and then do it.
That there was a preparation and some amount of coordination to ambush you, even if it was a impromptu ambush.
Okay. I'll provide the evidence then, since I'm making the affirmative, and then you can tell me where I'm wrong. Okay.
Well,
Evidence 1.
I think.
You and Lav had a conversation.
Well, wait. You already stated your case. So
No,
I
let
would
me
like
state
to
it clearly
my
so that
case.
you can fight against it.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
want you to say. No, I don't want you to say.
You're
it. I
gonna
wanna
fight
respond to what
against
you
an
already-
affirmative that I don't even get to clearly lay out. Okay, we'll go for it.
Yes.
Okay, based.
I just want to say what happened from my
Okay.
point of view,
Gotcha.
and then you can say it's wrong if you want.
Okay.
Lav and I talked about my first attempt to talk to you about the moderating stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next day, she had another conversation with you on stream about the same thing. You
Okay.
said that we were abusive. Maybe you just said I was abusive.
Probably
I
both.
remember.
I think of both.
Probably both. Probably both.
I don't
Okay.
remember.
Then I DM'd you and I said, hey, do you want to continue our conversation? You said yes. I said tomorrow. You said yes. We ballparked a time, I think. Then the next day, I said, okay, can we talk in 2 hours? You said yes. So then 2 hours later, I see that you're talking to like 7 people, and Lav is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
She's arguing with you. And I felt defensive of her because she was getting dogpiled. So rather than come in and say,
Which one
hey,
was
can you guys
that?
all stop talking? I'm supposed to talk to Steven now.
I can't remember which one that was. Was that the one where he was like acting as Lav's lawyer? Ah, fuck. I don't know. Hmm.
No.
I just have to let him run it out.
I tried to defend her in the dog pile. That was my experience of it. I'm not trying to contradict your experience of it or say that you didn't feel like we ganged up on you or ambushed you. I'm sure you did. I'm just saying that I don't know. I just want to add my
Yeah, I don't disagree. That's exactly what happened. Yes.
Okay, great. And no further argumentation necessary.
Oh, okay. Well, I felt like if you guys had both discussed something the night prior, and you had time to like kind of like coordinate your lines of argumentation and your thoughts on the matter, and then you came in, and then you guys both started to present arguments against me, felt a little bit like an ambush, especially when like really personal stuff like the Anna stuff is getting like brought up in the middle of that, and you'd both already kind of like had a chance to discuss it prior before kind of like springing it on me on the stream. Felt a little bit like an
I don't think we
ambush.
talked about that. I don't think we talked about that prior.
It's so funny. There's no part of my perception of Destiny that would suggest that like he would be worried about being ambushed. I feel like he's the kind of person, like if somebody accused him of ambushing them, he would say, well, and they'd be like, well, how would you like it if you were ambushed? I feel like Destiny would be the person to say, well, I would like to think that it wouldn't matter if I got ambushed or not, because I would already have good enough arguments. I'd already be bringing good enough arguments to begin with of anything that I would be willing to discuss. So whether or not somebody was quote unquote ambushing me, that I would already be ready to argue it regardless. Otherwise, I just wouldn't talk about it. Like, I feel like that would be his position on that. Which I guess there's no that this is just my assumptions, but I feel like I got a pretty good read on him. I wonder if anybody would think that that's like a mischaracterization of like how you think that would go. I feel like pretty confident in that assessment, to be perfectly honest. Destiny only uses the emotional points as a way to fight back against people criticizing him. Yeah, absolutely. If somebody else were to do something like that, he would take issue with them making emotional arguments. Destiny doesn't like emotional arguments. You hear him complain about it all the time when it happens in political discussions. So,
Am I making this up or not? I almost am positive the night before I heard you mention, or Lab mention to you, that you had brought up that Anna hadn't been handled correctly. I'm almost positive it was brought up the night before. Am I wrong? I might be wrong on that. Stream check, confirm if I'm wrong.
I don't know.
it seems weird too, the idea that like it's an ambush if something comes up, if the, like him and Liv are talking and then something comes up, and after what came up, it raises a point to, we'll just say Mrgirl. Who fucking cares about Lab on this in this context here? So Mrgirl's like, all right, I think I've talked to Destiny about this now because they talked about it. How else would he know to talk to him about that? Like, I don't understand where we're having to say like this has to be an ambush. It's like, isn't that just like sometimes how you find out things to know that you need to talk to somebody about something? It's such a bizarrely defensive position to take on this, I feel. I'm not trying to be cheeky with that either. It just does seem like overwhelmingly defensive.
I don't
it
remember
doesn't
talking.
really make sense to
I was
me.
surprised that she brought it up.
Okay.
I don't remember hearing about it before then.
Okay. Well, then I might be wrong on that then.
Did Lav talk to her? Am I understanding this right?
At one point.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't know
Yes.
that happened, and I.
Maybe she was.
It wasn't the
talking
night
about it
before. Yeah, I didn't. I was surprised that she brought it up. It wasn't the night before. You talked to Lav the day before. Then the 8-person stream was the day after.
Oh shit! I totally forgot to update my my thingy. My goal. Does leader download? My bad. There we go.
After you talked to Lav, which was the
I don't
day
want to
after
misrepresent it.
I talked to Lav. So I didn't talk to Lav. You had talked to Lav more recently than me. That's what I'm saying.
I talked to Lab more recently than you. Had I?
You had. Yeah. You guys did a stream where you were like screaming
You can tell he's getting exhausted with it. Yeah.
and said
I don't
you
think it was
wanted to kill
intentional,
yourself,
but
and it,
it's there.
I thought you guys spoke that night, and then the next day that big dog pile happened.
no, you guys that stream where you had that fight with Lav, that was about our stream the previous night.
Okay, I don't remember who's one of these, but okay, go for it. Oh, I guess it's.
I don't know if I remember that either.
Okay, I'm assuming you're telling the truth.
Sounds right.
I'm trying to tell the truth. I mean, I might be wrong, but my understanding was I talked to Lav Saturday night. Sunday afternoon, you guys did a stream together where you talked about our conversation, and Lav felt like you weren't listening to her, and then you felt like she was like being immature, like mind-fucky, and then the group dogpile stream was the next day,
Okay.
or the ambush stream, depending on your perspective.
Thanks. Icarus, can you link me a clip of that if it did happen? Because I'm just not sure now, but okay. But okay.
If what we talked about Anna on my stream,
Yeah, I'm just curious. I thought I heard it, but I could be wrong. I totally could be wrong.
we might have, but my memory is that I don't remember that at all.
But okay, where are we going now?
I don't know.
Let's say theoretically, let's macro out to really the purpose of this conversation. Let's say theoretically I unban you,
Yeah.
because I don't really care that much about like, I'm not that invested in keeping all of your community or you ban, like fourth
Nice.
might be. I've already said that, but let's say that I do that. But like, let's say my moderation style remains like largely unchanged.
Where are we at on this? I'm curious. Well, I have something covering it. Oh, pretty far in.
It feels like that would be a unacceptable outcome for you.
Okay, the two moderating changes I wanted were no impulse bans and no banning my community.
But depending on how things go, that could very well happen.
Depending on how things go, you will ban people just for being fans of me, not because of anything else they do or say.
Well, that's going to probably be if there's like a bunch of stuff going on in the community, then it'll probably be like oh, okay, we're going to ban these people.
So if we get in a big enough fight, then you'll ban all my fans.
Depends on what it's about or how it goes. I mean, all of these things depend. I don't know if I can write like a fast and hard rule for anything like this.
Well, I guess that's the point, right?
Yeah,
Is that
I gotta take a minute. I gotta take a piss real quick. These vulnerable conversations with Mrgirl's bearing his soul takes a lot out of him naturally. Sometimes they take a lot out of me to listen to him too. It was a lot worse earlier. Just hurt my ankle.
want you to make a rule for yourself.
I don't want to make a rule. Why would I do that? Why would I box myself in my own community for no reason?
It will give you a lot of credibility when things.
I think I
when the
already
shit hits
have.
the fan.
I think I generally have as much credibility as I need. I don't know if I would want to risk my entire community for a little bit more credibility when I don't think I need to.
You think saying that you're not going to impulse ban people risks your entire community?
Yes. I think that the moderation of my community, even if some people disagree, I think it's been probably one of the more important aspects of like maintaining my community as well as it has been. Everybody might not feel that way, but I mean, I think again the results, like if it started to like die or there was weird shit going on, maybe I would change my mind, but
My concern is that this is just going to give me ban armor.
it's not.
Yeah.
Why would it give you bad armor? Or what do you mean by that?
I'm concerned there will be an unspoken ban armor that I get that other orbiters don't get.
I don't know
And
if I've
that
ever
my-
banned
my-
another
my-
orbiter from my sub before, but I don't know if anybody's ever posted as much as you before.
I
I know,
still gotta
but I
take a little
still
shot in there too.
Don't like the idea that my holy crusade turns into just me trying to get protection for myself, but doesn't actually improve conditions for anybody but me.
Well, like who else? Are you here like fighting on behalf of all? Of
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right to just say like
Well, but who cares? Like, why would I care what you think is right when it's my community?
Because I'm fucking right and you're wrong. That's why you should care.
Fuck me.
Fucking whipped his balls out and set him right on the fucking table. That's good.
Yeah, I didn't even consider that.
I like that a
That's a
lot.
merit-based argument. My bad.
I want there to be a policy that that you don't ban orbiters.
You would agree on
I
some
mean,
circumstances,
unless there's like extreme, unless they're breaking the rules of the TOS. I mean, yeah, I don't think you should ban orbiters unless they break the TOS of your subreddit. If they do something bannable, then sure. But I think it should be, you should try to avoid it. But you should not impulse ban orbiters. You shouldn't emotionally ban people who work with you or work for you, or something in between. I want ban armor for orbiters who are actively collaborating with you. Unless they
You were making like so many exceptions.
All right, motherfucker, impulse ban armor. That's what I'm saying. No
No,
emotional
sometimes I
bans
impulse,
of
but
orbiters.
I like to. They're my punching
I know.
bag.
I don't think I don't want to be your orbiter if it means that if I do something, because it means that I can't push back on you in certain ways. If it upsets you too much, then you ban me and I get dogpiled. You already
Why can
get
I
to
not?
say
Why don't I have the right to like moderate my community? If there's somebody that upsets me and I just want to ban him, why don't
You
I have that
have
right?
the right. I just don't
Yes.
want to be in it if you're gonna set me up to get dogpiled. It's bad for me.
But it's not just about you. You want me to change the way that I moderate it for everybody.
Yeah, it's bad for all the orbiters. I don't want my fellow orbiters to get dogpiled either, without being able to defend themselves. I think they should be able to defend themselves if they're getting dogpiled.
Well, it's not
And
about
anytime
just
you
defending
ban-
somebody getting dogpiled. It's over specific stuff relating to like what's happening in the community. Like if there's a perception of like brigading or stuff like that, or essentially.
But in a dogpile, the perceptions are going to be warped. Like, of course, they're going to say that whoever is getting dogpiled is brigading, bad faith, terrible person, blah blah blah. They need to be able to speak about it. They need to be able to write their side of it.
I disagree.
He doesn't want to, and he says, I'm fucking right and you're wrong. He doesn't want to participate in a system where his essentially coworkers are dogpiled. Yeah. Once you know how it feels, it's pretty hard if you're a person like Mrgirl is, it's pretty hard to then want to participate in that kind of system.
I don't think anybody is entitled to like a spot in my community where I have to feel like, okay, well, you know what? Even if I feel like this is detrimental to my community, I really don't want them here. Like I'm gonna, against what I even want, I'm gonna keep them here because of
No, if you want to cut the tie and have them no longer be your orbiter, you want to fire them and take their Discord perms away and say don't come on stream, then fine, ban them. Like if you're gonna cut them loose, then I think that's fine. I'm not saying I'm entitled, but if I'm going to be on your stream and you're going to get to reframe stuff I do as manipulative or abusive or gaslighting or just stupid or superficial or bad faith or whatever fucking shit you want to say about me in these arguments, I can't also have my hands tied behind my back on the subreddit. That's not fair.
I think it is fair. I think it's my subreddit. I think I have the right to do what I want with it. I don't
Okay,
know.
well then I don't want to be an orbiter. I want to be flung into the dark recesses of space with no channel, no platform, and no destiny. Literally.
Okay, well, I mean if that's your decision. I mean that's your decision. But I mean you're the
Well, I
one
thought
making
we were
the call.
negotiating, and I'm saying I think I need you to commit to.
You're you're ultimatuming me with no leverage about how I moderate my community. Like what? I don't even know. Like there's like so many levels removed of like what the fuck.
With no leverage.
Or ultimatuming each other.
It's such a. I guess it just feels like
No.
You
way
banned
to
me,
put that.
motherfucker. No, you don't get to. You banned me. You're banning me, and you're saying, "Well, unban you if you do blah." That's an ultimatum. You're not stating it as one, but you clearly
I'm
we're
not
both
getting.
drawing
Hold
lines.
on. I'm not ultimating you at all. If I unban you, it's because I choose to unban you. There's no ultimatum or anything. That's just my choice.
Okay, well, if I return to your orbit, it's because I choose to. Well, it's the same thing. We're both
Yes.
drawing lines in the sand, and we're both drawing lines in the
I'm
sand.
not
and
drawing
saying,
any
I
line.
want-
This is my subreddit. I moderated as I moderated, and then
Banning me is drawing a line in the sand, clearly. And banning my community is drawing a line in the sand. You're saying across the line, there's something I did that I'm not allowed to do, and I'm saying there's something you're doing that you're not allowed to do to me, and we're negotiating our boundaries. I don't think it's fair to say I'm the one holding a gun to your head or something, and we're both doing it.
okay.
Okay, so I'm saying I strongly feel that there should be a rule that anyone in a position to be dogpiled as an orbiter should not be banned unless they break the rules of the subreddit to ensure some protection against a dogpile, and you're saying no to that.
Correct.
Or-
I'm not going to change the way that I moderate or write any hard rules about banning or not banning orbiters for their protection. I don't think I would ever sacrifice that level of autonomy over my community. No.
Well, it just sounds like we're back where we started, except now you've banned and humiliated me.
Am I humiliated by having the conversation?
By banning me, dude.
Okay, well,
You let your mod openly shit on me and hate me and ban me just because he hates me and ban my community, and then say, well, yeah, I guess I don't. Of course, it's so embarrassing watching you not go to bat for me, and it's not even going to bat. You own the stadium. Yes, it's humiliating. You're treating me like shit. And I think I'm asking for a pretty
so
small,
from my
reasonable
perspective.
concession, and you,
Listen,
yeah.
you're not even the first one to complain about it. I understand the feeling.
But if a bunch of people complain about the same thing, then I'd probably consider it. You're not the first one to complain about it.
This is what I've observed.
I don't know.
and you know
I don't
what?
know.
Maybe
I don't know. Looking back, Drazi, bring Mrgirl. I swear to God, dude. You tell me that all the time. It doesn't work that way. I can invite him in advance to do a stream with me, and he'll probably stream with me. I don't think there's ever been. I guess with some rare exceptions where it's just like something that like he has like a hard rule against. Oh, so you're just memeing him? Okay. Like he wouldn't do the poker thing because he doesn't want to poker. And I asked him if he had moderated a debate, but he doesn't stream with the person that was debating. That's like the only 2 times he's ever said no. Let's see. It's nice looking back, understanding exactly what Mr. left out his community, even before the Destiny report. It perfectly checks out with how we know him to be. Yes. This negotiation lens is also how Mr. often sees things. He saw it this way in the doll review conversation with Shaylin. Yes. Absolutely.
in a few years, maybe I'll be wrong. This is what I've always observed.
I have learned over the last few years that having and holding your boundaries is exceptionally difficult. And then when you put boundaries up with people, they can become really, really scary versions of themselves that you didn't even know. It's a great way to bring out the worst in people, really, is to have and hold boundaries with them, which is kind of depressing.
As being one of the most horrible things that can happen in a community. And this comes up a lot with Melina, because a lot of times when Melina's like, can I have mod? Can I do this? Blah, 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 blah. Something that I see happen in a community is sometimes it almost always happens with girlfriends, but it can happen with friends too. Mitch is a good example. Mira got ban powers in his community, and not only did it not make people like Mira, it didn't. It made them fucking hate her. She became one of the most resented people ever because she had those band powers, because she was getting special treatment. And it was atrocious for the overall health of that community. With Friends, it happened in the LSF community when Nick and Molina, not my wife, but Molina, the Norwegian one, were running around banning people from other chats because of how they were being treated. That time and time again, when moderation decisions are made to protect friends or coworkers or relationship partners of the streamer, it almost always is the most detrimental shit show horrible thing that not only does it fuck with the sub, it makes those people never able to earn respect or be liked in that sub either. And I've seen this happen a million times. I've had this conversation with a million people. I've had it with Molina multiple times. I've had it with friends multiple times. And there's one of two ways that it can go. They either say, you know what? Fuck you then. I'm not going to play this game. And then they just don't engage. Or they say, okay, fine, fuck it. I'll do my best. And then they earn respect in the community by earning respect in the community. But I'm never going to etch out special rules or things for like friends or whatever, even if they're friends, because ultimately I think that type of behavior at the end of the day is more destructive to the community than anything else. And I think that based on, yeah, go ahead.
I can't earn respect in your community if it's against the rules to respect.
Depends on what that type of respect is, though. Like,
What a good quote to have. Holy shit. I like that one a lot. That one is pretty good.
It doesn't make any sense.
700 comments in 1 month in my subreddit while like turning everybody against me and making hyper aggressive posts against me is probably not like, that's gonna be something I say. It was like, holy fuck. Like, is this about to be like a whole, like you described it as a cancer, literally. Like, is this about to be a thing where I'm literally going to be like having an anti-fan community growing within my community? At some point it's gonna get to a part where they're gonna be like, well, fuck Destiny. We're gonna make these lists of demands. And now like half my community is like turned against me. Why would I allow something like that to grow? Like making an occasional post or something is fine, but you're like almost like turning the community into your own kind of like personal soapbox. And it's like, okay, well, fuck me. What is it? Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to like interact with that or deal with that.
What can you characterize the 700 comments or their nature that makes you think that I'm trying to turn your community into my soapbox?
It's a huge level of interaction. It's like you're treating the community as though it's your own, essentially. Which is scary from my perspective then, because I wouldn't want to like lose control over my community. Or find out one day that it's like, you know, all of a sudden, you know, Max was actually persuasive enough, or through his own like stream, like turning fans and everything, that now like half my community thinks I'm like a Nazi enabler, and they're like legitimately trying to deplatform me or threatening like a mass exodus if I don't change my behavior. And it's like, fuck me, I could have bit this in the ass like so long ago, but because I had fair moderation rules or some arbitrary rules written up to keep other people happy, now I like lost a huge section of my community and I wasn't careful enough with it, which is a mistake that I've made in the past, arguably, with people like Hassan and Vosh.
Okay, I understand that feeling of what you're talking about.
Cool.
But from the other side, it just means only a certain level of pushback is acceptable. If I think you're doing something like truly immoral, then I can't like make my case.
That's probably true.
And
that probably is true. There is probably only a certain level of pushback that's acceptable. But I think that's just the nature of being in somebody else's community. And I might be like really aggressive about that, but like my chat literally got mad at
Seems really antithetical to like what Destiny represents himself to be. And like the subreddit hates it when friends get special protection. What was the quote? I don't remember anymore. Fuck. Now Destiny's pretending like he agrees with 4,000 moderating. Yeah, the system doesn't allow for strong criticism. What was the quote? I don't remember. God damn it.
The other day when I said, like, if my kid got spanked in another parent's house and I found out that was their rules, I'd probably say, listen, I probably don't want you to go back there, but if you want to go back there, you can. But if they spank in that household, you're under their house.
If lots of people think Destiny is being immoral and Destiny doesn't agree, that group will be suppressed. Yeah, but also remember, if a lot of people think that there should be a different rule, then Destiny will also agree to that rule.
And that's their rules, and that's just what you have to deal with. If you don't like it, then you don't go there.
Probably.
But like, I'm not gonna like start making special rules just so that like you can use my community as your own, essentially, my subreddit.
I don't think I only accept a certain amount of pushback, and I'm going to have chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes are a tenable combination. I mean, to me, like, if you're going to play with fire, you should be welcoming pushback against it.
Only to a certain extent, but some of it is just going to be detrimental. Like, arguably, there are some, like, that type of pushback could literally just be harmful to what I'm trying to do.
Yes.
That's what pushback's for.
Could be.
Well, if I determine that it is, that I don't.
Think you can have it. You can't have it both ways.
I can have what?
If pushback isn't trying to stop you from doing what you're doing, what the fuck? Like, why would you say that you welcome pushback if that's your perspective on it? Doesn't make any fucking sense at all. Pushback is literally there to get you to consider not doing what you're doing.
What, both ways?
Or not saying what you're saying. Whatever. It's to get you to stop.
You can't have
Suggest that you should stop.
Mr. Honesty as your integrity, Mr. Pushback, Mr. told Lex Friedman to go fuck his mother as your fucking orbiter, and have a ceiling on pushback and platform Fuentes. I feel
Okay,
like
that's fine. That might be the case. And if you want to give me,
because it puts me in an impossible position where
you're putting me in an impossible position. You're literally
Well, let me tell you about my position.
No, you.
Okay.
I have a conscience, and I think I have a lot of integrity. That's really important to me.
Okay, I agree.
And whenever somebody is platforming you or doing you favors or offering to do you favors or helping you in some way, my radar goes up for my integrity, because I'm like, well, what am I enabling anything? Because anything I'm involved with, if we talk about Fuentes, I mean, I have to say something. I can't just pretend that's not happening. So I'm gonna have to say something at some point about it. Am I gonna pretend I don't think that you're like doing damage with your streams? Am I gonna protect Fuentes to protect you, to protect my own career? No, I don't want to do that.
It would be pretty baller if Destiny was like, well, yeah, if you want to stay on my streams, then yeah, that's what you do. Obviously, for optical reasons, he could never say that. But it would be, I'd at least give him props for having big giant gorilla balls for saying it.
So I have to push back because I want to push back, and I have to push back because I think it's my fucking job. And so you're putting me in a position where I just don't like my job, I guess.
Okay, you're putting me in the same
job is
position. You're literally telling me I can't have all the things that I want to have. By definition, you've put me in an impossible position. But that's fine. I would choose that. I want to be able to function in the way that I want. I don't think that I necessarily need to tolerate like an anti-fan group growing within my own subreddit because I think it's good criticism. I don't think I should have to tolerate those things. I don't think I have a mandate to tolerate those things. And if I have to choose between that and being able to do like other things, I'd rather choose the other things, obviously. Like, why am I'm acquiescing for all these reasons that are beneficial to people that aren't me, for my own community that I've spent 12 years building.
I think it is beneficial to you.
Well, of course you do.
We've had this argument before. I don't think a characterization of people who think that you made a mistake by platforming Fuentes in the way you did, I don't think they're anti-fan. I think they just disagree with you.
No, but some of the behavior becomes indistinguishable to a point of an anti-fan.
That's dumb.
So. I think they're just mad at you.
Making a post on my subreddit saying, "Look, I told you so, retard," is literally anti-fan.
Oh no! This is coming from the guy who says that he's not overly sensitive to criticism. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, look, Max. If I do what you're saying, some people in my subreddit might call me a retard. And I just can't have people calling me a retard, okay? That's too much. that's the sort of thing that really make me respect Destiny if he was more honest. Yeah, if he said, yeah, if you want to stream with me, then yeah, then you shut the fuck up about Nick Fuentes. If I'm streaming with him, like, come on, dog. Like, I'm helping you more than you're helping me. Where's your fucking loyalty at? God damn it. It would be more respectable. Because, like, I could understand that. I wouldn't necessarily agree with it, but I could understand somebody having that position and having those feelings just fine. That's a pretty understandable perspective, but when you act like it's other stuff, it starts to get pretty fucky to me.
Behavior.
It might be something an anti-fan would do, but I didn't do it because I'm an anti-fan.
That's great.
Oh yeah, Destiny's totally checked out now.
I think you have the right to have like your criticism of things I do. I think that's totally fine. I think that's well within your right to do it. You can express it to me on my stream where I can talk. You mentioned this as though it was kind of an underhanded negative. Well, he likes talking about on stream because he has control over it. Yeah, of course, because I'm participating in the conversation. But like, I don't post to my subreddit a ton. But when you start posting a ton in my subreddit, and I don't really participate as much in there, and you're using the subreddit to essentially like, I don't want to say throw me under the bus, but be hypercritical of me, and it's not an area that I even engage in. Like, yeah, of course, I'm not just gonna let that stand. Like, okay, yeah, fine, I'll just let them like tear me up in my sub. Like, yeah, it's all
Weirdly,
good.
he says like, yeah,
Like,
of course, but I don't
because
think
I'm not gonna
that's
have somebody
of course
fomenting
thing.
like an anti-fan coalition inside my sub. That's just not.
He keeps on saying the anti-fan thing as though it's already like decided that that's what that is. But I don't think that's what that is. Mrgirl doesn't think that's what that is. And Destiny's way of like asserting that it is saying, well, it's similar enough, but like how? I think what Mrgirl said is absolutely correct. Like, it just seems like they're just mad at you. Yeah. And they're criticizing you. Like, the image that I always had of Destiny that made me like him was the image of somebody who doesn't just take criticism, but is able to manage them. And he doesn't just manage them, but he's able to address them and effectively like squash it. That's always been like one of the really cool things when I watched Destiny throughout the years that I thought was like really impressive. But I feel like everything that he's sort of stood for in this conversation makes him seem not just weak, but like what's the right word I want to use here? Incapable, maybe?
That's so horrible for me. Why would I do that? Why would I risk that?
Because just because people think you made a mistake doesn't mean they're anti.
That's not just a mistake. It's literally fucking bringing back Hitler from the fucking dead. That's like the level of gravity that people are like treating this as. This is like the chicken and waffles heard around the world.
I don't think so.
You literally made the argument that it's possible that Fuentes becomes president at some point.
That is his
Didn't seem
ambition.
that
It is
crazy.
possible.
Okay, so the stakes are obviously really high, so it's not just an itty bitty incy wincy tiny little mistake. It's like potentially people ending.
There was a point where that seemed like it was
I think that
pretty
you
possible.
Are defining people who.
Does this stream change your view of Destiny at all? Answer after you finish your thought. Maybe. I think that it's because it's more fresh in my mind. It'll color how I view him for a while until I just sort of like integrate it into how I see him. Because I think when I saw this at first, I wasn't really able to assess the things that I'm seeing about Destiny that I think are really egregious at the time, because I was a lot more focused on they are canceling my favorite TV show was probably my strongest sentiment, to be honest. Um, so almost certainly. And then but it's so impressive that like seeing the falling out with like Hassan, seeing the falling out with like Vosh, and the kinds of conflicts that he's had with people. I don't think anybody else had a falling out with Destiny that revealed so much about him. Like the kinds of things that he's like admitted to in this are fucking wild to me. I wouldn't have expected him to even say. I feels a little bit like unbecoming of the person he presents himself to be, to suggest that like somebody calling him a retard in his subreddit is like anti-fan behavior that needs to be like just completely removed because it would be so detrimental to him. Like, dog, what? What are you talking about? Like, I would have never thought that he wasn't tougher than that. Especially with like just the kinds of ways that he's treated people and stuff. You would have to assume that he would be absolutely fine with that, based on how he treats people. Because like, well, how what makes like the kinds of shit that he says and does to people okay then? Like, this is like pretty typical Destiny stuff. Reeled so much more with the bridge burns than anyone else. Yeah, it's weird, dude.
Have major problems with anything you've done as anti-fans. I think that's wrong. I
No,
think,
that's not
again,
true.
Well, I think it is. I'm not
wrong.
an anti-fan. I'm not an anti-fan.
No, but
I have a problem with one thing you did, and I'm calling you out for it. That doesn't make me an anti-fan.
I'm okay with people having criticism of me. You've been shown that there are lots of people that have criticism of me, that have posts that stay up in the sub, that's fine. But like when they come off as like anti-fan posts, at some point it's like, okay, well, hold on, Jesus. This is like been
I just don't... I think that you're requiring an overly high level of allegiance from your fans.
Okay, and I think that I would argue that my fans give me, and you are welcome to challenge me on this if you want, but compared to any other fan base on the internet, find me one that's as critical of me, or as critical of their leader as mine is, that isn't a toxic cesspool.
I'm sure they are toxic cesspools, but I'm
Well,
not
but then, so what I'm saying is
yours.
my moderation style has yielded the best community in terms of being able to criticize.
That may be true.
But then why would I take advice on how to do it so much differently when it seems like it's working really well?
Because it's not working for me.
That's not an argument for me.
And I don't think it's working for you either. I think it's limiting you. I honestly think it is hurting you. I think you're purging people you perceive as disloyal when take your own fucking advice.
This is why Destiny would say Mrgirl's sub is a toxic cesspit. It had its moments of that, but you know, it also has some like pretty great stuff that's come out of that subreddit too. I don't go on it that often, but I found I've seen some really positive, uplifting stuff in there. I've seen some really creative stuff in there. I would say that his Discord or his subreddit is a pretty unique place on the internet. I wouldn't categorize it as one thing in particular, but I'd categorize it as I would say other than like it stays interesting every time I go in there. And it's definitely not all. Sometimes it's like very, very anti Mrgirl, and sometimes it's like really, really pro Mrgirl. Like during the black hole stuff, boy, it was like I don't mean this in like exactly that's how I felt about it, but like from the outside perspective, at least, like it was a really good day to be Eldrazi. There was a lot of like really like positive posts about me and a lot of like people talking shit about Mrgirl's black hole takes and stuff. I think for me, the biggest takeaway was that Mrgirl's community doesn't dislike me as much as I thought that they did. But but I wasn't like, oh yeah. But it was there was that. There was a lot of Smith stuff that came out of it. It's not all one thing at all. I really think that I think that if Destiny would have just let things be what they were going to be. Oh shit, hang on a minute. I gotta turn to my sound for my game for a second. So I think like I'm like right by the end, something cool's happening. Then I think that this would have blown over to, oh, I was wrong, I'm stupid. Something cool did happen, but it wasn't like as long as I thought it was gonna be. Yeah, I don't know why. Like his recommendation is always to like just let it chill for a couple weeks. Like I think that if he didn't draw as much attention to the subreddit, like growing anti-fans and stuff, then like he would have had nothing to worry about at all. He fanned the fire just as much as he's accusing Mrgirl of doing it.
Nice, man. There's highs and there's lows. People get pissed at you for a while.
There are highs and lows, and I ride those highs and lows.
No. Banning everybody who disagrees with you about a topic or banning.
You keep saying that, but it's not true. If I ban everybody who disagrees with me, there'd be nobody left on my subreddit. There have been plenty. Stop what? You're the one that's saying it.
I want to stop going in a circle.
Okay.
Are you gonna? Can I get this idea out, or should I just drop it?
Well, you can get it out. Just stop saying wrong things.
You're gonna think it's wrong.
Oh fuck.
I think your defining of anti-fan is too broad.
Okay.
I think that you are seeing threats that are not.
It's been a little bit since I've said it. I don't know who's came and left, so please like the stream, subscribe, and if you can, throw me a dono. And if you do throw me a dono, it's much preferred to be through PayPal because they don't take money and it goes to me right away. That's it. I just have to periodically remind myself that not everybody's gotten the reminders.
As actually threatening as you are saying they are, I think it would be if you're going to play with fire like.
And also, it's like 7 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. So if you're watching me right now, I know it can't be like super normal hours. Fucking, you're cool. Thank you.
Platforming Fuentes, I think it would be good to have a solid, healthy amount of disagreement about that decision, open disagreement about that decision, strong disagreement about that decision.
All of that has been and is still there. Never.
You know, I gotta say, I think that one of the coolest things about like growing as a creator is to have people be able to fucking criticize you for shit. I think some of the most fun streams I've ever had is people arguing with me because I was supporting Mrgirl because I was I like when people are telling me they think I'm doing something that's wrong or bad that I feel very strongly otherwise about. I always have. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know. It might be a little bit maybe there's something unhealthy going on there with me, but those were really nice.
You're referencing me calling you out on it, albeit harshly. You're referencing me calling you out on it as a reason that I'm banned.
You called me out on it. I platformed that. We had the discussion, and it was fine.
Yes. I was not satisfied with the discussion.
Because I didn't agree with you.
No, because I thought that you
we
were
got more
not letting
peoples.
me speak.
We spoke for hours.
Yes. It was hours of
welcome.
me feeling like I can't really get what I'm trying to say across to you. At times I did, but a lot of it was me in the weeds with you, feeling like I'm trying to convince you to even let me get past a single sentence.
It was because I didn't agree with you then. You had plenty of time to speak. I think we had 2 huge discussions on it.
This is not what I think of the conversation. We have different narratives of the conversation, and your audience is going to agree with yours. They're going to say there's going to be a meme. Talks for 12 hours. Then someone's going to make a graph of how much I talked and then say, "Oh, but
I like that Mrgirl's making his own like Anti-Mrgirl meme. Oh shit! Who done did it? I've been trying to keep it up on my phone so I can catch it when it happens. Hello, Alley Cat Tails. Nice to see you back. How's your mouth, by the way? Let's see. Oh, all-rounder. Thanks very much, man. All-rounder for the $12.62 donation. I genuinely appreciate it. I know you know it. Give me 1 sec. I just want to update my thingy. I don't have. I don't think they make a widget for this. There can't be, because if you, like, at least on the PayPal side. Okay, I'll update it. Because it's not like really going through anything that's connected. Oh shit. I just messed up. There we go. Appreciate you healing. Woke up to take some pain medicine. Good. Good that you got some. I remember I was working at the computer place I worked at like I don't know, a long time ago. Jesus Christ. Like maybe like 2017, and I got one of my back teeth pulled, and I misjudged the time that I took the Vicodin before by an hour, and I took it an hour early, and I just put a sign up on the door that says we'll be back in 5 minutes. I just had to like lay in the bathroom floor. I was so nauseous. It's so gross feeling. And I have in life, and even for a while too, I took like prescription painkillers for my back. They weren't prescribed, but like I fucking needed it. I never had any physical dependency or like mental addiction to them. It's just my fucking back hurt. So I'd usually take like a half. So you'd think that I would have like some kind of none, zero. Taking 2 Vicodin 1 hour sooner than I should have from each other fucking destroyed me. God. My cat was stepping at me, meowing. My cat does that to my kid a lot. Wakes him up because of like walk on his head and shit. Well, I'm honored that you decided to tune in. I didn't ask you yesterday, but I've had some pretty rough tooth pulls, so I am curious how long ago it happened. Because that, if you get the molars done, it's quite a trek to have to only eat like mush food for a while. I really, really hated that, and it was super tempting to just like not follow the rules.
But I didn't get a chance to speak. Interruptions. 122, Mrgirl. 75, Destiny. Oh, but I didn't get a chance to speak. You win. You get to win. You get to write the narrative, and this is why I need to be able to write on the subreddit.
700 comments.
That's why we're not allowed to say narrative when we talk to people in like. That's why people aren't allowed to say narrative when they're talking to Destiny. I think I said something about a narrative the last time I talked to him, and he acted like this is some weird Mrgirl word, which was dumb. There are plenty of narratives that get to like maintain the they get to be the story that's being told. It's super weird to act like it's not the case. It's not always the truth that wins out in these spaces. It is the narratives that we tell our audiences and stuff. You got it done on Monday? Oh, thank you. Oh, today's Wednesday. Time's been weird lately. Well, yeah, you definitely got some time to go. My big thing was I wasn't allowed to vape. So what did I do? I had something. I set something up underneath my vape to like blow air through it, and I'd just be like, because I didn't want to get dry socket. I never had dry socket, but it seems like a fucking nightmare. I was more dissuaded by the idea that they'd have to like pack the hole with like antibiotic stuff over and over again than I was like the idea of the pain. Although tooth pain be some really wicked shit.
I don't think that's. Is it actually 700 per month?
I don't know, but you've been typing there for like 1 or 2 months. Might be 350 a month then. It's not like you've been typing there for a long time. It's a lot of comments.
Yeah, but I mean, how many threads have there been about me in the last 2 months?
There've been a lot of threads about a lot of people. I'm just saying.
Oh, nice dodge, Destiny. Holy shit. Triggered by association with Mrgirl. Wait, you're triggered by my association with Mrgirl?
How many threads have been? Oh, no. How many threads have been about me?
I don't know. I haven't counted.
At me?
Hundreds.
Okay, there've been a lot
Literally
about
hundreds.
Lots of people.
Okay, so I just want to point out, I could be writing. Okay, first of all, I did an AMA,
Okay.
and the AMA lasted hours. So if you do an AMA, and like maybe you don't want me to do an AMA, but if you do an AMA, that's probably 300 of the comments right there. The other comments, I could be writing one comment on each thread about me, and I could still end up at 700. So I don't. Like, yeah, I'm like, I'm open to a discussion where you're like, hey man, I've noticed somebody, Forethought told me that you made 700 comments in the last 2 months. I think that's too much. I think you're overstepping a bit. So can we agree on some like level of engagement that where you get to feel like you're pushing back against the dog pile, but I don't feel like you're trying to take over the fucking subreddit? Like, I want you to be able to put out your narrative to counter my narrative if you feel like it's important to you, but I don't want you to spend all night writing the narrative while I'm trying to.
I don't write the
else.
narrative. I just talk on stream, which you're invited to talk on as much as you want.
Okay, do you get what I'm saying? If you came to me with like that kind of like, hey, I think this is too much. Will you stop so much, or do you have an explanation for why you
I
need
guess
to write
I
this
could,
many
but I don't know
comments?
if I like the idea that I explicitly need to say like, hey, listen, like you're turning my entire.
Oh, no, the term narrative destiny. Yes. You're correct. And to be fair, though, Mrgirl gets super triggered when he deems anything to be an association of Destiny. Like, that's Destiny talk or whatever. Oh, hang on, I think I am at my final cinematic. No. It won't let me turn up the volume. Okay.
Your sub against
Let it
me, and
run.
you're posting like really aggressively about me, my sub. That just feels like I can't even believe I would have to say that. Maybe I do need to say that, but.
Oh, shit.
And this was like 700 comments before the ban, like, obviously.
It just, the severity of the criticism about Fuentes matches the severity of the potential negative outcome.
You're
That
making
is
that argument
why-
about anything.
No, but you're saying I can't make the criticism because of how bad I think it is.
No, I just don't
because
need
that-
you like
that-
doing it constantly.
I just beat the room 3. Now I'm on the room game. So why would I need to bring it up before kicking you? Oh, okay. Oh shit.
And incessantly
I gotta
like doing like
change
victory
the-
laps about it. It's like Jesus.
Sorry, bear with me. I gotta wait till the menu pops up so I can turn down my volume. The people who made this made a new game called Boxes, which was masterpiece. Highly recommend it. It's cheap. If you like puzzle games.
I don't think it's constant or incessant. I think I wrote one essay about it and then I did the victory lap. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you do need. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah, you do. If you want, if that bothers you, then we do need to talk about it. I don't think you. Can just have
No,
your-
it's not just
have
like
your-
we need to talk about it until you agree with me. I think it has to be that.
I'm not saying you have to agree with me. I'm saying if that is bothering you and you want to like discuss that, I'd be totally open to having that conversation and probably be sympathetic to whatever you said in it. But for you to have your passive aggressive dickhead mod ban me and then mock me and laugh at me and laugh with him at me and have him on stream shitting on me and then be like, oh, well, you know, I don't know. I don't control the mods. That just
It does seem to challenge the idea that they have a friendship. I have a hard time understanding that kind of thing. I think in general, uh, I don't. If it's somebody that I respect, or if I have a reason to be respectful about them, I don't say bad things about them. Like, even throughout all this stuff that I've been going through, I don't think I've said a single like negative thing that wasn't just straight up fact reporting about my wife at all. And throughout the entire time I've been married to her, I've never went to anybody and said like something bad about her. If I vented about something, I'd just be reporting facts. Like my friends, I don't say bad things about my friends to my other friends. I think that it's I don't understand why people do that. I just think it makes you look bad.
just I don't think that's a good way to handle conflict between us. And I think if you're going to platform fucking Nazis,
Sure, I
there's
don't
gonna
think
be
that is
conflict
it
between
is
us.
necessarily the best way to handle conflict. I don't disagree.
It makes it extra weird when DGGers were like, Destiny considered you his friend and you betrayed him. Yeah, dude. Destiny treated Mr. with nothing like a friend. Destiny treated Mr. with nothing like a friend, really. Was often harsh and cold to him, even relative to other people in Destiny's life. He's being warmer than usual. Yeah, I will say that you could maybe make the exception that I know that it does seem to me that like he did try really hard to keep the friendship with Mr. Girl, but it seems like it's just because like the content was just so premium with Mr. Girl. But yeah, I know what you mean. I think that this is gonna sound super biased here. I know it is, but I think that Destiny saw Mr. Girl as one of the few people that was like kind of a threat to him because he could actually challenge him.
Disagree. But the temperature on everything got yoinked up so fucking high after everything happened that it's like, holy shit. Like, if I would have unbanned you immediately, shit would have gotten fucking unhinged. And then it would have been, then I would have been banning. Because it probably would have been like, it would have got even worse. Which you admit. You literally said, as soon as I'm going to ban, I'm going to write a huge fucking essay. And then it's just like a whole other thing of like, people
100%.
like... Okay.
Look, I still think you're trying to have it both ways. You can't platform somebody like Fuente.
How did Mr. Girl not make a "You Can't Have It Both Ways" T-shirt by now?
I can though, and I have.
You can,
and I am doing it. I can have it all the ways. Yeah, okay,
can I
go
finish
ahead.
my sentence?
You're telling me I can't do something I can do, but go ahead.
You can't platform Fuentes and at the same time, in the way you did, at the same time say, I'm open to
Criticism?
say I'm open to feedback about it,
Oh, sure.
but only to a certain level. And then you feel like there's a cancer metastasizing in your community, so you start banning people who are criticizing you too harshly for it. You're just paving the way for Fuentes in your community to have this good appearance and reputation. You're sanitizing him more because you feel like it's a
Hey,
threat.
dog.
If you don't shut it down or the criticism is too harsh, by protecting your own image, you're sanitizing Fuentes'
I
image
understand
at the
that's
same
your
time.
feeling, but my feeling is
But
that
then-
you
so then you-
sanitize Fuentes, and that's why I don't want to have
I'm
the
not-
conversation anymore.
What?
You
That's
are
not
banning
true.
criticism
He doesn't think that.
of you and Fuentes jointly
Yes.
in your subreddit.
Yeah. No, not all of it. Just the hyper obnoxious and
Some of it.
pretentious kind.
Some of it.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So I don't see how you can do that and then have me not call you out for it.
Because if you disagree that hardcore with those decisions, then that's it. There's a disagreement. But it's not like we're going to argue until the end of time. Like, what's the show? You and I are destined to do this fight forever. Like the Joker and Batman. It doesn't have to be that way. If that means you going to Arkham Asylum or whatever, that's fine. But like, I'm not obligated to maintain that fight, especially at risk to me in my own platforms. Why would I have to do that? Why should I be
would be a
made to
risk,
suffer
man.
the burden in my
have
own
to do-
community?
Let's see. He found it great to find a worthy counterpart, and additionally had an interesting idea. It was a unique person, which makes it fun for Destiny's audience. Man, Mrgirl loves the "you can't have it both ways" comment. Yeah, that's what I meant earlier. Somebody said, it might have been you, I'm not sure, said that you have to be submissive to Destiny if you want to stay in his orbit. You can't be at first. You have to be smart and loud and challenge him. And then, when you challenge him too hard, then you have to be submissive. You have to kiss the ring after all that happens. A way Mrgirl could have shortened convos is by saying, okay, I think you aren't being open to being challenged here. Let's end this. This is what I think is happening. I think when it's abundantly clear that that's what's happening, he does. That's what he did to Cherry, and she flipped the fuck out. I don't know if that has anything to do with the fact that Cherry's not smart, and he just didn't want to try to like get in with her super well. She was obviously too emotional to have that conversation, and I don't think that he had any better ways of explaining to her that that's what was happening. But with Destiny, it's pretty obvious that he couldn't just say that to Destiny and then like Destiny would challenge the fuck out of that. Yeah, I think Mrgirl just trusted Destiny too much, thinking he could get through to him. Yeah, right before no, actually when Leader called in, I mentioned that this conversation, it's about what it's about, but what's really happening is that Mrgirl is doing everything he can to try to maintain the image of Destiny that he has, that he sees as a friend, I think. And it's not going super well for him.
Community.
You have to do that if you want orbiters with a conscience who believe that. I mean, if you want orbiters who strongly disagree with you, who have a conscience, and you want to platform Nazis, I think it's very likely you're going to have some of us.
I'm good. I'd rather just platform the Nazis uncontested then. That would be my choice. Rather than saying that like I have to suffer people indefinitely using my subreddit as a platform to attack me from.
I have to suffer them indefinitely. What a drama queen.
All right, well.
Hey Max, it's Rem here. I was wondering if you'd let me ask you a question as a fellow orbiter who I think has gone through what you've experienced. As someone who's been shat on not only by Destiny many times, but also his community. But you'll notice
That's not fair. That's Rem's kink.
that whenever I got like totally shat on, and even banned from the subreddit, I never went to Destiny as though like he owed me something, because if anything, you know, it's the other way around. And I think the impression that a lot of people are getting, and I've talked to a couple of other orbiters, although I'm not so much an orbiter anymore, I guess.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, you know, you keep talking about orbiters as a group, and I guess I consider myself as part of that group. And, you know, this idea that we absolutely need to have some, like, special exemption apply to us just because we've appeared on stream sometimes and there might be some kind of community overlap, like, I think it's completely ridiculous. If I were to go to Destiny and ask for this after we like disagreed over indigenous issues and I called him like a racist bigot or something, like I bet you would think that's fucking pathetic and stupid, because I said things on stream that not only pissed off Destiny but the people who were watching him. So of course the community is going to hate you.
Wait, can you give me the hypothetical? I'm going to think it's stupid if you did what? If you called Destiny a bigot and then...
Because in the past, I've come on stream and I've disagreed very adamantly with Destiny.
Yeah, you called Destiny a racist.
Issues.
You called him a racist bigot. Is that what happened? Okay.
Well, not Destiny. I called more than Destiny.
And indigenous people
racist.
based.
Just okay. So you called Destiny a racist bigot, and then what's the hypothetical you're giving me? Then he banned you?
Well, I don't know if it was Destiny specifically. Actually, I think it was the mod, his mod.
Okay, so yeah, so the mod banned you. Okay, and then what would I think is pathetic?
Do you think that me coming on stream for I don't know how many hours and having
Do you think me doing what you're doing right now would be pathetic? Do you think you're pathetic, Max? That's what he's doing.
the same conversation over and over again about how I am somehow owed.
Somehow he thinks that Mr. Girl just can't track that he's literally just talking about Mr. Girl because he's using himself as a stand-in. Dumb.
Some kind of special privilege and virtue of being an orbiter. Do you really think that if you were, for example, in my position, you would view me as being legitimate in what I'm doing?
How can you say so many words and not say a single coherent thing, Rem? Do you break it down into a sentence?
Like a little bitch to Destiny on stream like every single day? Is that all gonna garner you sympathy from
There
a
we
community
fucking go.
who doesn't like you?
It was
That's
a
the
lot.
question.
Okay. Yes, usually if a community doesn't like me, I don't fold and bend over backwards to try to appease them into a spineless
Right,
puddle
instead
of
you go to the
mush on it.
leader to try to get special fucking privilege.
Can I finish?
Yes,
You can finish,
sorry, go
Max.
Okay. Yeah, I think that you can frame it as me being like a tattletale or trying to get special privileges. I think I was almost offered special privileges. Soft offered special privileges, and I immediately turned it down and said, no, I don't think it's sufficient enough for us to have a kind of winking understanding and just move on and let temperatures cool down. I think I need you to make a commitment to not just protect me, but to protect people like Rem. So yeah, if you called Steven a bigot and you got banned for that, I think
Why
that's
do I
fucked
deserve
up.
protection?
Because you're
do I
providing
deserve
content for
protection?
Steven, I think, is his whole thing.
but
His whole
fucking
thing.
anyone
Well, let me
is
go.
providing content.
His
Wait,
whole
Wait,
thing.
let me,
that's
can
not
I
what he's
answer
saying.
the
Go.
question?
Yeah.
Okay, just really quick.
That's a very disingenuous frame because you're providing content for Steve. No. That's... It's an element, but like that's a very, very disingenuous framing, I think.
I think you deserve protection because the community is set up in a way so that there's highly like weaponized content and a propensity for dogpiling. And I think that if it's going to be run that way where the streams involve people insulting each other and cutting each other down, and Steven's going to, kick you from the call and make fun of you a bunch, that all that sets people up for dogpiling, which is really psychologically damaging to people, and it also damages your careers. So I think because of that, it's an unethical work environment, an unethical professional setup that you wouldn't put up with in other places. Like if you worked at a grocery store and your manager is allowed to just like tell lies about you or tell their narrative about you as soon as you leave to all your coworkers and say like, oh, they're stupid, they're a piece of shit, they're blah 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 blah, and you're
Unfortunately, that's basically any job where you have a manager, and it does suck. Mrgirl tried to manipulate Destiny, but Destiny's too smart for his tricks. Dog, I promise you're the only one in this fucking chat that thinks that. It's so crazy how you can watch this along with everybody else and come away with the exact opposite opinion.
You're not even allowed to defend yourself. And if anybody disagrees with you, they get fired too. So they can just literally twist your reputation into whatever
ask a
whatever
question
shape
now?
they want.
People who appear on
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish.
I'm next. I'm next.
Okay. So if all that is the case, yeah, I think you absolutely shouldn't put up with it, and you should do what I'm doing and say, look, you got to fix this shit, or I'm out of here. Like I love you, but I can't do this. I don't think it's me sucking up to him.
My turn.
Okay.
I believe what Mrgirl's saying, and he can tell me if I'm wrong, is that orbiters should be coming in here to provide content and shouldn't be scared that they're going to get banned for having a disagreement with Steven. Is that like pretty much the whole thing you're saying?
Yeah, but on top of that, it's that would be okay if it was just like a comedy show. But we're talking
That's all
about
this is to these people.
Well, let me
Yeah, you can go.
finish. Okay. It's more than just a comedy show, right? We're talking about stuff that has like implication. We're talking about like platforming Fuentes. Like this is to me like really scary stuff that I have really, really strong feelings about. If you saw, I'm like basically on the verge of tears, 12 hours screaming at Steven. This is really important to me. So it's one thing if it's like Saturday Night Live and then it's like, yeah, sure, you can't tell the boss to go fuck themselves or to call them a racist bigot because it's out of line. But if we're going to be talking about such emotionally provocative stuff, like is Mrgirl abusive to his girlfriend? Yeah, that's the kind of shit where I need to be able to have more of a voice in counteracting the narrative that you're going to
seems fair.
spin. So it's not just that we're providing
Seems
content;
reasonable.
it's that we're also providing high stakes content at high
Sure.
stakes for ourselves and high stakes for the country and the audience and everything.
But it's exactly what I said. You believe that
Yep.
people should be able to come on here and say their shit and not get banned or fear of getting banned. And you think it's good not only for Steven, because we can come on here, provide content, and not have a fear of getting banned for it, but also for you, because then you can come on, say your shit, and not get banned for it. Yeah? That's like the whole
I'm
thing.
assuming when you said he's not Shallon, you meant he's not Shallon. It's more than what he said. Yeah, obviously.
No, you should be
This
able.
is another this is the same thing that Destiny was doing. It's reframing it to the dumbest idea that's being like the dumbest way to interpret what's being expressed.
to
It's
get
dumb.
banned. If
Stupid.
Steven doesn't want you as an orbiter, then sure, you ban. Like if you don't want me working at your company, then fire me or cut ties with me. If you don't want to be in a relationship, break up with me. That's all fine and good. But if I am in the relationship, then I need to be able to push back against what I see as a overbearing narrative writing, and he's kind of agreeing to this, that he has a firm grip on the narrative about himself.
Yes.
And therefore on the narrative about you, if you're talking to him, the grip on the narrative about himself is fine. I don't care about that. I have no investment in making his audience see something or think something about him. It's when I'm caught up in it and they're thinking something about me as a result of something that he's doing. And I guess Fuentes too. I'm invested in that. That's what I'm saying. If you want the orbiter relationship, I need this protection.
Hey, Steven, are you going to change?
No, I already said I'm probably
Okay,
not
well, then
a
there it is.
really compelling argument. Like,
We don't have to do this anymore.
That's
We've
what
done
I
it.
don't get.
Well,
I think that I think that this wasn't ever going to end well, but it could have ended better if somebody didn't come in with that. How did Mr. Earl have a point? Mr. Earl tried to use Destiny subreddit as his own. You're loading that like crazy. Mr. Earl can push back in his own subreddit. He was acting like an anti-fan. I don't know what anti-fan means when you're saying it. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's like you're just using this word to like point to this thing, but I don't think that you can explain what that thing is without sounding really dumb to say like why it's harmful. Like Destiny pretty much said earlier that like he needs protection from being called a retard in his own subreddit. Like, okay, if that's what you need, then I guess that's what you need. But it certainly doesn't match with the public persona that he puts on.
No, that's the end of it. We don't have to keep talking about it. Steven isn't going to change his opinion on it. We've heard it for the last 3 hours. I don't think there's going to be another compelling argument that Max is going to pull up. He's respectfully, you're just saying the same things. I'm not saying that I disagree or agree with you, but Steven is absolutely not going to change his mind. So why do we keep going in circles?
You know, I think there might be something just a little beneath the surface here. If we
There's
just
not.
talk for...
That's it. That's the end of it. Cool. Well, you guys
All right.
play. I won my league game.
Good job, Mooten. Wow.
Going for
Oh,
diamond.
wow.
I'm plat 2 right now. It's pretty good.
Is Mr. Mooten still alive? Anybody have vitals on
killing
Mooten?
Scoria in a couple episodes, you think?
No.
How not? What do you mean? No. Jesus.
Oh
fucking
god.
Christ.
Okay, there it is. All right.
All right, so are we? It's Steven. Are you allowing them to end the conversation? Is that it?
Oh well, I mean, if you want, we can do final words. But I feel like we're kind of like, I mean, even you said we're kind of like looping on the. But is there a part you think we've missed or something we haven't?
Please respect me. I didn't have
That's
order.
kind of. I don't know. It's kind of.
Why? Hello?
What?
Yeah, Destiny, we all joined because we're all celebrating DGG. We're just so happy to see the bridge burning. But I'll let you guys finish.
Somebody left the door open. I don't know. Or not walk through it.
Good one.
Okay, it's not over. There are things that need to be said. Okay? I'm tired of
on,
listening to
say
this fucking shit.
Okay.
Tired of it. I'm sick of it. Max, you don't need to ever look at the Reddit. You don't need an account there. You don't need to post there. You have the greatest privilege to express yourself and represent
wanna-
yourself.
I don't-
You
I
have
don't-
privileges
I don't-
to the voice to come on
listen.
Destiny's
This girl trying to make Destiny look bad because of Nick Fuentes. I think that he just happened, right after Nick went on No Jumper. No, I don't think he was trying to make Destiny look bad at all because of Nick Fuentes. He was trying to get Destiny to understand that he was doing something that was harmful to like the world at large and to Mrgirl personally. And that was also harmful ultimately to Destiny as well. I don't know how you can see this in such a unnuanced way.
He's saying whatever the fuck you want
Listen,
and say
you
what
guys-
you're thinking.
you
okay?
guys-
and correct
you
whatever
guys-
narrative you
I
think
don't-
there needs
I don't
to be.
wanna- I don't-
You've spoken enough. We all know what you think. We've heard it for the
Steven.
last 2 weeks. Everybody knows what you
we've heard
think.
too.
You're a content creator. If you don't want to be criticized,
Let him say.
come
let
make
him
good
say-
content.
Let him say his piece. Go ahead.
That's
I
it.
don't want. I don't want.
If you don't like what people are saying about you, don't fucking look where they're saying bad things.
I need you to make it so it's you and me, like we agreed, or we should just talk off stream.
You need me to say what?
Oh, okay, hold on. Nobody else talk for a second.
He needs you to baby.
Stop! Shut up! No, that's not babying. Just need to finish a one-on-one conversation that we agreed, and I agreed to have. Okay. Okay. Were there any other final words or thoughts that you had relating to this particular topic?
Are you capable of being friends with me if we are not streaming together?
Yeah. I'm capable of being friends with you if you're shitposting my server trying to turn my community against me. It's all like very separate stuff for me in my head.
So dumb. So dumb.
Okay, is the conversation over?
Well, no, he's doing the
No,
quiet
shut the fuck up,
contemplative
Supreme.
thing.
Christ almighty.
You're being mean, Steven.
No, you're doing the thing where you say something and now you're stopping to think and be quiet and contemplate.
Yes, the thing I do called thinking. That's right.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You guys should try it sometime.
My bad. We can't all be as. Nope, I'm sorry. That was about to be mean. My bad. Okay. Go ahead.
I know.
Think.
You're being mean.
I was. My bad. Not like you in that comment implying we don't think. But me, yes.
I was fighting back.
Okay.
Fair.
Nice how it always works out that way. But go ahead.
That's what it was.
Not always.
Okay.
There was a chronology of events
All right.
there.
Well, let's talk offline.
No. Lav, leave.
Why? How can you tell who to join and leave? You're Rem. Wait, did Rem just say that?
Yeah, Rem, you're pretty far down on the order
That's pretty funny. You're Rem.
list. I'm gonna need you to get out.
All right.
I am, but
Let's talk offline and
Sure. Yeah, we can.
something not loaded. You know, if you want to do a movie review or something like that. I don't know. I gotta just think about what level.
How do you feel
of
about
participation.
guns?
I
He
like
likes
guns.
guns.
Okay. I have a thing coming up. When I do my next like real life event, I'll see if I can rope you into something, okay?
I have a question. Why couldn't this entire conversation have been offline?
I think that if Max and I feel like we're capable of conducting the conversation online, it's a conversation that intimately affects the entire community, and if some decision were to be made one way or another, it's probably healthy to have it online. Say hypothetically, I don't change anything, like I guess I kind of have. People might think like, oh my god, he's so obstinate, or he was so, he probably just screamed at Max the whole time, blah, 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 which maybe you come away with that, but at least you've heard it. Or on the flip side, let's say that I changed everything, and I changed all my moderation
And
style.
they tried to get Destiny's career
Because of the way
after.
that I've characterized Max, people might think like,
I
oh my
don't
god, I
think
bet
that's
Max
what
like
happened
abused
then
him and got
either.
him to do it, blah blah blah, and now we didn't get to see the
Right, it's
conversation.
not-
Yeah, so it's probably it's okay to have
having
like a public conversation about public moderation stuff. I think is acceptable. I think it's okay.
Having
Okay,
it offline.
but I wasn't asking you.
Oh, so
Having it
my bad.
offline his answer is correct. Having it offline severely disadvantages me. But I don't want to
I think,
talk
I think
to
having it
anybody.
online severely disadvantages you.
I understand that. I don't want to talk to you right now. I
don't
like
care.
you. I like you, and I would like to.
I'm
talk
not
to you too.
interested in what you care
Well-
about. I think this is good advice for you,
Okay.
and there are things
I
that
don't
you need
want
to hear
your-
so
I
that
don't
you can
want your
avoid having
advice.
Can we
I
let
don't
Mr.
wanna
Girl and
be-
Destiny
look,
finish their thing up? Can we let Mr. Girl and Destiny
fucking
finish?
did.
I'm done with my thing. We're done with our thing. But I don't know if Mr. Girl wants to talk to Wicked Screen, but you guys
I
can
would like to say the final thing to you,
go
Steven.
go for it. Okay.
Oh my god.
I would like. I'll think about.
Hey, what's up, Tom? Wait, what happened? That's definitely what happened. I don't think that his intention was to try to destroy Destiny's career. I think that his intentions was to put out the report to reduce the kind of harm that he thought that Destiny was doing from happening like more. He was trying to protect people in the future from the kinds of harm that he very obviously thought that Destiny was doing. I think that the intentionality, when we talk about what happened there, framing it as the intention of like trying to destroy his career, certainly loads what was happening in a way that I think is not honest to what was actually going on. You can argue that this was the public perception, or this is what could have resulted from it, but that's not what I think the intention was at all. Mrgirl said numerous times he doesn't know how anyone could. Sure, that's fine, but that's not the same as trying to get his career ruined. He's also said that that wasn't what he was trying to do. So are we going to take what Mrgirl says to support or to like confirm or deny this, or no? Because what you're saying could be seen that way, but we also have him saying like explicitly not that as well. He may have believed what was in the report, but that just means he had a reason for trying to destroy his career. All right, well, like, look, you're quoting him to try to back up your point, but I'm quoting him that explicitly says the opposite. So, like, I guess that part's kind of difficult for me. Drazi lost... Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't believe that to be the case. I don't think that that's what Mrgirl was doing.
What amount of participation I can do?
Okay.
I think that if it had been taken very seriously by a lot of people, it certainly could have had that result. But I still don't think that was the intention.
But as of now, I am a free agent. I must leave your orbit. If you change your mind or want to renegotiate.
He just said what happened.
I will.
So I don't feel like saying it
I'll
again right now.
probably come
But
back.
like he covered it.
For now.
Wait, LOL, it doesn't. Tons of people, as they are making up crap about me, keep saying, I'm not trying to cancel Tom. Sure, but what about how Mrgirl... I guess explain to me why you think that. Because I think that Mrgirl, if nothing else, is like honest to a fault. And if you watch him a lot, you're able to like observe his thought process writing the report the whole time. Thank you, Raul. You are like my kindest hate viewer. Like we were able to like observe him, like his thought process writing it and all that, and I never seen the kind of malice in him that would have to be present in order to be doing that.
I must.
So if you have something like
explore
a
the
little bit
galaxy
more
on my own.
direct,
We will
I'm
be.
gonna have to demote you if you come back.
Thank God.
What do you mean demote
I'd be
him?
willing to entertain it.
You can't come back at the same position, Steve.
What
These are
position
my
is he in
people.
right now?
Well, he's like a head orbiter right now. He's one of the top.
I have head orbiter. Is that really
Well, yeah,
a role on
I'm-
Discord? Is head orbiter?
No, absolutely not. But you know,
I
I
don't
run
know.
this shit, and I got to make sure these guys.
You don't run anything. This is like the second time into Dan. Take him out.
Something
Sorry.
important is happening, Max. Are you looking at DGG right now?
No.
Okay, what is the response right now? What's happening?
You're just being
Call me an
cruel.
autistic.
I'm not. I think this needs to be said.
DGG.
Yeah, I'm saying that he didn't write the report to destroy Destiny, but after writing it, I think that okay, so this is what I think. I think for sure, there's a part of him that like after the report, like, yeah, I think that he wished that Destiny had some more comeuppance for the stuff in the report. I think that it has, it's like a mixture between not feeling like this thing that he poured way too much time into didn't get the recognition he thought it deserved, and watching Destiny's career grow while his effectively fizzled out, at least comparatively. I think that there's probably a lot of emotions there, but I don't think that means that, I don't think that changes the intentionality that he had when he wrote the report. JSTLK ruined Tom's career. I don't think so either. It's massive misunderstanding. I think JSTLK hurt me. It was Sass and Zonia. Did 100% of damage. Yeah, I think that seems about right. And I still gotta say too that when I talked to Zonia about it, and like it didn't make me understand it like the point any better. That was really weird to me. Although I guess they took the time to like make a whole video and all that, but I'm a little bit bitter that I talked to food shops for like 3 hours, and a large portion of it was about all the drama with you, Tom, and then she turned around and put out a video, like point by point going over like my perspective on it, and then sort of just like claiming it as hers. With zero credit given to me whatsoever for that, even though when I talked to her about it, she argued against it the whole time. I don't know if anybody realizes that happened, but that totally happened. She Carlos Mencia'd my take.
DGG is not my community.
Yeah, I don't know what you're being.
Please, just hear me out. Please.
I'm looking at MGG.
Yeah, and then she pretended like none of that happened later. Yeah.
I'm only saying things that everybody's fucking thinking, but that some people that are too polite, maybe want to preserve a friendship, are maybe afraid to say. Okay?
Hold on there, Sonny.
Fine. These are my thoughts, and they're mine and my own, and I take full ownership of them, okay?
There you go.
Listen. The reason you get so much criticism, Max, is because these conversations are fucking nauseating. Okay? People don't like to see them. That's all it is. You're an interesting guy. You're a funny guy.
Hey,
you're
you gotta
really good content. But this is not it. People don't like it. You get criticized because people do not like this content.
Supreme.
Stop. He doesn't want to talk to you. Stop.
I don't want to talk to you right
care
now.
if he doesn't want to talk to me.
No, you should care.
You should.
I don't want to get dogpiled in the conversation. Please let my final stream about how I'm leaving because I don't want to get dogpiled anymore. Not end in a dogpile.
It's not a
just
dog
stop.
pile.
No, it's his
Supreme.
funeral. Let him finish.
That would be ironic.
Thank you, Abba.
Oh,
Thank you, Dan.
that was
Thank
intense.
you.
Steven,
Okay, I'll talk to you. I'll catch you on the flip side, okay?
be safe. I love you.
Okay.
Have fun.
Be careful.
The flippy floppy, as they say.
Why
in
is
the-
Supreme so determined to say something to Max he doesn't want to hear
This
about?
was probably one of the greatest dramas.
Hard to
online
say.
I've ever
Shut
fought.
up.
I'll just tell you. I'm
How are you
serious.
doing, my non-thuggish friend? How's life going for
Hey,
you?
listen.
Whoa,
listen,
you got two
listen.
non-thuggish
When you
friends,
call
all right?
me the most white-friendly black person you ever heard, I swear to
You
God,
aren't-
it's
listen,
the most insulting
I have
thing
met
anyone's
more-
ever said online.
You're
Okay,
like YouTube Will Smith.
don't tell me you've never had a conversation with a white girl where she was like, I need to introduce you to my family, and thankfully, you're one of the good ones. I know you've had that. I know you've had that talk before, Abba.
That's sweet.
I've had that.
I know you have.
You're moving so mad. I don't realize how disrespectful you are.
It's just
Okay, that's the end of the part that I'm trying to cover. Because Mr. Girl lacks social awareness. I don't know. At the end of the saga, I don't think Mr. Girl lacks social awareness. I just think that he doesn't care to conform to social norms, particularly when communicating with people online. I think he'd rather just do things the way that he wants to do them. That's how it's always came off to me. But Lab comes in it a bit. Alright. In a bit. Oh, I don't care. This is about Mr. Girl and Destiny bridge burning. Although there is a bonus video to this. There absolutely is, because Mr. Girl had a stream about it right after, like, when shit. There might be two. Now that I think of it. Oh no. There's the things occur. Um, so, uh, I don't know if it's actually put onto a video. I maybe have to look for it. I'm not sure, to be perfectly honest. I gotta hop off for a little bit. I gotta go, I think I'm gonna, sell my subwoofers today. I gotta go run and do that before, 11. And I have a couple of things I gotta take care of, while I'm out. But, I'll be back in probably a little bit because I didn't wake up until like, I woke up at like 6 p.m. or something. My sleep schedule is all wonky. Thank you very much to the people that watched. I'll see if I can find where Destiny calls Mrgirl out about the report and then Mrgirl's response. But this was the bridge burning. But those are like the 2 bonus videos I know that I have. Seen a Wild and Drowsy. Yeah, and if for some reason you don't see me, I just passed out. I haven't really known when I'm gonna fall asleep. It just sort of happens. Except for that one day when I hopped off stream to sleep. Even then, it took me longer than I thought I was gonna. But yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks again to the people who donated. I appreciate you so much. It helps a lot. And hopefully you liked the stream. Oh, hell yeah. Definitely some people did. I had to refresh to see. It's a little bit more complicated than that for me, Raul, but I appreciate the sentiment. I won't lie. It's been really, really tough. I'm like okay till I'm not, and when I'm not, it's pretty bad. I've been with her for like basically forever. And I'm like super mad at her, and at the same time, she's the love of my life. I still love her like crazy. She's my favorite person in the entire world. So it's tough. There's a lot of confusing, conflicting feelings about it. And I think I'm just not even in the beginning parts of understanding all of it about how I feel and all that. So should still probably go to the gym regardless because I'm fucking fat. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, thanks for being here, and hopefully I'll be back in not too long, probably a couple hours.